Good morning. It's February 29th. Happy Leap Day. And we're going to start our board meeting this morning with first is preliminary matters, adoption of resolutions. There are 4 resolutions this morning. Can we adopt them all in one? Okay. So the first is 12500 Ardeen Sketch Plan number 320 18020A MCPB number 24-020. The second is 12500 Ardeen Site Plan number 820240060 MCPB number 24-021. The third is 12500 Ardeen Forest Conservation Plan number F20240250 MCPB number 24022, and the last is Amalan Bethesda Forest Conservation Plan number F20230270 MCPB number 24019. Do I have a motion for approval?
I move to approve the resolutions.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. And there's just one abstain who wasn't present at that time. There are no minutes this morning, and so we're going on to item number 2, record plats. We have 4 this morning. Should we do them all together? You can. Okay, thank you. The first is subdivision plat number 220231030 Har Zan property. The second is subdivision plat number 220231050 and 220231060 Preston Place and Lake Apartments. The third is subdivision plat number 220240040 Kensington Park. And the last is subdivision plat number 220240210 through 220240240 Creekside at Cabin Branch. All 4 where staff is recommending approval. Do I have a motion for approval?
I move that we approve the subdivision plats.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye, 5-0. The last is a regulatory extension request. It's National Park Cemetery Preliminary Plan 120050554A, Site Plan 820200050, and Forest Conservation Plan 820050024H. This is the regulatory extension request number 2, where staff is recommending approval of the extension. I had just one question for staff on this one. It's stating that they're requesting a 1-year extension. Could, normally, they typically aren't that long. Can anyone state why they're requesting a 1-year extension?
Mm-hmm.
Good morning. For the record, Marco Fuster, Down County staff. The project is particularly complex. There's a lot of coordination and a lot of issues to resolve. For one thing, the entire property is under an easement by the Maryland Historical Trust. Then once that coordination is approved, then it also is subject to a historic area work permit through the staff here in historic preservation. Another issue is that I think that this would be the first project to come in with the relatively new variance provisions for forest conservation variance for impacting forest in a stream buffer. And there's just a lot of complexities. I think we have the engineer present. They could add to that if there's any other more information is needed. But those are some of the highlights.
Yeah, given it talked about the historic National Historic Preserve, or the National Historic Trust, I thought maybe that may have something to do with it, but I just, it was important for us to learn. So you can provide us more information. That I'm supportive of the year, but I just wanted to know why and the complexity of it. And so maybe you can get back to the board later on any other information, you know, in an email or something, but I'm supportive of it, but I just wanted for us to have more details.
Then another thing that comes to mind as well is that it's a highly noise-impacted area. It's a few hundred feet from the Beltway, and there's not a noise wall at that location. And it's also a few hundred feet from the railroad track, active rail line. And there really are a lot of issues to work through, but we do have the engineer. I don't know if they want to add anything at this time.
Yeah, that's helpful context. I was wondering, given the complexities you mentioned, do we think this amount of time is necessary more so for the applicant to get kind of all their ducks in a row, or is this really a combination of like complexity with the application and complexity with the regulatory review internally with staff? Or do you think is one or the other sort of kind of driving the ship with how long it might take?
Yeah, I believe it's more of getting all the ducks in a row on the applicant side.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, so great. So just send us an email with, you know, as you outlining all those pieces, and that we're done with that. But do I have a motion to move forward with the extension?
Yeah, I'll move to approve the extension.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. We're on to item number 4, the roundtable discussion, where the Parks Director, Ms. Mitty Figueredo, will give a presentation. Thank you, and welcome, Mitty.
Good morning, thank you. Oh, I accidentally advanced the slide. So on this opening slide, you can see an image of our Oakley Cabin African American Museum and Park. This building is one of 43 historic structures in parks, and at this location in the early 19th century, almost 36 enslaved people lived and worked. There were originally 3 buildings on this site, but now there's 1 remaining. It's open, I believe, 2 days a month between April and October with living history programming, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about it in a few slides. So we recently wrapped up our first annual Parks Training Week. We dedicated a whole week to providing opportunities for park staff to engage in professional development, networking, and other growth opportunities. We had 29 different courses across 6 locations throughout Montgomery County and filled about 450 seats. Training sessions included customer service, GIS, supervisor skills, graphics, and many more. We also had raffles and food and tried to make it fun because we want to make this successful, and I think we plan to keep doing it. And I want to give a shout out to a couple of the staff who made it possible, our own Gronya O'Malley Sen and Radhika Gore. So this past Wednesday, we were supposed to have a ribbon cutting for some electric vehicle chargers at Wheaton Regional Park. It was postponed due to weather and will now be held on March 15th. But it was to mark Pepco's 200th electric vehicle charger. Their goal is to have 250 chargers across Montgomery and Prince George's County. On Parkland, we have 27 charging stations and another 9 under construction. Together, they've all hosted about 3,700 charging sessions and basically saved about almost 5,000 gallons of gas. And the 200th just happened to be in Wheaton Regional Park. As you know, Montgomery Parks is an active leader in the county's implementation of its climate action plan, the goal of which is to eliminate greenhouse gas emissions by 2035. In recent weeks, you heard from our sustainability coordinator, Kayla Hickman, about many of our other efforts, which include electrification of our fleet, electric landscape equipment, and our solar energy initiative. So this is a picture of staff, a number of whom received an award for their 25 years of service. You can see pictured Bob Turnbull, who is our Natural Surface Trails Program Manager, Stephanie Oberly, who's the Director of Brookside Gardens, Mike Little, who is the Division Chief in Northern Parks, Dennis McDonnell of Southern Parks, and Oliver Manuel of Facilities Management, and Captain Tracy Lieberman of our Park Police. The commission celebrates in a bi-county event every year folks who have completed 25 years of service, and we're very proud of people dedicating, you know, their full career to the Parks Department. We also host our own Montgomery Parks event to celebrate people receiving their 5, 10, 15-year, 20-year service award. You know, just want to remind everybody, as of today, we have about 750 career employees and almost 400 seasonal employees in Montgomery Parks. And, you know, we take pride in the longevity of our workforce and how committed people are to making a career in parks. So recently, Montgomery Park Police hosted a delegation from Abu Dhabi's police department. They apparently were researching where they could come visit to learn about tactics and skills in difficult terrain, and identified our park police as experts in this area and wanted to come learn from them. So we hosted them, and they learned from our park police experts about vehicles, drones, different technologies. They participated in sessions taught by our own master instructors on mounted operations, ATV vehicle operations, and search and rescue. And in the afternoon, they visited our special operations section and had a hands-on session with our mounted police and our police who operate the ATVs. And you can see here that one of them particularly enjoyed a Harley-Davidson motorcycle. And who wouldn't? So earlier this week, I had the occasion to give some remarks at a digital heritage symposium that we hosted at Brookside Gardens. And this was to kick off this augmented reality program that we're piloting with Oakley Cabin. So augmented reality is kind of like virtual reality, except that, and I'm going to explain this very poorly, so you just bear with me. Instead of just seeing a completely made-up landscape, it kind of layers onto something that's existing. So at Oakley Cabin, what you'll be able to see is Oakley Cabin, but in its more original setting, and the other two buildings as they would have existed in the landscape. And it makes the history, it's another way of interpreting history that makes it come alive for people. And we were very excited about this because this was a partnership with Montgomery County government with their technology department, with Montgomery Parks and with the University of Maryland. It's very complex. Folks who attended the symposium learned about how the augmented reality is created, requires a lot of skill and expertise. And we're really excited about the opportunity to make history come alive for people in a new way in Montgomery Parks. This, the QR code at the site will become live later this spring in April, and there will be an actual opening event timed for our Juneteenth celebrations.
So do we need goggles? Because that's how it should be, you know, wear goggles. So they just overlay the history on a regular thing, so it's not 3D or anything that like...
You do see a 3D image. Yeah.
Do you need glasses to see 3D, or just like the 3D you see on Facebook? Oh, okay.
This is all the more reason for you to come visit and try it out
Yeah,
yourself.
let me know when it
Oh,
is
yeah.
I go.
We absolutely will. We absolutely will. So we also recently hosted our 21st annual Greenscape Symposium. This event used to be in person, and during the pandemic, we switched to hosting this as a virtual event. And when we started doing that, we discovered that we more than doubled the attendance. So it continues to be an online event that reaches over 1,200 participants from 26 states and the District of Columbia. People learn about sustainable gardening in both a home and professional setting. And 53% of the participants are homeowners, but almost half are professionals who are learning more about sustainable gardening. We do see revenue from this event. Folks pay for it. I think the gross revenue Brookside Gardens received was $73,000. So we're bringing in revenue and we're providing a needed service for folks. And just want to thank you and also let you know with this image that Montgomery Parks and Westfield Montgomery are partnering to honor Black History Month by offering free entry to the Josiah Henson Museum and Park, which, as you know, is located on the former plantation of Isaac Riley, where Reverend Josiah Henson was enslaved. The museum and park will be open, free of charge, on Saturday, March 9th and Sunday, March 10th, and we have more information about this online. We're very excited about it and hoping to get a lot of people out there to experience this excellent museum. And with that, thank you, and I'll take any questions if you have them.
Any questions from the board, comments? Thank you for presenting. Yeah, it was always good to know sort of the behind the scenes of how the Parks Department works, and especially the training. Training is so important, and it's important that you continue that with your staff. So thank you very much. And we'll move on to the next item. We'll take a 1-minute break, and we'll move on to the next item, which is number 6, 4702 Chevy Chase Drive, preliminary plan amendment number 1. Oh, is it 13? Did I? Okay. I'm sorry. Oh, it's number 13, it's the Brickyard Estates, okay. Yep, Brickyard Estates, administrative subdivision plan number 620230150, and preliminary forest conservation plan number F20230390. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 13, Brickyard Estates Administrative Subdivision Plan Number 620230150 and Preliminary Plan / Final Forest Conservation Plan Number F20230390, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. This morning, we have from the planning staff, Jeff Server, to present this project. Good morning, Jeff.
Good morning, members of the board. For the record, my name is Jeff Server with Up County. Before you today is Brickyard Estates Administrative Subdivision Plan Number 620230150 and Preliminary Final Forest Conservation Plan Number F20230390. Staff is recommending approval with conditions of the Administrative Subdivision Plan and the Preliminary Final Forest Conservation Plan. The application seeks to create 3 new residential lots for 3 single-family detached dwelling units. In looking at the site vicinity, the subject property is located at 7601 Brickyard Road. It's on the east side of Brickyard Road in Potomac. You can see it outlined in the blue polygon to the right. It's at the southeast corner of the intersection of Brickyard Road and New London Drive. It's southwest of the Rock Run Stream Valley, southwest of the TBC Potomac at Avenel Farm Golf Course, and southeast of the River Falls Community Center. The subject property is currently made up of parcel 239, which is 6.6 acres of RE2 zoned land. This is also shown in the polygon to the right. It is subject to the 2002 Potomac Subregion Master Plan. Currently, it is improved in that it has an existing single-family detached residence, a detached garage, and a driveway. Surrounding properties within the area are predominantly small and large lot configurations of RE2 and R200 zoned land. It is located within the Rock Run watershed, and it's worth noting that the subject property does have a significant amount of tree cover on the southern part of the site for about 4.8 acres. This item is before you today at the board because of correspondence from the community, and the applicant team has met all the signage and noticing requirements. Staff met with the community on site this past December, on December 1st, 2023. The on-site meeting was in addition to email and phone calls that have been going on with the community. And the focus was really to try to better understand the community concerns and address them out in the field. The primary concern has been the extension in New London Drive, and you're going to hear about that more as we go through the presentation. The extension New London Drive is being driven by the subdivision code requirements, and they basically state that any subdivision must provide for the continuation of existing roads. And the Master Plan and Thrive 2050 also support this in recommending the completion of road connections in order to provide better access for pedestrians and cyclists. As I mentioned, we have received correspondence from neighboring residents. Overall, there have been 2 letters of support for the application. The correspondence has expressed questions and concerns about the extension of New London Drive, associated traffic impacts, pedestrian safety, the proposed density, removal of trees on the subject property, general procedural questions. Some of these concerns have been addressed in the course of the review, but the extension of New London Drive has been one that has been an ongoing. We're not completely in agreement on that, but we'll talk about that in more detail as we go. The proposal before you is to subdivide parcel 239 into 3 lots to provide 3 single-family detached residences. It includes the extension in New London Drive. Driveway access would ultimately be provided from the extension of New London Drive. The new residences would have frontage along the extension of New London Drive, and it would create 1.6 acres of on-site forest and place them into a Category 1 conservation easement. Staff worked very closely with the applicant team from the beginning of the application to where we are today. And looking at just the lot layout and the subdivision design, the image to the left is showing the initial layout as it was received when it was first submitted. And it had a different configuration of the lots. In working with the applicant team, we were able to arrive at a simplified and a little bit improved lot configuration that placed 3 lots sort of side by side each other. And in the process of doing that, we were also able to retain more of the the tree coverage that's on site and reduce the number of trees that would be impacted by the development. I'm going to turn this over to Brett Brown, our transportation reviewer for the application, and let him cover the transportation portion.
Thank you, Mr. Server. Good morning, members of the board. For the record, Brett Brown, Up County Transportation. So before we start to get into the nitty gritty of the plan, I just wanted to kind of harken back to what Jeff has been discussing about street grid, street network. Again, there's a lot of language within Thrive, as well as the area master plan for Potomac and our subdivision regulations. Obviously won't read through each and every one of these quotes, but I pulled these from Thrive because this really serves as the impetus for why we are requesting the applicant to extend New London Drive. So again, interconnected street, a street grid pattern is important for the efficient movement of pedestrians and bicyclists. And we try to add that within every development review that we have. Next slide, please. So moving into master plan conformance, again, Jeff has already touched on this briefly, but again, I pulled out some quotes from the Potomac subregion master plan that really do provide more reasoning for this roadway connection. So again, establishing a short street pattern, providing more street connections, again, for pedestrians and bicycle links to surrounding streets and neighborhoods. We also have language within our county code, within the subdivision regulations of Chapter 50. There's a subsection called continuation of roads, and as the name suggests, it reasons that any subdivision should provide for the continued construction of any existing roads. There's also another subsection known as future subdivisions, which has similar language, which states that any subdivision should not preclude any future road openings or road extensions. Next slide, please. So this map kind of shows the neighborhood. I'm sorry that I don't have a picture of the actual subject property, but it is to the far left, right at the corner, the first point of the black line at Brickyard Road. I'm showing this map just to kind of show the neighborhood geography. Obviously, this section of New London Road is not completely built yet, but I wanted to show that, you know, the roads are not, it's not a formal grid of streets. The roads meander, they dead end. There's not really a lot of through streets into the neighborhood unless, except for Dartmouth Green Drive, which is just to the south about a quarter mile, and then Mountain Gate, which are the only main entrances into the neighborhood. But I just wanted to show that just to show some of the street hierarchy. The two main streets within the neighborhood, well, on the outskirts of the neighborhood, are Brickyard Road, which provides north-south access to MacArthur Boulevard. Again, MacArthur Boulevard, which provides east-west access, and then the Clara Barton Parkway, which provides direct access to 495 North and 495 South. Next slide, please. And this slide, again, really does hammer in the point of why having an interconnected street grid is important. The picture on the left shows a formal grid of streets where you have a lot more four-way connections. There's greater capacity for traffic and pedestrians and bicyclists. The grid on the right, or not grid, but the street network on the right is a typical of more post-war suburban development where you have a lot more cul-de-sacs, you have a lot more meandering streets. And the road hierarchy is a little different. There's usually entrances to much larger streets that are really not conducive for pedestrian and bicyclist movement, and even for people who are walking and rolling. Next slide, please. So now really getting into the deep end of the pool, I just wanted to show some existing conditions of the project, and I'll try to explain the New London Drive. It's a little confusing. Technically, it exists in two separate segments. So the first segment emanates from Brickyard Road. This is the section that is fronted by the subject property. This portion of New London Drive terminates just east of the eastern property line of the subject property. The second section of New London Drive is about 200 or so feet east, and that continues for probably about a little less than a mile before terminating at Natelli Woods Drive, which is where the north arrow is. So I wanted to kind of illustrate the gap that exists between these two roads. And then the inset picture also, again, shows the gap. The next slide shows a more on-the-ground picture of what both of the roads look like. So the first picture is facing east from Brickyard Road. On the right side is the actual subject property. As you can see, it basically functions as a driveway. You can't see it in the picture, but there's two other residential properties to the left that derive access from this portion of New London Drive, although their addresses read as Brickyard Road. The picture on the right shows the improved portion of New London Drive. This is facing west. Again, this is facing west toward Brickyard Road. And then on the left is this actual subject property. Next slide, please. So drilling down a little more, we've worked in consultation with the applicant for a little less than a year on getting this extension, making this extension a reality. So as you can see, the area that is bracketed by the two thick lines in goldenrod, that is the portion of New London Drive that doesn't exist right now. That is the portion that will be built. So the existing portion that is fronted by the subject property that will be reconstructed in compliance with Complete Streets Design Guide. So it will be built as a neighborhood street with approximately 70 feet of right of way. So in addition to having the road reconstructed, it'll also be connected to the other existing portion of New London Drive, the improved portion. Again, this represents a lot of consultation with the applicant as well as MCDOT. We also had a pretty major discussion about emergency vehicle access. I kind of touched on it briefly with the Potomac Subregion Master Plan, but there's a section that actually discusses limiting roadway width to an appropriate measurement, which is what we've done. So the 21 feet of pavement, the 10 and a half feet travel lanes is sufficient for the movement of emergency vehicles and for fire department access.
Excuse me, Pratt.
Next slide, please.
Could you keep it
Yes.
on this slide? What are the width of the pavement and right-of-way on the both sides of the section that is not built yet? Because it looks like that the one that is on the east side has the wider right-of-way. Is that correct? The
Right.
lines I see?
Yes, that's right. So as I said, so this section of New London Drive that's fronted by the property, it's technically a street, but it's also a driveway. So it's not actually built to the county standards of a street. It's just built to the standards of a driveway. You are correct. The eastern portion, the improved portion, it has a right-of-way width of about 70 feet. So it's classified as a neighborhood street, which is why we wanted the right-of-way to match for the section of New London Drive that'll be reconstructed.
Okay, so
Technically, there are some right-of-way constraints, so it's technically the full right-of-way is 70 feet, but given some of the right-of-way constraints, the pavement width will actually be a little narrower than the existing
yeah,
portion of
I
the London Drive that's
understand that.
improved.
My question is that as part of this project, the section that does not exist would be built to the, to the 70 foot and 21 foot, and also the section that is already there on the west side. Is that going to be widened to make the whole right-of-way width 70 and the whole roadway width 21 foot?
So it'll be widened just to be in compliance with county standards, but as I said, the right-of-way it'll still be a full right-of-way dedication of 70 feet, but because there are some right-of-way limitations, the pavement width will actually be smaller than the existing improved portion of New London Drive.
So
But to answer your
So we
question,
were able
I
they,
don't
they will be
understand.
providing dedication so that there will be 70 feet of right-of-way, which will match the existing portion to the east, and then the road will be improved to approximately 20 feet. Brett?
is that from the whole section from the place that the gap exists all the way to Brickyard
Brickyard,
Road?
yes.
That was
Yes,
my question.
correct.
Yes.
Okay,
Along the entire property
that's
frontage
correct.
to Brickyard, yes.
okay.
Will
Thank
be
you.
dedicated and improved.
Thank you. That was the question, yeah.
Oh, next slide. Sorry, Jeff. So we already touched on this a little bit, but again, the subject property does have frontage on two public streets. So New London Drive, which is technically a driveway, and then Brickyard Road, which has the higher classification. All three of the properties that'll be on this site will have access from New London Drive. Currently, there are no master plan facilities for either road. There's no sidewalks, there's no bike lanes, anything like that. There's nothing in the bicycle master plan. But the applicant will be building a 6-foot sidewalk along the property's Brickyard Road frontage, and then a 5-foot wide sidewalk along the property's New London Drive frontage. Now, Our standard has always been 6 feet, but again, given some of the right-of-way constraints and some of the stormwater management issues, we felt that 5 feet would be more sufficient to actually fit within that right-of-way. Next slide, please. So these 3 maps kind of highlight some of the concerns that residents had about possible traffic. So I brought up these 3 maps. One is Google Maps, the one up to the right is Bing, and I'm aging myself a little bit here, but the one at the bottom is MapQuest. So it does show that any kind of traffic routes circumventing the neighborhood will always use Brickyard Road. Brickyard Road has the higher classification. New London Drive has a lower classification. So regardless of what GPS system you use or what route you use, Brickyard Road to MacArthur Boulevard or Claire Barton Parkway will always be the preferred route to avoid any kind of traffic impacts to the neighborhood. And with that, I will turn it back over to my colleague, Mr. Server. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett. So I'm looking at the adequate public facilities. The application is exempt from an LATR study. It's generating below 50 peak hour person trips. The application would utilize public water and sewer lines. It has a W1 and S1 service category. Meets all the stormwater management requirements, meets fire access and water supply requirements, and there are no additional UPPs required, and that the number of students generated does not exceed the adequacy ceiling for the schools. Looking at forest conservation, the image just below, the green is basically identifying the 1.6 acres that would be placed within a Category 1 conservation easement. And the area that is shaded in beige is showing the area of overstory tree coverage that would be maintained. It's not within the easement, but it would be retained, going back to the collaboration that staff did with the applicant team. And looking at the variance trees and mitigation trees, the trees that are identified by number in the yellow circles are trees that would be impacted by the development. The trees that are in the blue diamond would be variance trees that would be removed. And then the ones in the green pentagon are showing variance trees that would be planted on the subject property. So I'm looking at the findings. The application conforms to the 2002 Potomac Master Plan. The public facilities are adequate, complies with all the regulations of all the provisions of the subdivision regulations. The proposed lots are appropriate with respect to size, shape, width, and orientation for the proposed residential use. Meets all the requirements of the RE2 zone, complies with Chapter 22A for forest conservation, and complies with Chapter 19 with an improved stormwater concept. Staff recommends approval with conditions for the administrative subdivision plan number 62023-0150 and preliminary final forest conservation plan number F2023-0390. And I'm going to turn it over to Patrick.
Yeah, I just wanted to recognize Brett Brown for his service to Up County. This is his last presentation today, actually last day with us as well tomorrow. So just wishing Brett the best of luck. I've tried everything in my power to keep Brett with us, including offering a place to stay in my basement rather than relocating to Chicago with his mom, but he is doing so and staying close to family and moving back home. So Brett, it's been a pleasure, and just really, thank you for everything you've done. You're always a member of Up County and the Planning Department. You always got a place here should you ever return to the area. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for those kind words. And
Yeah, Brett, thank you so much for all your work here at the commission, and we will miss you, and good luck with you, your time in Chicago. Thank you. Thank you. And so next we have one, Joel Zabat, to give a testimony here. Could you come up to the table, please? So welcome. Please state your name and begin your testimony.
Thank you, Chair. Before I begin my testimony, a question. I had sent to the staff last night a map, a marked map, which would be easier to follow. Do you have access to that map? Yes, thank you. Chair, Commissioners, Happy Leap Day, and staff. On behalf of my family and 30 other local residents, mostly on New London Drive, we support, with a caveat, the developer's proposal to build 3 private residences on the 7601 Brickyard Road parcel. We oppose the county staff recommendation to connect New London Drive with Brickyard Road, which is red starred on the map. I've spent my career in transportation policy at both the state and federal levels. Of the 3 valid reasons for a new road connection, traffic, emergency response, and safety, none apply in this case, and there are strong reasons not to approve a connection. No current or anticipated traffic warrants a new road. No one has argued otherwise. Traffic in the area is light, and the Mazza and Avenel communities are built out. Even at rush hour, cars normally connect to MacArthur Boulevard and Brickyard Road without delay. The nearest fire and ambulance facility is at Carter Rock. The 2 existing entrances, Mountain View to MacArthur and Dartmouth Green to Brickyard, which are blue stars on your map, are both closer to the station than a new connection would be. And a New London Drive connection to Brickyard Road would be only a quarter mile closer to the response facilities in downtown Potomac than the existing connection on the same road. Having a third connection is a nice but marginal benefit. It will not create or advance a grid, and it is limited by being adjacent to existing connector on the same road. Moreover, our adjacent communities also have only 2, and in 2 cases, only 1 outlet. Connecting New London Drive creates far more problems than benefits. Foremost among them is traffic flow. The county has made a great and successful effort to keep through traffic off of Brickyard Road, traced in orange, and encourage Potomac Village traffic and DC commuters to use MacArthur Boulevard and Falls Road, traced in green. To this end, the county has placed 11 speed bumps and 3 traffic circles to keep through traffic off of Brickyard. The current Dartmouth Green connection encourages those traveling to Potomac Village to take a short drive south on Brickyard to MacArthur as the best way to get to Potomac Village. But if a New London Drive connection opens, all the Potomac Village traffic from Mazza at Avenal will be dumped onto the long drive north along Brickyard, undercutting the county's intent. Furthermore, the traffic will be diverted away from the Dartmouth Green connection. Of the 13 roads intersecting with Brickyard between MacArthur and Falls Road, Dartmouth Green has the only double-wide connection and the only median separating incoming and outgoing traffic. A New London Drive connection will be diverting traffic away from the safest connection to Brickyard Road. I say again, a New London Drive connection will be diverting traffic away from the safest connection to Brickyard Road. Normally, traffic on MacArthur Boulevard going past the community is light, but when Clara Barton or the George Washington Parkway back up, the MacArthur overflow can be heavy. When traffic backs up, commuters could use the new connection to cut through the community, traced in red in the map, to avoid the traffic lights at Clara Barton and Brickyard, again undercutting the county's intended traffic flow. Finally, we hope the board will give weight to the views of existing residents. Living on a cul-de-sac brings folks together, and for some 50 years, 2.5 generations, residents have enjoyed the benefits of the roads as they are. None of us who live in the New London right-of-way want that to change. A walking and biking community has grown up around the cul-de-sacs. Staff's contention that a through road would benefit walking is flat wrong. Adding through traffic to walked residential streets without any sidewalks is a hazard, and sidewalks are not being added to the vast majority of New London Drive, right of the red star. Staff was kind enough to visit with residents in December and explain that a major challenge is that the dead ends on New London Drive do not meet current code requirements, and the county right-of-way is not wide enough to build a dead end, only a through road. Residents proposed alternatives, including providing easements on their property to allow a dead end to be built to code, having the county relinquish the right-of-way, connecting the road but only allowing access to government vehicles, building a bike lane and sidewalk only if you want to give more than lip service to helping bicyclists and pedestrians, and continuing the current code waiver. Staff cited code, policy, or legal objections to each of these alternatives. These are code concerns, not safety concerns. Large fire trucks and other county vehicles already serve the ends of the cul-de-sacs, using private driveways to turn around. We ask the board to direct staff to work with residents to develop a solution without a road connection, even if that requires a waiver. Failing that, we ask you to maintain the status quo and keep the current dead ends in place, even though they're not up to code. Both solutions are preferable to building an unneeded, unwanted connection with negative safety and traffic flow implications because it was the easiest way to meet code requirements. Since late spring, the staff has communicated well with the community. I salute them and thank them for their responsiveness. The only communication breakdown was at the end. None of us received notice from the county or commission that this hearing was taking place. In my closing seconds, I'm now speaking only for the two families living adjacent to 7601 and across the New London right-of-way. These two families, we are opposed to the proposed configuration of the 3 new lots, which would put all 3 of them closer to our homes than the current house at 7601. Staff wants the building moved as far north as possible for the admirable goal of preserving 73 significant and 42 specimen trees. But in effect, you are jamming all the houses on 5 adjacent lots as closely together as possible. As they say on ESPN, come on, man. We support earlier proposals by the developer. that
Mr.
would
Sabat,
build-
just, you can wind up, please.
I am winding up, sir. We support earlier proposals by the developer that would build the new homes in line with the existing structures on the property while minimizing any tree losses. We are willing to work with him and with you to mitigate and replace any loss of significant and specimen trees. Thank you for your courtesy and for your time.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. So I'd like to now go to the applicant. Do you have any presentation you'd like to make? And then I'd like, if there's the opportunity to address any of Mr. Zabat's comments or questions and concerns.
Sure. Yes. Chris Rulin with the law firm of Lurch, Early and Brewer, here on behalf of the applicant, 7601 Brickyard LLC. I'm going to take a quick second to acknowledge the folks that are with us today. Michael Taylor, you see him online. He's actually out of the country. He's here for the applicant. Michael, if you want to just test your connection just to make sure that you are able to hear and speak.
Hi, I'm here.
Okay, great.
Hello, everyone.
Good. And then I'll allow our consultants to introduce themselves.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Patrick Horgan. I'm with Husker Consulting. We're the civil engineering firm working with the applicant who prepared the administrative subdivision plans.
Great.
Good morning, Robert Jaden, Jaden Design Associates, landscape architects and environmental consultant for the project.
Great, thank you. We appreciate the opportunity to be here today. The applicant has been working on this proposal for quite some time. Mr. Taylor acquired the property in 2022, late 2022, and I think shortly after that actually went through a concept plan review with staff to get preliminary comments, including direction on the road connection and some of the other issues that we've heard about in the report. We have worked very closely with staff through this process, and we do feel that that's been a beneficial collaboration. It's taken, quite some time, but I think that we've arrived at a plan that addresses the concerns that have been raised. And we have also been attentive to the community comments that you've heard about with traffic and with respect to the lot configuration. As we worked through this, we actually analyzed a couple different alternatives for how to approach both of those issues. But at the end of the day, we recognize that the staff and the agency recommendations have a policy basis. And we believe that the plan that we've arrived at is consistent with those policy reasons for why we have the connection through proposed as it is and why we have the lot layout. So we accept the conditions as they're written, and really we are just looking forward to getting through this step and moving forward on this project.
Thank you. Does the staff have anything else to add after the testimony by Mr. Zabat?
I'll just say one thing. I think unless the board has any questions, we can go into more detail. But just going to point out here this Darmuid Green Drive. There's already an alternate route to Brickyard from Clara Barton. So adding this, suggesting that all of a sudden there would be additional people using this as an alternate route, that alternate route exists today. I just want to make sure the board understood that completing this connection wouldn't create the only alternate route between Brickyard and Clara Barton. So with that, I'll stop, and if the board has any other questions, we're happy to answer those.
Can you go back to how would someone try to detour from Clara Barton? Can you just go back? Is there a...
I think that was on the earlier slide. So right here, essentially where it says, Yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
Perfect. So here is the route, the alternate route that would be created with the connection. If you don't create the connection, there is still a connection to Brickyard that exists today via Darmuid Green Drive. If you point that out, thank you.
Yeah. Is it appropriate for me to respond, or is my time out?
So Clara Barton is to the lower, can you just take your arrow?
Correct, where it says 1.3 miles.
Right.
Right. Sorry, 1.53.
Okay. Does the board have any questions or comments on this one? Okay, please.
What is the history about having this gap? Why do we have this gap? And is there, if you go back to the other, the previous one, yes. Because do we have enough right-of-way? Because I do not know who owns the land that is south of this subject property or to the east of this subject property, and why this gap was existed.
Right, so one, I'll say that east of the property, the 70-foot right-of-way exists, and to get the full 70-foot right-of-way, this property is being subdivided into the three.
Okay, so we have the full 70-foot
We will
right-of-way.
have the full right-of-way
So
needed
why
with the
wasn't it
subdivision of
built?
this.
Why the gap existed? Was it originally in the master plan that New London Drive would be a full connected drive to Brickyard Road? Was it originally envisioned in the master plan that this is going to be a connected road?
For the record, Sandra Pereira, Regulatory Supervisor. The master plan does not have a specific recommendation for New London Drive, but the master plan speaks about connectivity in general, and there's existing right-of-way that has been previously dedicated in a perfect alignment with the existing road that's built already to public road standards to the east of the property. So where you see the, do you mind pointing? So where it's built, no, on the other side, it's built. That's the existing portion. Then there's the gap, and then there's existing right-of-way in perfect alignment. So everything indicates to us that this road was to be completed at some point in the future as a public road, as a public through road in this location.
And to say it a little bit differently, the properties to the north and to the east of this subject property have provided their share of the dedication to
So
connect
they
to
knew
Brickyard.
that
The last piece
yeah.
is this property.
Okay, the reason I ask this question is that when people that they live along New London Drive, they purchase their houses, it was an expectation that this is going to be a true road. It's not going to be a cul-de-sac, or it's not going to be a dead-end road as it is shown. Because sometimes, I could see that people may get unhappy that and I totally understand connection is important, but they bought their houses thinking that they're at the end of the cul-de-sac or something, but this is not the case. The idea of New London Drive to be a true road has existed all along by the dedication of the right-of-way, by the way that they had shown it. The only curiosity that I have, why didn't they build it? Because this creates this issue we have right now. People have the perception that this may be a dead end, but it is not, and I do not know why it was not built, if you know about it, and if you don't, I don't know, but I would
Again,
just-
they don't have the full right-of-way. So if you could go to
I
the
know,
one
but they
image that
could
showed
have
the
built
stop
it.
bar, they built the road to the point where the right-of-way then was not the full 70 feet, and they simply put a stop bar at the end, obviously with the idea that this would extend in the future when we have a subdivision application in to
But
get the
you're saying
dedication
that
and
there
then
is-
complete the road.
But that's not true. If you go to the gap, the full right-of-way exists. I'm talking about if you go back to the same slide, the full right-of-way existed, but we just didn't build it. Yeah, If you go to another one that shows where that Brett had, that showed the right-of-way, yeah.
Right, so the bar on the right,
Okay, I
you can
see.
see the end there of the street that was constructed. So if you're standing at the capital N, where the yellow bar is on the right side of this image, and you're looking west.
I see, okay.
That's where the image on the right was, where there's simply a stop bar at the end of the road, where then, if you were to continue west, there wasn't the full right-of-way to construct the full road. So it stopped. Now that
So,
this application is in, we're obtaining the rest of the right-of-way to then complete the road and complete the connection to Brickyard,
okay, so the whole road exists up to that?
to that point.
Okay, I didn't know that. Okay, so I get it.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're good. Any other comments or questions?
Excuse me. Not as much of a question as I think just a comment. I think it's important to think about this a little bit in kind of the context and the orientation and where, vehicles in particular may be going. I don't see a lot of opportunities or need for the kind of cut-through traffic that, respectfully you're describing. I think a lot of kind of the rush hour traffic will be heading, this is sort of northwest of the Beltway, northwest of DC, sort of north of Tyson's and other areas in Northern Virginia where a lot of job centers might be. So and to the extent that peak hour still matters in a post-COVID world, and it's not as important as it used to be, but I think that a lot of the traffic will be won't be using this connection to accomplish kind of rush hour goals. And I just wanted to point that out, number one. But it will serve an important point, to staff's point, connectivity for folks who are kind of trying to avoid a longer kind of roundabout way of getting through the neighborhood. I do see some value there. I take your point that obviously, folks probably still walk and bike in the neighborhood right now. I see this as a value add to shorten those trips in some cases. So that outside of the code requirements that you discussed, and obviously the need there if there is going to be an administrative subdivision. But I just wanted to sort of reflect a little bit on the orientation of this and where vehicles in particular might be going. It is a long, winding kind of roundabout, and to your point, there is a connection already through the other road that you mentioned that has kind of the two splits at the end of it. So I support the connection. I think it'll be a value add, and it obviously accomplishes the goals of Thrive and street connectivity that Brett talked about.
So, Mr. Bartley, do you have any?
Yeah, I have a general comment. I like the idea that these houses are being built, and I understand Mr. Sabat's issue with regards to connectivity, and I appreciate him coming today and expressing his concern on behalf of his family and his neighbors. I just have a general comment that has no bearing on the approval of this, but one of the things that we discuss and we understand is that there's a housing opportunity crisis in our county, and sometimes the RE2 zone and what the RE2 zone allows on the lots isn't always, it's in the best interest that the houses are being built, but in lessening the exigency of the housing crisis, I wonder if there will be an opportunity where from time to time the RE2 zone requirement will be lessened for lots who have at least an acre of land to build more than one family unit on that property. And so last week we had an RE2 zone in the proximate area with the same concern. And I think if we're looking at lessening the housing crisis in Montgomery County, that all of our communities need to pitch in and be given an opportunity to develop more housing. And I think it'd be in the best interest of all our citizens in sharing the burden, and it'd also be an economic boom for the developers in the surrounding communities. That's it.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. I also agree that to support Thrive, the precepts of Thrive, that connectivity is very, very important for streets to go through. It appears that New London Drive, the east of this area, that it was anticipated that there would be a street that would go through. I understand your concerns about there are currently no sidewalks on New London East. I mean, I don't know how staff, the I don't know, the applicant shouldn't be putting them in, but how does the families to the east of New London, can they petition for sidewalks sometime in the, because I think that would be very, very good for, in terms of safety and stuff like that, and I don't, maybe we could figure out how to do, to give the Mr. Zabat and the other families a way to petition for some sidewalks on New London like that. But I'm very supportive of staff's recommendation, and if there are no other comments or questions, do I have a motion for approval?
Yeah. I'll move to, we need to separate them out, the forest conservation and the administrative.
You can go ahead and do it.
Okay. All right, then I'll move to approve the administrative subdivision plan number 6, 2023-0150, and the preliminary and final forest conservation plan F 2023-0390.
Second.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. 5. Thank you, and we look forward to the project coming forward. Thank you. We're going to take a 2-minute break, and then we'll start with our next item, which is item number 6, if I have it correct this time, which is the 4702 Chevy Chase Drive Preliminary Plan Amendment number 12021-001A and Site Plan number 82023-0120. Thank you. Good morning. Moving forward on our Leap Day schedule, we're on item number 6, 4702 Chevy Chase Drive Preliminary Plan Amendment 12021-001A and Site Plan Number 82023-0120, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. This morning we have Grace Bogdan with the Planning Department presenting. Good morning, Grace.
Good morning, members of the Planning Board. For the record, Grace Bogdan with Down County. Happy leap year. Today we are presenting two applications, preliminary plan amendment and site plan, a new site plan application for Chevy Chase Drive. This property is located in downtown Bethesda, actually at the southern border of the sector plan boundary. So the property is shown on your screen in the aerial with the red highlight. The property has frontage on Chevy Chase Drive. It is actually a through block, so it also has frontage on Nottingham Drive to the south. Nottingham Drive is the southern boundary to the Bethesda sector plan. The property itself is 0.48 tract acres in size, and it is currently developed with a single-family dwelling that's been used as a medical office. There's also associated surface parking on the lot in the front and the rear of the house. Directly to the south, across from Nottingham Drive, is a single-family residential zone, and Nottingham Drive terminates to the west at the entrance of Norwood Local Park. Directly to the east of the site is the Bethesda Volunteer Fire Department. Directly to the west is 4720 Chevy Chase Drive. This is a 5-story condominium building. And along the southern edge of Chevy Chase Drive, there are other similar condominium buildings of a similar height. And across the street directly is the Barclay Apartments, which is a series of 4-story garden apartment buildings. Just by way of background, the Planning Board has approved two previous applications for the property in December of 2020. The first of which is a sketch plan, which allows for a maximum density of 85,000 square feet for residential development, which anticipated up to 70 units, and this utilized a portion of Bethesda overlay zone density. And the Planning Board also approved a preliminary plan for one lot for this development, and that preliminary plan had a validity period of 36 months and an adequate public facility period of 5 years. The conceptual rendering of that proposal is on the right side of your screen. As you can see, Chevy Chase Drive at the top of your screen. One thing I want to note that was really of importance during this review was the inclusion of sidewalk extensions on Chevy Chase Drive to Bradley Boulevard, as well as on Nottingham Drive and through the site itself from Chevy Chase Drive to Nottingham Drive on the eastern portion of the site. So today with the two applications, the applicant's requesting a preliminary plan amendment to extend that validity period that was for 36 months that would have expired on February 7th of this year. The applicant's requesting a 2-year extension to February 7th, 2026. And with the site plan, the applicant is requesting to construct an 82,000 square foot residential building for up to 49 units with 15% MBDUs, and the portion of Bethesda overlay zone density of 50,913 square feet. This building will have a maximum height of 70 feet along Chevy Chase Drive and will step down towards Nottingham Drive for that single-family residential zone, and we will cover that residential compatibility in a minute. And the project's also providing structured parking with an access point off of Chevy Chase Drive. One thing we'd like to point out here for the Bethesda sector plan, there's a major recommendation for all sites to achieve a 35% green cover on site, and the applicant is achieving this through a combination of green roof and plantings, vegetative plantings on the ground level that will be covered by mature tree canopy. The project will also be providing streetscape on Chevy Chase and Nottingham Drive, and will be undergrounding utilities on Chevy Chase Drive. And as you can see on your screen to the right, this is a rendering of the site plan application. The sidewalk extensions that I spoke about at the sketch plan stage have been carried forward. The subject property itself is highlighted in this red dashed line, and as you can see on Chevy Chase Drive, the sidewalk extension will continue out to the existing sidewalk on Bradley Boulevard. On Nottingham Drive, the sidewalk extension will continue east towards the existing sidewalk along the Bethesda Volunteer Fire Department site, and then west towards the entrance to Norwood Local Park. And on the right side of your screen, there's the sidewalk connection from Chevy Chase Drive down to Nottingham Drive.
That is that is a through connection from Chevy Chase down to Nottingham. There is an actual block. Okay, just
Yes.
making sure.
This slide enhances that access and circulation I was getting to on the previous slide. So the garage access point will be located on the northwest corner of the site, fronting on Chevy Chase Drive, and the the blue arrows are showing the lobby entrance on the northeast corner of Chevy Chase Drive. Given that there is that pedestrian connection on the eastern side, it has allowed the building to be highly articulated with ground floor unit entries, which will be along that sidewalk connection, as well as along Nottingham Drive. Given that the project is now 49 units, the project is no longer providing a loading access point off of Nottingham Drive, and alternatively, the applicant has provided a loading management plan that describes how this loading will be conducted within the existing right-of-way along Chevy Chase Drive. Within this loading management plan, it details that the building will provide an on-site manager that will schedule move-in and move-outs, which will be off-peak travel times. The recycling and trash pickup will occur within the site's driveway, and other deliveries will also occur within the right-of-way for Chevy Chase Drive.
Just curious, is it a connection with the drive from Chevy Chase to Nottingham, or is it just a parking? In the west side of the site?
On the east side with the blue arrow, this is showing just a pedestrian through block connection.
Yeah, on the west side, is it do we connect the block from Chevy Chase Drive to Nottingham or no?
Not on the west side.
Not on the west side. Okay, that's the other property. Okay.
Yes. And then one thing to note on this, during the review of the plan, which was reviewed by DOT, Department of Permitting Services, right-of-way permitting, and their fire access division, through the review of this, fire access requested that the existing on-street parking spaces on the north side of Chevy Chase Drive to be removed to allow for sufficient circulation in case of an emergency. So that is being shown on your screen here with the arrow of the no parking. This slide is showing an exhibit of the residential compatibility standards. So with this little image here, it's a section through the building looking towards Wisconsin Avenue. As previously stated, there is a residential neighborhood to the south. So essentially, the zoning code limits the maximum building height along Nottingham Drive to the maximum building height for that residential zone. So the property line here is shown in the red dashed line, showing the 35-foot height maximum. And then the building height is allowed to increase at a 45-degree plane. And so the building can continue to step up towards its maximum building height of 70 feet along Chevy Chase Drive. The images on your screen show the final building architecture. The image on your left is looking at the building from Chevy Chase Drive, looking towards Wisconsin Avenue. The building has a 3-story base and will be utilizing a light masonry brick. Above the 3-story base, there's setbacks of varying dimension and the introduction of balconies and metal clad paneling to allow depth and variety along that Chevy Chase Drive frontage. The image on the right side of your screen is also from Chevy Chase Drive, really from the Bethesda Volunteer site, looking towards that building where you can see the sidewalk connection, the activation with ground floor unit entries, and how you can see the building stepping down towards Nottingham on the left side of this image. This project did go through the design advisory panel process at sketch and again at site plan with 2 meetings. And in their final meeting in January of 2023, they voted in support of 20 design excellence points for the project. And this image on the bottom of your screen is looking at the project from Nottingham Drive, showing one of the final details that DAP requested, which is a 3-part facade, and then the building stepping up towards Chevy Chase Drive. With site plan for an optional method project, we are looking at final calculations for the public benefit points, and the applicant's required to achieve 100 public benefit points from 4 categories listed on your screen. The staff report includes all of the final calculations, and staff is recommending 100.6 points for the category. On to the preliminary plan amendment. This amendment is to extend the validity period by 2 years. And so within Chapter 50, the subdivision ordinance, it provides applicability standards for when an extension can be requested, either 1 or 2. One is delays by the government or some other third party have prevented the applicant from moving forward. The second is that there was an occurrence of significant, unusual, or unanticipated events beyond the applicant's control that have impaired their ability to move forward. And so in this case, we're looking at number 2. Other considerations the board must review during extension applications are whether there's any major changes in Chapter 50 that would require an update to the previously approved plan. The applicant must demonstrate that the project is still viable to move forward. And if the board were to approve, they can only approve the minimum time necessary, and that time cannot go beyond the existing validity period for the APF. And so as this applies to this particular project, the validity period would have expired on February 7th, 2024. This applicant requested the extension December 27th prior to the expiration, and the applicant has stated that there have been significant long-lasting impacts of COVID-19, including market uncertainties, rising interest rates, supply chain issues that have resulted in the project moving forward in a cautious manner. That is coupled with the need for conditions of the sketch plan and the preliminary plan to coordinate with their neighbor for those sidewalk extensions and easements. And so, given that the neighbor is a volunteer fire department, that took way more time than the applicant had anticipated. However, during the review of the site plan process, many of those issues have been wrinkled out. And so the applicant has demonstrated that the project is still viable as we are considering the site plan application with this request. And then lastly, the applicant is requesting an extension of 2 years, which will not go beyond the existing validity period for the APF, as it will match up with that period. And lastly, there's been no major changes in Chapter 50 since 2020's approval. So all noticing and signage requirements have been met with this application, and we have received a good deal of correspondence throughout the review and after the posting of the staff report. And largely, these concerns are regarding the existing access and circulation off of Chevy Chase Drive. Given its existing conditions, the applicant, or the surrounding neighborhood feels that in its current state, Chevy Chase Drive is constrained. And the concern that loading would also occur off of Chevy Chase Drive has caused an additional concern about that. Then adding on to other concerns are construction noise impacts and just the idea of new development happening in the neighborhood closer to property lines, losing light and air. Those are all things that I have heard after the report on the phone. And so in terms of the access and circulation, we just want to touch on again, the loading management plan has been reviewed by DOT, by Department of Permitting Services, right-of-way permitting, and fire access. And we believe that given the urban environment, given the goals of the Complete Streets Guide and the Bethesda Sector Plan, we find that as proposed, the loading management plan and its existing conditions is safe, adequate, and efficient. And so we do find that the applications meet the applicable sections of both the subdivision and zoning ordinance and are recommending approval of both applications with conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. We have three people that signed up for public testimony today. The first that it's here is Julia McLean. Julia, please come on up. Yes, please. Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes to provide your presentation.
My name's Julie McLean. I live at 4720 Chevy Chase Drive, which is the condominium just next door to this development. I think the concern that I have with most of this is that Chevy Chase Drive is already highly congested. It's a two-way street that most people think is a one-way street. And the building next door, everybody on our street has access through a half circle to get for Amazon, for, you know, all the deliveries. And in this post-COVID world, everybody's having deliveries done. And there is no way that this building being built up to the sightline has adequate provisions for parking. I think they're going to impede anybody that has to turn right or drive through that little area. Everybody's going to have to go left. It's already really congested. Most people that drive on the road, we move over because even though it's two-way, it looks like it's one way, and you can't really get two cars down the street anywhere on the street. Removing a couple spaces is great, but I don't know that that's going to be enough. And to say that that they're going to have somebody who's going to be on site doing this as a full-time job or whatever. There are so many deliveries already on Chevy Chase Drive, and everybody has access. We go inside our driveways so that we're not bothering the road. And I just really think it's going to be a huge problem for everybody, especially adding 49 extra units to the street. It's a tiny street as it is, but it's a great street because it accesses Wisconsin Avenue. You can get there. Otherwise, we're going to have to go left. We can't go, we're not going to be able to go right if they don't create some sort of way to not have traffic impeded. And I don't think that truly they've addressed the issue. And I think that's the biggest concern with everybody in 4720, along with any of the people that live down the street from us. Thank you.
Thank you for testifying. Appreciate your comments. Next, we have online Karen Hoffman, who is an adjacent property owner.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, but please speak up, though.
I have much the same concern as Julie, as well as most of the people on the block, not only our 4720 Chevy Chase Drive condo. I've lived there for 25 years, and during that time, I've had 3 accidents that were not my fault on this very narrow street. All 3 times I was standing still in my car. The first time was when a large delivery truck thought they could pass me, and when I honked my horn, I got sideswiped and had a large scrape on the car. Another time, a normal-sized car slowly tried to drive past me, and my side mirror was knocked off. The last time, a car passed at a normal speed but misjudged how narrow the street was, and again I was sideswiped. And all 3 times I was standing still in my car. At 4720 Chevy Chase, we have a front curved driveway that is well used, as Julie said, by delivery trucks, groceries, deliveries, Amazon, and people picking up and dropping off residents. In this plan for 4702, there's no recessed area where trucks, cars, etc. can pull off the street and allow cars to pass normally on Chevy Chase Drive. This proposed condo would be the only building on the street that did not have an area that allows vehicles to pull off the street. Oftentimes, I've pulled off into other condo circular drives just to allow cars to pass. There has to be some sort of recess, and to have 2 parking spaces in front of the building is not adequate. It's not going to be enough. I can almost see different delivery trucks parking in our curved driveway to make deliveries to the next door. Add to that the plan for trash to be picked up in the front of the building, as well as residents going in and out of the parking garage so dangerously close to our own driveway, and our people coming out of our own driveway will make for a bottleneck in the street. There needs to be some sort of driveway or recess in front of 4702 condo, or the traffic will be dangerously clogged. Street parking already is very scarce around the whole neighborhood. Oftentimes, friends who come over, if our guest spots are taken, they need to travel around the block many times to find a place to park. What's concerning many of us is already that the 3 to 7 o'clock rush hour on the weekdays and some weekends, entering traffic from Chevy Chase Drive onto Bradley Boulevard in order to make a left turn, go into the left turn lane going north onto Wisconsin, has become impossible. It's impossible to enter safely, and we've had to wait many minutes. Many of us have taken to turning around to going left around to Offer, where the traffic is much less, is lighter, still not good, it's lighter, and we don't have to wait several minutes to merge onto the street. And with the added new cars of the new residents, this will only exacerbate the problem. I fear these problems have not been studied sufficiently. The street needs to be widened if it is to remain a two-way street. Additionally, a traffic light at Chevy Chase and Bradley Boulevard might help to allow traffic to flow more easily from Chevy Chase onto Bradley. Finally, both residents of our community as well as the Nottingham Street residents are concerned that the pine trees that border their street and our parking lot are in danger of being removed. These trees provide both shade and privacy to both condo owners and homeowners and would detract from the park-like feel that residents cherish. Thank you, and I hope you seriously address these concerns.
Thank you for your testimony. Next is Daniel Ben Zadok.
Hi, sorry, coming off mute. Can you hear and see me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So yeah, thanks. Those were great comments from some of the residents in the neighboring condo who will be most impacted by this. So I'm next up as the next most impacted after those condo owners. So my name is Daniel. My house will be on Nottingham, south of the building, directly across the street from this development. And in fact, you can partially see kind of my house, in this rendering. You can actually see my front yard. And so, today I wanted to come and let the committee, to let the board know that I am not a NIMBY. I am not a NIMBY. I don't say not in my front yard. In fact, I say yes in my front yard. I understand that there is already a development there, and soon there will be an additional, much larger development. And I want to really, really thank the committee, so Grace Bogdan and Paul Mortensen, for all of the work that they did to work with this community, answer questions, and really preserve this very, very narrow dead end called Nottingham Drive that I learned a few years ago through this process. You can barely even find on some of our county maps. The county actually has to get back to you when you ask where this street is. And I think that that's a really cool and amazing, unique thing about this neighborhood and how this condo will sit. Now, that being said, taking a step back, I think it's really important that we do reflect on how we got here. While I appreciate that there is a housing crisis and we need and want more multifamily to address the housing crisis, at the end of the day, we got this building because there's a landowner across the street from me who's already rich and wants to be a little bit richer, right? So this building design began as 70 units. Without any MPDUs, affordable units, in order to maximize the number of condos and the footprint and the amount of sales you could have in this condo building. Now we landed at 49 units and still no MPDUs and no affordable housing in this building in order to maximize the number of condos and all the sales that you could have in this new condo building. And so my concern is this hesitation around this typical traffic circle being described just to preserve how enormous the building is. It's a little bit of an eye roll. So, we have to take a step back and say, well, it's great to increase housing supply. We know that these are condos that are going to be developed for affluent people. And that's why there is a hesitancy to reduce the footprint of this building. And therefore, while I do not oppose the building, I am tempered in my enthusiasm about enriching more landowners, developments, and attorneys through the addition of Class A housing. And so as far as the concerns expressed by the prior witnesses, I think it is very important that the developer know that they are going to be held accountable for their loading management plan. And that means there are no Amazon deliveries, UPS, and FedEx deliveries during peak hours. Those are off-peak deliveries. And that property manager is going to have to be available, and they will have to implement that loading management plan the way that it has been laid out. End of story. That's on Chevy Chase Drive. It's not on Nottingham Drive, and it is off-peak. And I do believe that they are walking into a pickle, and I wish them the best of luck. But this is a concerned community, and they're not going to roll over to traffic and congestion and safety issues with pedestrians and children and families. Thank you very much for your time, everyone.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ben Zadok. The last person to testify this morning is Edward Butler.
Hello. I planned a lot longer testimony, but most of the points have been covered already by the previous speakers, particularly the first two about traffic congestion. I just wanted to point out one thing is, and that was referred to by Mr. Ben. The original plan called for a loading zone in the back off of Nottingham. That was proved to be contentious, and so it was removed. And now there is no loading plan, in fact, there is a loading plan, but it's inadequate as far as most of us are concerned. So the traffic congestion will continue and will be augmented by all the additional service delivery that are going to be required. One thing that hasn't been mentioned up to now is the pathway between Chevy Chase Drive and Nottingham. Rather, it doesn't really connect to Nottingham, but it circles around to the back as an entrance to the park. There will be pedestrians and there will be bikers that are going to try to access that. That's going to further complicate the congestion that already exists. There's no sort of striped pathway over Chevy Chase Drive to deal with that. And people will cross there. I can guarantee it. They're not going to go up and try to get onto Wisconsin Avenue and go around another way. So it's going to create a problem. And that's on the property of Chevy Chase, of the new project. There is a possibility, I'm not even sure if there is a possibility, of moving that pathway over to the current the property of the firehouse. So that would be possibly one way of dealing with it. And then use that extra space for extra parking for service delivery requirements to the new building. So what we have here is sort of a makeshift plan, loading plan, that's really not going to work. It's really, the best plan was to be on Nottingham, but that has been eliminated for various reasons. So in conclusion, I think it's incumbent upon the applicant to come up with a better loading plan. For all the reasons cited in the previous testimonies that we've heard today. I think something else can perhaps be accommodated, some other way of dealing with this. But the way it is right now, it's going to add considerably to the traffic congestion already in existence. So I want to thank you for this opportunity to give testimony. I had planned a lot more, but it was adequately covered by everybody else previous to me. And I just didn't want to repeat it all. So thank you for the planning staff, the planning department, who have been very responsive to our concerns and have given us this opportunity to give testimony. Thank you again.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Butler. We appreciate you testifying and appreciate your comments. So now we'll have the staff and the applicant to come up. The applicant to come up first, and then I'd like you to respond to some of the comments from the people that have testified, and then also if staff wants to also chime in, please do. Okay.
Good morning, Ted Harris with Turley and Brewer, here on behalf of the applicant, Winthrop Investment Group. With me is Hans Schmidt and Max Gross from Winthrop, and then Tim Longfellow and Kevin Foster from JLW, Nick Dryban from Traffic Engineering. We also have our architect here, Luz Delmar Rosada, And then our landscape architects, Roberta Chu, are here as well. So we appreciate staff's time and attention with this project. As noted, it really was sort of a COVID project, which contributed to some of the delays during the course of the last 4 years. We've had numerous meetings with the residents of Nottingham, as well as the adjacent condos beyond the required meetings, and have made a number of changes to the project to respond to the neighbors' concerns. What I would like to do, first of all, we do accept all the proposed staff conditions, and I want to address some of the concerns that you just heard, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions. Clearly, no one likes change, and we get that. And this area of Bethesda has not seen change in a very, very long time. In fact, the most recent development in this area was the fire department, which was built in 1971. So to put that into perspective, I was 10 years old when that fire department was built. The condos further to the west were built in the 60s. And so what you now have is sort of a crossroads of different development styles. You have the old 1960 buildings that were sort of block buildings, a lot of surface parking, a lot of parking set back from the street with these lay-bys. Fast forward to 2017 with the Bethesda sector plan and the design guidelines, and it was, okay, we're going to revamp this and bring things up to what we consider current urban design standards. And what does that mean? It means building your buildings to the street to create a street wall, a nice pedestrian environment, limit parking, provide more condensed development, and then also have more sculptured buildings themselves. And I think you saw that in the drawings that were provided. So there's obviously sort of a conflict between what's there now and what's being proposed. This project has tried very hard to address all of the concerns of or address all of the requirements of the sector plan and the design guidelines. We've gone out of our way in terms of the additional pedestrian access points. The original requirement for the north-south pedestrian path was actually way further to the west, and we, after discussions with staff, agreed to put it on the property. There's no public benefit points associated with that, but we did put it there, but it created additional sort of difficulties in terms of the layout of the rest of the project. In terms of the loading, we have spent a significant amount of time with the loading. And let me first say that the requirements of providing no loading if you're under 50 units is not, Montgomery County is not an outlier on that. We took a look around in the adjacent jurisdictions. And for instance, Prince George's, if you're under 100 units, no on-site loading. Arlington, 50 or less, no on-site loading. Fairfax, up to 100,000 square feet of residential, no on-site loading. And then as best as we can tell, Frederick and Howard don't even address the issue. There was also a study funded by DOT of 24 cities, and the majority of those for projects under 60 units had no on-site loading. So again, we're not an outlier here. What's before you on the screen, is what we're trying to show here is, and as indicated, we have agreed to make sure that the trash pickup will in fact occur on site. You can see it marked here on this exhibit, so that there won't be any conflict when the trash is picked up 3 times a week. The other point that we want to make, how do I? Window up. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. There was a suggestion by fire department to eliminate the parking on the north side of the street for fire access. That actually ended up solving 2 problems. One is it allowed for the adequate fire access, but it also provided more space to address the conflicts that the neighbors have. There was a specific suggestion from one of the residents or several of the residents next door to create a no parking zone across the street. And as you can see from that red line, we have effectively done that. It's 2 or 3 spaces, depending on the size of the car that's going to park there. And as the condo president had said to me, yes, she thinks that will go a long way in helping to avoid any of the existing concerns that you've heard. And then finally, in terms of the traffic itself, while we were not required to do an LATR in this case, we did send our traffic consultant out there to assess what the current levels of traffic were to try to get a handle on some of the concerns that we were hearing. There are, during a peak hour, there's between 20 and 40 cars an hour. And if you think about that on a per-minute basis, that's 1.5 cars that's one car every 1.5 to 3 minutes. And when you're sitting watching a street, a minute and a half is a very long time, and 3 minutes is even longer. And just to sort of put a point on all of that, these photos, 3 sheets of photos, were taken during the AM peak hour, 8 to 8:30, one weekday morning, and then in the evening. And as you can see, Chevy Chase Drive in the background, that's the level of congestion that we just heard about. And during the times that these were taken, there was one car, you can see the car coming out. So I don't think, and the numbers back this up, I don't think there's the level of congestion that we may have heard. I do want to clarify one comment that was made about the loading plan, and that is what the loading plan says is that move-in and move-outs will not occur during peak hours. It doesn't have that same restriction for the Amazon or FedEx trucks, that's really hard to control. And so I just wanted to make that point. So with that, we would be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Could you explain again, where are the delivery, like someone bring food or DoorDash or whatever, where do they go? Is there a place that they be off of Chevy Chase Drive to deliver, or is it that they have to park on Chevy Chase Drive?
They would park on Chevy Chase Drive, and given that the parking is eliminated, the parking on the north side is eliminated, but they could park in front of the building for temporarily to drop off, to make that in and out delivery.
And how does that impact the traffic? How many lanes is that? Can the other cars pass it easily? What is the width of the traffic lane there if a car stops wide or to deliver food?
If there's a truck parked, and I will note that we have a concierge in the building as well to help accommodate and facilitate those deliveries. If a truck is parked in front of the building, cars can definitely pass. Now, if you have a car coming eastbound and a car coming westbound, one of the cars is going to have to stop. But I venture to guess that all of us driving on any given day anywhere in the county experiences that. It's just a common fact of life living in an urbanized area. So that may happen, but based on the level of traffic, again, one car every 1.5 minutes to 3 minutes, we don't anticipate that being a real issue.
So if you go back to the first picture, I saw that you had some space. I don't know. Yeah, what is that space that it's white, right? No, in north of the sidewalk. I see the sidewalk, and then north of the sidewalk, and I'm talking about this area. I do not know how to show it to you.
It looks white.
I think it's the green buffer. So the design guidelines require us to, from back of curb, to provide a certain distance of landscape buffer, then a certain width of sidewalk, then a maintenance area. So we have strictly complied with those requirements. So that's what's being provided.
Yeah.
Is there a landscape plan? Do you have a landscape plan?
Yeah, is that required? Can they put like a pull-off area there, or that's required to be a green area?
That is required based on the Bethesda design guidelines and complete street guidelines.
And also, Elza Heisel, McCoy, Chief Town County Planning, for the record. That's where the street trees go. And the street trees are an important element of the tree canopy. The tree canopy is an important element of the downtown plan recommendations. And so again, this is an urbanized environment. We want to keep our street trees. We'll be talking about this a little bit more later on this afternoon with the urban loading and delivery management study. These are short these are short visits. They're not parking there for an hour. They're parking there for as long as it takes them to go inside and drop off the food and come back out. So it's an important balance. But I think as Ms. Harris has recognized, this is an urban area, and having a queuing street, having to wait a moment, or having to pull over to let somebody pass is, I think, an expected part of life in an urbanized area.
And that's okay by the traffic analysis? Okay.
So quick question, Ms. Harris, those 3 removed spaces across the street, what will they be labeled? Will they be labeled temporary drop-off, or they're going to say no parking, but they're not like a temporary drop-off spot, but people will probably use it as that
I'm going to
anyway.
defer to Tim Longfellow
Yeah.
on that one.
Good morning, everyone. Tim Longfellow with GLW. Oops, closer, sorry. Good morning, Tim Longfellow with GLW. Those spaces will be signed. We have to work out the specific details with fire access because they're specific to that, so they'll be signed for no parking. And I imagine that there'll be some fine signs also posted such that when enforcement needs to take place, that there's some teeth to that. So people would do it at their own risk, so to speak.
Okay, thank you. One other quick question. So I see we're going to like we saw the loading management plan. What is the penalty? So there will be someone at the site 24/7 or for this okay, but monitoring the loading and, okay, that could discourage people that are in front of the building, you got to move out or stuff like, get out of the way. You can't park on the street. There's going to be someone, you said.
Yes, and I think it's important to say, we worked closely with DOT and staff on the loading plan, but we didn't, when something was suggested, we didn't just say, oh, sure, we'll do that. We went back to the anticipated management company that does a lot of this in urbanized areas and said, is this workable or is it not? So we made sure that what was being imposed was going to be a workable requirement.
Right. And what is, in those management plans, and maybe staff know, what is the penalty if people don't, it says in the management plan that someone will be there and make sure that the garbage people don't, get on the street, park on the street or no one parks in front. Is there a penalty in these plans?
Sure. So the way that we are letting enforcement occur is it's a loading management plan. The project has been conditioned to abide by the loading management plan. It's going to be listed on the certified plan set. And so this is something that if somebody calls and says that they are not abiding by this plan, DPS can go out and enforce that.
Okay. And my only last one is about the parking. So of the park answer, there are 53 spaces, or I forgot what, something like 50.
54.
And how does it, where do visitors park? Do the visitors park inside or visitors park outside? There's only parking is for the residents, is that?
That's correct. There is a public parking, it's not county parking,
Right.
but there's public parking available at the corner of Wisconsin and Bradley if there is in fact not street parking available.
Okay, great. Those are all my comments, questions. I think it's a very attractive building. I think it fits well with the community. And then someone asked about the walkways. Will there be some signage on the walkway saying you can get to Nottingham Park from here, or are people just supposed to know? How does that set up in these things?
That did not come up in our discussions with staff. I don't know if the Parks Department at some point wants to put some signage up.
Okay, I don't know what the protocol is if there's.
Within this project, we did not ask the applicant to put wayfinding signage up. We can speak to Parks if that's something that they would wish, but that was not considered with this project.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I'm just wondering, the sketch plan was 85,000 square foot of residential and 70 units. And now the preliminary plan amendment is reducing that by 3,000 feet and also reducing the units to 49. I understand that that allows some of the unit to be, I guess, 3-bedroom unit. That's what I read. But still, this reduces the number. Why did we reduce it 3,000 square feet? I'm just curious, because we wanted to see 70, but now it's 49, it's much less.
I think there were two things. One is when we unfortunately, these projects take a very long time, so it started in 2018, and there was an anticipation of what the market wanted. That sort of evolved over time, meaning larger condo units. And then also the way the building laid out, because we also made a number of adjustments after going to the DAP, so that ended up changing the form of the building, which then changed some of the interior, which drove the ultimate unit count as well.
Okay.
I wanted to, am I on? Yeah, I'm on, sorry. I wanted to just take advantage of the mention of parking to hop on my hobby horse from time to time. So 54 spaces above the minimum. Can you walk me through? So this site is almost ideally located for many things in a walkable sense. It's very close to Bethesda Row. Obviously, it's very close. It's right next to Wisconsin, so you can walk up there to the shops and restaurants there. It's actually going to be, the report listed as 3/4 of a mile to Bethesda Metro. It's actually going to be half a mile to the south, the new southern entrance, roughly half a mile, which hopefully should come online in the next, I guess whenever the Purple Line ends up opening. So that's all to say that, this is a very walkable, connected area, and you're proposing above the minimum. I understand different, the unit mix may contribute to that. You're going toward 3 bedrooms, which, you may think requires, a little bit more to kind of attract those types of residents. But, ideally, this is an area where we should be driving down parking, like, to the extent we can. And from the residents' point of view, obviously, fewer cars means, their concerns are potentially mollified to some extent, too, with maybe added congestion. Although I take your point, it sounds like congestion isn't a concern there today. So I'm just wondering, could you walk us through the thinking on your parking number? Are there opportunities to drive that down further? Your thoughts on that?
I think there are two things, and then I will also see if the applicant wants to chime in or after I make my points. One is, one level isn't enough. To build half a level is, from an economies of scale point, extremely inefficient. So that's one thing. The second thing is, obviously, an applicant evaluates the market and who they think the intended market is. Doesn't necessarily mean that all of those people are going to be driving at AM and peak hour times, but that most of the residents will want to have at least one car. And if you think about it, there are 49 units, so that's 49 cars. That only allows 5 extra spaces. If, in fact, their calculation is wrong, what that means is, and this would address the neighbor's comment, then there's unused spaces that could be used for visitor parking. So I think it's a combination of all those things. But we definitely, one of the reasons we like the location is for the things that you just said, because more and more people are trying to live a more walkable life.
Yeah, and thanks for clarifying sort of at least the reason for kind of the number. Once you build the second level, obviously you're going to have capacity to add more. It is an interesting idea, accommodating potentially more visitors through the additional capacity, or maybe even kind of to what we were talking about before, accommodating some drop-off opportunities or whatever other loading. Don't necessarily want to get into the weeds on that, but I think it's at least interesting to think through the options to use that space as opposed to sort of dedicating it kind of forevermore for the residents, if whether or not they may choose to use it. Thanks for the clarification. I just wanted to raise that. One other quick thing. I do think I think the wayfinding idea that Chair Harris brought up is a good idea, and maybe we can touch base with Parks, as you mentioned, on that. It seems like this is a real net benefit for connectivity, both there going down to the park, but also from the folks down there kind of getting north into more downtown Bethesda. So that seems like a kind of a low-hanging fruit win that maybe we could have. And the final point of clarification, and one of the people online raised this, and I just want to clarify for myself too. I see 15% MPDUs. Is that payment in lieu, or are these actual units?
This will be a payment in lieu.
Okay.
So Chapter 25A, which is administered and reviewed by DHCA, totally out of planning's purview, allows a fee in lieu for condominium units. So essentially, they are meeting the standard of 15% MPDUs, but it will not be on site.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions or comments?
I have a comment.
Okay, please.
So I'd like to thank the community members that came today, specifically Ms. McLean, who took her time to come and meet in person, Karen Hoffman, and Daniel Benzetic and Edward Butler. Thank you for lending your thoughts and concerns with regards to this development. I have a question, but it need not be answered. Mitra Pedoim, Commissioner Pedoim pointed it out, the reduction in unit size as opposed to what was initially proposed in the sketch plan. So when I first read this report, my thought, and always my thought's going to be when we look at concentrated city areas, is why not taller, why not bigger, right? So if we're going to meet the requirements that are needed with our projections in housing, I'm always going to look at why not bigger, why not taller, especially in concentrated city areas, and you need not answer that. But I am impressed with that there's going to be a living management plan taking in consideration the community members' concerns, and that the staff proposed this living management plan so that the new environment that'll be created by this building are properly and adequately addressed. And so I like that. Thank you.
So if there are no other comments or questions, do I have a motion for approval? But before, I would like to, as you're thinking about that, to say that staff would, as part of the conditions that the staff has in it, that they can speak with Parks about the potential for wayfinding signage. Maybe there's a reason why there shouldn't be some, but it just at least in the notes to think through that. Yeah.
Can we just clarify, the park itself, which is just one property away, is very well signed at the park. So I think it would be helpful to understand, is the intent to have a sign at the through block connection? Is it, what's the thinking about where the sign would be?
Well, I'm just thinking, and just opening for your suggestions, is that we're adding 2 sidewalks to get to the park, right? Is that part of it is on Chevy Chase, and then also right next to the fire department, right?
Yeah. They're extending the sidewalk. So I think that, I think if I understand the board's intent correctly, I think it would be more the applicant who would be putting a sign on their property that would say park this way.
Yeah.
Parks can only put parks on signs on park property. Yeah. So I guess the question would be to the applicant, willing to add a sign at where the through block sidewalk connection comes through in Nottingham that says park that way.
As long as it's tastefully designed, we're fine with it.
I think I want you to come with
It's on a
with the
brown
design
and
right
white.
now.
That's what they want. It's very simple, brown and white.
Coordinate with,
Yeah.
just because, my point is you're adding,
Yes, I think that's fine. The one thing I would say is there are a number of easements along that eastern property line, so the placement will have to work around that. But other than that, we're fine with it.
yeah, so people don't get, they know that you're putting it there to get to the park, so why not tell them it's
that's
there?
fine.
Yes. Okay. All right, so do I have a motion for approval?
Yeah, I would move that we approve preliminary plan amendment number 1, 2021-001A, and site plan number 8, 2023-0120.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. With the conditions?
With the conditions we just discussed and approved myself, yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5.
And then the extension of the
and
Plan Village.
yes,
Oh, that's
we'll-
right, we need to do one just for the extension, yeah, and then approve the extension of the preliminary plan.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And I think that's, is there any, there's just only those two, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, we voted for the preliminary plan and then the site plan, and then we also to amend to go the extension to the preliminary plan. Yes, thank you. Thank you. So,
Appreciate it.
yeah, thank you for, it looks like a great project. We look forward to it being built soon.
Likewise.
Thank you so much. And we're going to just take a 5-minute break and then go with item number 7, Montgomery County Comprehensive Water Supply and Sewage Systems Plans, Proposed Category Map Amendments. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 7, Montgomery County Comprehensive Water Supply and Sewage System Plan Proposed Category Map Amendments. County Council's January 2024 11 Water Sewer Service Category Change Request, where staff is requesting us to transmit comments to the County Council. So this morning we have Jamie Pratt with the Planning Department to present this. Good morning, Jamie.
All right, good morning. I'm Jamie Pratt from the Up County Planning Team. With me today is Don Ziegler and Patrick Butler. And we also have going to get some assistance from Alan Sukup from Montgomery County's Department of Environmental Protection. So today we're going to be reviewing 11 water and sewer category change requests. These change requests are typically initiated by property owners by applying to the Department of Environmental Protection, which is the lead agency for the county's water and sewer plan. They'll evaluate the application in detail with analysis and comments from the Department of Permitting Services, WSSC, the Planning Department, and the Department of Parks. These cases have been submitted to the County Council by DAP because they require more in-depth analysis than those that are included in an administrative group, such as the ones that I brought to you in December, which are generally more straightforward and don't involve complicated analyses or anything that is recommended for denial also goes to the County Council. So the County Council will hold the public hearing on these cases on March 5th, at which time the Planning Board's recommendations will go into the public record. DEP reviewed these plans under the 2022 to 2031 10-year water and sewer plan. State law requires that the Planning Department make recommendations for these requests based on whether the application conforms to the sewer and water service recommendations of the county comprehensive plan. The state wishes to avoid the extension of this type of infrastructure to low-density areas that have not been planned and zoned for public service. Vice Chair Pedouim had requested a little bit of an overview of the entire category change process. So I've added a little bit to the beginning of the presentation here called Category Changes 101. Quite simply, there's two types of water systems you can have serving a building or a house. You can have public water and sewer service, or you can have a private well with a septic service. Sometimes properties end up with one of each. They might have public water and septic, or they might have a private well and sewer service. So in Montgomery County, we generally are looking at 3 of the 6 service area categories. So W1 and S1 indicate that they either currently have public water or sewer, or that it's under construction. W6 and S6 at the other end are where there's no planned community service. These people are served by wells and septic. And in between is this W3 and S3, where they've been given approval to eventually have the community service, but do not yet have it. So any change to these service categories will require an amendment to the county's 10-year water and sewer plan. On this screen, you'll see on the left is just the cover of the most recent version of the 10-year plan. It was approved in 2023, I believe, ultimately, after a review by state. And on the right, you'll see the existing sewer envelope in the kind of orangish color. You'll see that the mid-county and down-county planning areas essentially are all within the public sewer envelope. There may be some properties here and there that are still using well or septic, but they would be eligible for public service. If you look in the up-county area, you'll see that only the areas closest into the core of the county have public sewer service currently. So we're usually dealing with these cases that are on the periphery of that. If they were too far away from the current public envelope, then the infrastructure costs would be prohibitive. So I am going to turn it over just a little bit for a few minutes to Alan, who provided slides on how the process works. And I appreciate that Vice Chair Pedoeem had asked this question because I learned a lot just by putting it together. But Alan knows this very well, so he's agreed to present this part.
Punch the button. Good morning, Alan Sukup with the County Department of Environmental Protection. I was asked to give a little presentation this morning just to give some introduction to the category change process. And don't feel that you're alone in not understanding the category change process. I end up describing this to people several times a day to the public. Most category change requests are originated by the property owner. The property owner actually has to sign off on the request. You can't have like a contract purchaser submitting a request that's not acknowledged by the property owner. Most of the requests are for individual properties these days, although we still get some requests for subdivision projects as well. We also do some area-wide amendments initiated by DEP. We haven't done a lot of these recently because of staffing issues. The last one that we did was the 10 Mile Creek watershed amendment that was keyed to the limited master plan amendment for Clarksburg. And so instead of dealing with every property individually, we dealt with the planning area as a whole, which is a lot more efficient. Once we get an application in, we start processing it, and application copies go to Park and Planning, to Parks and Planning, to WSSC, to DPS Well and Septic, and sometimes to municipalities if they're involved with the property. Okay?
Can I just, first of all, thank you, and it's nice to see you, Mr. Sukup. Is this applications always connecting to the public, or is it the reverse also from public to other way?
By and large, most of the cases are looking to access public water and sewer and/or sewer. We do get occasional cases, and actually one is going to come up in the next round that we're working on, for what are called multi-use water and sewer systems. These are properties that stay in Category 6, but they are identified as having a large capacity on-site systems. We define these as those with a capacity or capacity of 1,500 or more gallons per day. The state defines them as 5,000. If you go up to 5,000 and above, it initiates also a state review, not just a county review. But by and large, everything that we see on a daily basis is looking for a change that will allow them to go to public service. Yep. Okay. We have two processes that we run these applications through once we get all the review comments back. The default process is taking them to the county council. We do this, we try to do this twice a year. The executive makes a formal recommendation to the council. We get planning board recommendations that go to the council as well. The council will have a public hearing, which is going to occur in this packet on March 5th in the part of their regular agenda. That's where the public can obviously provide their input on the process. And then once that's done, everything is packaged together for consideration by the T&E committee. The committee develops a recommendation or a recommended resolution to send on to the full council. The council typically votes on that sort of as a straw vote. And then if everything is lined up, about a week later, they will do a formal vote on the resolution. Okay? Administrative delegation. Back about 1983, The council got tired of seeing every individual category change request that came down the pike. And so they developed what's called the administrative delegation process. And the process allows the director of DEP to grant water and sewer plan amendment approvals, primarily category changes, under specific limited circumstances. Some of those include what we call now consistent with existing plans, where what you all tell us and what we look at says this is consistent with the water and sewer plan, it's consistent with master plan recommendations, go forward. There are other cases that we handle administratively, issues involving public health problems, issues involving properties that abut existing or planned water and sewer mains. Public facilities are another issue that we handle generally through administrative delegation, and sometimes we also handle multi-use approvals through administrative delegation. Just like the council process, we are required to hold a public hearing under state law. There are a few cases where we do correction actions that we circulate to the agencies, but we don't necessarily hold a public hearing. Once we've promoted a group of applications for administrative delegation, the council, as individual members, that's all 11 of them now, and the planning board as a whole, can direct us to defer an application out of the administrative process and send it to the full council for consideration. This hasn't happened for a while. I think we're doing a pretty good job on deciding what can be administrative and what cannot. So I'm trying to read this thing. Once we have all the information, once we hold a public hearing and the record closes, we develop what we call a statement of action that goes to the director for approval. He signs off on it, and it's part of the plan. Okay? Category change actions. Sometimes these are a little confusing, which is why I threw this in here. Obviously, there's approval. Applicants love approval. It's simple, it's straightforward, no problem. Sometimes we grant an approval with conditions. The conditions may be, for example, that say a proposed subdivision has to use a certain development option, typically a cluster development option. Or we may require that a sewer alignment follow a specific route that is less environmentally difficult. We grant conditional approvals, which is different than an approval with conditions. Conditional approvals, as you'll see in today's packet, require some other action to occur before final approval of the category change happens. Typically, that is a preliminary plan approval by the planning board. Sometimes it involves other things, and we'll see an example of that here today. Deferral. Deferral means that we need to somebody needs to make a decision on something else before we ask typically the council to make a decision. Sometimes it's a development plan, sometimes it's a zoning issue, sometimes it's a master plan issue. When we went through the 2002 Potomac Subregion Master Plan, that spurred a lot of interest in category changes in the subregion area, and we had probably 15 applications that were deferred pending resolution of the master plan. Tabling. Tabling is a little different. Sometimes the council needs more information, or they need to do some internal discussion. And so rather than acting on a request or formally deferring it, they table it to come back to it typically a few months later, if that long. Denial, which applicants don't like, obviously. Denial means the case is closed. And we require there to be a year waiting period before the applicant comes back to try again. So if the council defers some of these in April 2024, applicants will have to wait until April 2025 to file those requests again. Most people, when they're told it's a denial, don't come back to us. Okay? Oh, and you put it all in one slide. Very good. Following actions of the county council or actions by DEP in the administrative process, the resolution or statement of action goes to MDE in Baltimore. They maintain an oversight authority over our water and sewer plan. For those things that are changed, they have to concur with our action. For things that are denied, they don't care. But things that are changed have to have MDE concurrence as part, before it's formally adopted into the water and sewer plan. Okay? General water service policies, excuse me, speaking of water. Public water service is presumed to serve all areas in the county, unless they're far in the rural part of the county, that are zoned for moderate to high density development. Really, you can't achieve that kind of development without public water service. We also have, we also have what we used to refer to as the large lot policy, where water service can be considered on a case-by-case basis for properties that are in lower density zones, typically RE1, RE2, and rural cluster projects. We did an analysis of this back in the 1980s, late 1980s, and after some prolonged discussion with the council and the planning board, this was adopted into the plan as something that we can do. Rural and agricultural areas are intended to be served by individual on-site wells. Sewer service policies. Public sewer, again, is generally assumed to serve moderate to high density residential development, looking at 2 or more units per acre. We also look at, nearby or adjacent commercial development is also assumed to be within the planned sewer envelope. We also include in the sewer service policies some cluster options. RE2C and RNC are the typical ones. We do get some RE1 cluster, but it's not terribly prevalent. Area zoned for lower density development, standard RE1, standard RE2, and other large lot and rural zoned areas are intended to use on-site septic systems. Okay? Special service policies. This is where we get the interesting stuff. Over time, the council has adopted, I don't call it exceptions, but special service policies to deal with specific issues that are not covered by the general water supply and sewage systems policies. Sometimes these are master plan recommendations. Master plans may recommend an area not be served, regardless of the zoning, regardless of other standard policies. This occurred in a couple places in the Potomac Subregion Master Plan. And in the recent Burtonsville Crossroads Plan, where there were some areas that were identified as not eligible for public water or sewer. Where there are existing or anticipated public health problems. Again, this is an exception to our regular policies. These are all by and large intended for areas that are outside what are addressed by the standard policies, the regular policies. And so if we have a health problem that's within the plan service envelope, if it needs a category change, it's not a problem, but we don't bring it through this process. We handle it administratively and on it goes. Situations involving properties abutting existing or planned water sewer mains. Private institutional facilities. This is the one that I think we probably spend the most time on from a standpoint of individual requests. These required that the institution seeking service is a nonprofit institution under IRS regulations. This also requires that the proposed use is consistent with master plan recommendations, and that the proposed use does not result in substantial environmental degradation. One of the issues that has come up time and again on these cases, and you'll see it today, is imperviousness. The council has typically allowed some additional impervious area for these uses beyond what would normally be assumed for a lower density residential development, but it has over time determined that there has to be a limit to that. And so typically the council looks at a maximum 20 to 25% impervious area within a single watershed. I'm looking at what I'm saying here. Oh, these uses are not intended to open up service to other properties that are not otherwise eligible for public service. So if a sewer line goes past a number of properties, say down a road, that are not intended for public sewer, then we would recommend against it or look for a different alignment for the sewer. As I said before, public facilities, there are a number of these that have been approved outside the planned service envelopes, both for county, state, and federal uses. Properties affected by public improvements. These are not properties that are public facilities in and of themselves, but perhaps a road widening, as was done along New Hampshire Avenue many years ago. That widening affected quite a number of septic systems on the properties fronting the street. And so those properties were allowed to get public service, which the state paid for, thank you. TDR receiving areas. When the base zoning is relatively low density, say RE1, RE2, but it has a TDR overlay, that TDR overlay generally cannot be accomplished without providing public water and sewer. And so the requests have a condition on them that say, this has to be for a TDR subdivision only. There are special and restricted service areas, excuse me. One special service area that we dealt with not too long ago was water service for the Laytonsville area and water service around the Oaks landfill, which was done by an agreement between the community and the county. There are restricted service areas, such as the Piney Branch restricted service area in the Potomac subregion. This is where additional requirements are placed on providing public water and sewer and may result in some properties not being able to access that service at all. Okay? Is that it?
Yeah, that's the final
Okay.
Category Change 101 slide. As you can see,
Yep.
there's a lot of moving parts involved here.
Yeah, Mr. Pratt, and Mr. Suckup, thank you for presenting. It was great that you did this. And Vice Chair Pedawam, thank you for suggesting it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That
Sure.
was really good. Thank you.
The map you see on this page is from the only master plan, and this is the sewer service areas from the only master plan. And this is an example of how the sewer envelope is generally decided is through the master plan process. So you can see, the master plan area itself actually extends way above where you see here, and there's some cases around the edge where sewer is recommended and somewhere it is not, depending on what the master plan analysis led to at that time. So each of the master plans will have recommended sewer service areas. I did want to ask Mr. Sukup one question, if he could explain the difference between properties that have sewer service but are not within the sewer envelope. Because I believe we have some cases where they do have public sewer service, but they're outside the envelope.
Yep. Properties that are within the envelope that have public sewer and water, if we've had to do a category change, it was handled through what we call the consistent with existing plans policy. Not every property that is within the envelope has approval for public water and sewer. We have been trying to do general amendments that move us away from that issue, because if it's already in the envelope, why isn't it approved for service? And so we do those when we can. It involves a lot more staff time to compile all the information, but, and we've done those in Germantown, in Cloverly, I think. And it speeds up the process. It helps. Where you see a property that's approved for public service that is outside the planned envelope, it is because of one of those special conditions, policy conditions. It's a health problem, or it's a public facility, or it's, what am I thinking? It's one of those alternatives. And what we do in the water and sewer plan is identify those exceptional issues. It's in our database, so that when we look at that property again, we know that, oh, this was approved because it was abutting an existing sewer line, or it was a public health problem case. So we try to track all those kinds of exceptions. So we're aware of what's going on in the world.
Just a general question that's just very general overall. Does the county want everybody to be connected to public, or do we still want to keep some in the, just for the health reason? I understand the density, but in general, what is the best policy for the county?
Well, despite what some former employees of the Department of Permitting Services might have said, we do not expect every property in the county to connect to public systems. Many of these properties, obviously in the rural areas of the county, low-density rural areas of the county, the cost of extending public service to them is prohibitive. Also, as we found out with different service policies from the 1980 Potomac Subregion Master Plan, if you provide service, they will come. And they will subdivide to the allowed density. If you have an RE2 subdivision, they'll stamp out 2-acre lots wherever they can. If you have an RE1 subdivision, they'll stamp out 40,000 square foot lots wherever they can. And that was determined, particularly in the Potomac subregion, to be detrimental to the environmental conditions in general. And the policy changed. So no, we do not expect every property to connect to public systems. What we would like to see is every property within the envelopes, the planned envelopes, eventually connected to public systems, because we still have quite a number of those that are using on-site systems. Some of those property owners are not aware that they have a septic system.
It could be a health problem.
Yeah,
That's what I was asking. Yeah.
It's typically a health problem, especially when the property owner tries to sell the property and somebody looks at their WSSC bill and says, oh, this is for water, not sewer. You have a septic system. And then the lender usually wants that system inspected, and that's where we find problems.
Yeah, so that's category change 201, I think, that we're now getting into. But Today, we're going to be reviewing 11 water and sewer category change requests. The most recent set that we brought in December was, again, administrative cases. They were all recommendations for approval, whereas here, most of the cases are recommended for denial. But all of these cases will require a final decision by the county council. 8 of today's cases, staff recommends denial because the requests are not supported by the area master plan or the water and sewer plan. In 3 of the cases, we are recommending approval because they do align with the recommendations of the master plan or other policies in the water and sewer plan for certain exceptions. But in 2 of the cases where we agree with, where we're recommending approval, we have recommendations that are different from the county executives. So first, I want to, because most of our cases, if you look at the map on the left, this is the 11 cases before us today, and 8 of them are within the Glen Hills Special Study Area, which was outlined in the 2002 Potomac Subregion Master Plan. These are all RE1 zone properties, which is generally considered large lot development. And individual on-site septic systems are the primary wastewater disposal method in the RE1 and RE2 zones. The master plan had recommended a special study to address the piecemeal sewer connection approvals in the area that had been the result of the prior 1980 master plan. And that led to a scattered system of public sewer service that was established by demand rather than by a plan. So there was a lot of voids in the interior of the sewer service envelope, and it had a very irregular boundary as these individual property owners were one by one given approval over time. So the county council established sewer service policies for this area in 2016 after they conducted the special study recommended by the master plan. One of the 8 cases is also in the Piney Branch watershed, and this is the Piney Branch Special Protection Area that you can see in the hatched shading here. And that one has its own set of restrictions on top of what the Glen Hill Study Area restrictions contain. And the other 3 cases are outside any of these special study areas.
What is the Potomac peripheral conditions, sewer policy?
Well,
is that?
Well, I wanted to mention here that these are the 5 conditions under which properties in the Glen Hills study area can be approved for septic service. So they could either have a documented septic system failure, they're included within a specifically designated special sewer service area, they satisfy the abutting mains policy that Alan outlined earlier, and then there's these 2 other cases, the Potomac Peripheral Sewer Service Policy and the Piney Branch Restricted Sewer Service Policy. For the Potomac Peripheral Sewer Service Policy, the properties need to be adjacent to the sewer envelope. They have to be on the peripheral, the RE1 and RE2 zone properties in the Potomac subregion that are directly adjacent to the planned envelope and can be served by public infrastructure within public rights-of-way. So there's 2 criteria that you have to satisfy for the peripheral Potomac service policy. And we're going to have at least one of those, if not, I don't know, most of the decisions here kind of touch on being able to meet or not meet that, because the other ones are more easily determined. So maybe when we get to an example, it'll be
great
helpful.
by using an example of the existing data. Thank you.
So the first case we have before us is the Krylov and Mikolenko property, 9504 Watts Branch Drive in Rockville. This is within the Potomac Subregion Master Plan as well as the Glen Hill Special Study Area. They're requesting public sewer connections for an existing family house in case the existing septic system fails. Planning staff recommends denial in this case. The connection, it would require a 1,150-foot sewer extension that you can see goes along Watts Branch Drive and then up Overly Drive to connect to the existing system. It abuts 3 properties that are in the South Overly Drive Special Service Area. So this is one of those special areas that we talked about earlier. These properties are not, did not extend the sewer service envelope, which is why I asked Mr. Sukup that question. The properties over here that you can see with the diagonal hatching are within the sewer envelope, but these only were granted sewer service by exception. So they did not extend the envelope, and therefore this property is not adjacent to the existing envelope, and therefore using the peripheral sewer service policy, it doesn't satisfy both conditions. It could be served by a main in public rights-of-way, but it is not directly adjacent to the envelope, so therefore it is not eligible under that policy.
So if it is adjacent to an exception, is not accepted.
Right.
I'm just wondering that those exception areas, what is the sewer main that support those exception areas?
It has not been.
It's not
built yet.
It would not, the main that's being proposed to serve the South Overly Drive Special Sewer Service Area would not provide service to this property.
Okay.
And let me add that when a property is approved, like such as the South Overly Drive, or under the Potomac Peripheral Service Policy, it is an exception. It does not become part of the planned service envelope, so you don't have a domino effect going up the street.
Okay.
Can I ask a quick clarifying question similarly along the lines of that one? So once the main is in and that has sewer access, does that would they then abut an existing sewer, or a planned public sewer envelope? If once the main is in, could they reapply? Is that?
Once, if you have
know
a
you said a
property
year.
that's in Category 6 and a main goes by it, or a main is planned to go by it, then we can look at it under the abutting mains policy.
Okay. And that's a separate from the sewer
Yes.
envelope piece on it. Okay, just making, all right, clarify.
And that can happen a lot of times when they have public facilities or PIF. When they build those, then they could get a lot of other houses in the vicinity.
Well, and again, with a private institutional facility, the main extensions for those are not supposed to open up service to properties that are not otherwise eligible. And that includes, we don't consider the abutting mains policy with that, because obviously they could become eligible at that point. But they're not intended to abut or open up service.
That's
to
a very
properties.
good point.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And so that's category change 301 now. So this is the Potomac Master Plan's sewer map. There's an enlargement within the master plan that shows in blue the Glen Hills Special Study Area. The pink is the Piney Branch Special Protection Area. So these properties are located in the Glen Hills sewer service area, but they are not, as I mentioned before, and they're not adjacent to the planned sewer envelope, and therefore they do not meet the other 4 criteria of the Glen Hills Special Study Area, so staff recommends denial of the request in this case. The next case is the Cook property. This is at 2 Fox Den Court in Rockville. Again, this is for they want public sewer connection for an existing single-family house. Planning staff will be recommending denial on this one as well. Same situation as before with being in the 2002 Potomac Plan and the Glen Hill Study Area. In this case, it is adjacent to the planned sewer envelope. You can see the cross-hatching on the properties to the rear of this one However, the required connection would not be within public rights-of-way, but instead would require some sort of easement across properties to connect through here. So again, under the Potomac peripheral sewer service policy, it doesn't meet the two criteria, it only meets one of them. And so I guess to make a long story short, we are again recommending denial in this case. Third case is the Nicodemus property, 13110 Foxden Drive in Rockville.
Can I ask one quick question to legal? Can we vote on each one as they go along, or we wait till the end? How do you? Yeah. Yeah, I think that would be, yeah, that would be helpful if we just vote. Oh. What? Yes, so are there speakers for these first two? I'm sorry, sir. Which one are you speaking on, sir?
We have four of them. All of the ones in first court.
Okay, all right, so shall we let, if you want to speak on the one
Yeah,
we
just to be clear, you're not here for the first two items at all that they've been just discussing?
No, it's 5A, 6A, 9A.
Okay.
Okay, so why don't we vote on, go as we go along? Yeah. So do I have a motion for approval of the staff's recommendations on the Dmitry Krylov and Irina, well, I won't go by the number 22-TRV 14A and 22 TRV 15A, the first two.
Yeah.
I believe he did want to speak on 15A.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Let's do one by
Let's
one.
do the first one, okay.
All right.
Do you have a motion for approval of staff recommendations for the first one, 22 TRV 14A?
Yeah, move to approve staff recommendation for 22-TRV-14A. Which is for denial.
Which is for denial.
Approve the staff recommendation of denial for TRV 14A.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. Okay. Sir, would you like to, you have a testimony on the second one?
We both do.
Okay, please, come on up.
There are two people.
Yeah, yes. Yes, so Mary Eucadis. Am I pronouncing your last name properly?
Yeah. I'm Mary Eucadis.
Okay, yes.
I live on Overly Drive and represent the Overly Sewer Consortium. We're a group of around 14 property owners who've gone together. We benefited from a study supported and passed with the leadership of this group, actually, of the board, in order to get action on some really serious health conditions we face along our street. We are in the process right now, finally, of being able to build these sewers. And, you know, when the administrative people talk about length of sewer and cost and things like that, I think it's important to make it clear that the property owners bear these costs. This is not a county expense. We're going to have to pay in the neighborhood of $80,000 to get the sewer put into 14 properties along Overlay. So, and you can imagine the motivation that we have to invest that kind of money just to protect our properties. My presentation is really to talk about 4 properties that are recommended for denial. So if you agree with that, I'd like to go ahead and make that presentation. And then you'll have it as a background when they come up individually.
That's great. Please do.
Excuse me?
Please do. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
I don't know if you have a map to show us the properties. Yeah, okay.
Yes,
here.
yeah. This is a map that came from the North Overley study, which was completed and released to the public. And then the county council came back and changed regulations before any action was taken on that study. And the homes that we want to talk to you about today all fell within that study. If you look at this map, you see these yellow shadings. Those properties were judged by DEP to be basically unsuitable. They call it constrained, and this is part of what they have also identified as areas of concern or words like that. The bottom line is these are places where when our aging sewer systems fail, it can't be replaced, basically. And right now, these studies are no longer approved unless someone comes forward with a failing septic system that DEP finds can't be replaced. Well, we can't report these things. We have to limp along. We have to do things like run water or wash water out onto the lawn because we have to protect an aging, limping along system with no alternatives. So it's an interesting situation for all of us. Virtually all the properties, not just the 4 that are being considered today, in this area face this problem. And today, I'd just like to ask this board to consider, why would you deny a request for approval for sewer service when your own studies, the county's own studies, show that we need it and that it's a serious health problem? Going on to the next slide, these are the 4 properties which we are contesting the disapproval recommendations for. All of these properties are on the I'm sorry, what do you call it? This edge of the sewer. When they made application, they were eligible under the Potomac peripheral policy for getting hooked up to the sewer. And there's sewer very close to those properties, most of them, actually, in addition to being eligible. The county delayed consideration of these applications and changed the rules. So now they're no longer available. And yet, we have on public record this map showing that, which real estate agents have access to, by the way, showing that they probably cannot replace their septic systems. So we're sort of between a rock and a hard place here. The annexation of Carriage Court properties into the Rockville expansion area is one reason for denial of the 3 of the applications. But we don't know, this annexation could be decades away. And septic failure concerns are immediate. People need to sell these houses. They need to renovate these houses. They're all built in the 60s, 50s, 60s, 70s. Our community has no undeveloped, really basically no undeveloped areas. Many homes within our neighborhood, including right adjacent to the properties on Carriage Court, already have sewer service. And zoning rules out subdivision of lots. So that's, in addition, just by the findings of this own study, restrictions, you can see, violate all of these national, state, and county priorities. Environmental initiatives, public health policy, Maryland priorities for Chesapeake Bay cleanup, and the findings of 3 county sewer studies that said this is not a suitable area for on-site waste disposal. We're also have become aware that it violates constitutional law. And I'm going to kind of go through pass through these slides, but only to say that we're being harmed under the takings clause of the United States Constitution. These are some of the determinants of the law that's being, the constitutional protection, the character of the policy, the magnitude of the deprivation, and you can understand if we can't sell our properties, we're being grievously harmed. And interference in an owner's reasonable investment-backed expectations. And if, I bought property before 2002 restrictions, and I learned that, I had a sewer system right behind my house. But in 2002, the policy changed, and now I have a failing septic system and no options for connection.
Could you take maybe just 30 seconds to finish up so we can go to the next speaker? I appreciate
Yes,
that.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
I guess my time is up here.
Yeah, I'm going to be very brief here because Mary has covered a lot of the points. But what we're running into here is a lot of political opposition that caused the changes that you're now operating under. As Mary said, that study came out in 2017 and in 2018. After the study was done to the point where we, the property owners, and hence the public, were given the results, the county required that you had to have a dedicated failure in order to have such a study and retroactively applied it in the face of results that say your land is not suitable for replacement septic. The bottom line here is that there is too much reliance on sewer policy as a way to control growth and subdivision. Our own covenants in our neighborhood prohibit subdivision. You have to have a majority of the owners agree to it before any one property can be allowed to be subdivided, and that is never going to happen in our neighborhood. People are there because they like it the way it is. But all of these septic systems are so old, and Alan knows this. He's come out to look at it. He's been very helpful in terms of giving us advice and counsel. He's helped owners replace septic systems or make modifications where they are possible. But we have an awful lot where that's not possible. And I would love it if you would approve these simply as a means of sending a message to the county council to stop playing the political game here because of the opposition that they get from some groups, and say, make these decisions based on science and engineering and all the things that DEP does when they carefully consider whether something's going to work or not. As Alan has explained to you, this policy then goes up the ladder to the political levels of the county government. And of course, county governments do what county governments do. But you guys are not subject to that. You're not subject to the political pressures that the county council might be. And I think it would send a very strong message to the council to say, knock this stuff off and start facing what you're going to do when these things fail. Not to mention that coming down the road is Thrive 2050, where this is the pressure is going to become very, very high on trying to get more housing in the county. And you're going to run right into this problem of, well, this is a nice idea, but there's no facilities to support it. That's it.
Thank you for your comments. Maybe what we can do is that go back to, you said, Ms. Eucadis, is that you're having to spend, just going back to the first one, the one on Foxton Court, is that?
Yes.
Is it one of you? So, yeah, we were, the denial was because you had to go get public easements. I mean, you had to get to the sewer line. Is that the reason why?
Right, it doesn't, it can't be served, in that case, it can't be served by a sewer line in the public rights-of-way.
Right, you had to get right away to get to the sewer line, right?
Yeah, through a private easement on someone else's property.
Okay.
So I don't know if there's any way that you could force somebody to allow you to do that.
I understand. And I think, is that your property?
No,
Okay.
I'm down on the curve.
You're part of the
on
other
Drive.
three? Is that you?
Excuse me?
No, neither one of us are owners of any of these 4 properties.
Okay. So, but what I also heard you say, you have to pay $80,000 for what? I'm sorry. I thought that you said that you can't even get a septic. I'm just trying to. Did I hear you say you can't even get a septic?
No, my property was judged, it failed about 2007, my septic system. We spent a great deal of money, had it perk tested, it wouldn't perk, and then we requested hook up to the sewer and were denied. And finally, when this South Overley study was approved, we were one of the properties in that area. And we did, and the county council understood the problem and approved it.
So you have source.
We don't yet. Yes.
They approved. I'm just trying to.
They approved it, and now it's up to the property owners on our street to build the sewer main.
I see.
And we've formed a corporation to do that. But costs are looking like they're going to be up in the $60,000 to $80,000 just for the sewer main.
And that's per homeowner, that's not total. So Mary's group has been working for, 7, 8 years now?
Yeah, easily.
Trying to get this done. No shovel has hit the ground yet. And let me just ask you, do we look like we are contractors who install sewer? We're not, but yet we have to take I think you need an understanding of how difficult this is, even if you get approval. There are so many hoops to jump through, permits and hydrological surveys and engineering studies and so forth and so on. They're all very expensive. There is no public money at all involved here. No tax dollars get harmed in this. And that's assuming you can even get to that point where you're allowed to go forward with the process. But the first part of it is you have to get some sort of change in your status, your category, in order for this to happen. It takes years and years and years. And part of the point we've made in the past has been, if this is going to take 7, 8, 9 years, and the clock is ticking every time you flush the toilet, how in the world are we supposed to be able to act together, to plan together, if we have piecemeal approval and we can't get approved as a group? And Carriage Court properties are a perfect example of this. In order for them to do something about this, they're going to have to work together to do it. And that's why we encourage people to put these applications in a logical manner. So all of the properties on Carriage Court that wanted to ask for this, send it in. That's the ones you're considering.
Is your septic failed right now?
Mine, to be honest
Hers.
about it,
She said that
Yeah.
it was failed.
and Mary's.
We were able to get a minor repair to it that with extreme caution in use, we've been able to limp along. But for example, we can't have a lot of visitors in our house. These are really serious health problems. The backyards are squishy. Children can't play in my neighbor's backyard at all. And we back up to Watts Branch Creek. And I wrote an application for assistance from the state of Maryland, and there's a formula in there that calculates the amount of nitrogen that goes into the water.
Yeah. I understand, ma'am. Well, just going back one thing.
Okay.
Just so I understand. If the city won't put in sewer, the resident can form their own sewer? Is that what they're and pay for a sewer line to go in? I'm trying to understand what, I don't.
WSSC extension policies require applicants, not WSSC or the county, to do their own engineering analysis, design extension, get the permits for the extension, construct the extension. Again, this is all at their cost. And once that's done and the line is built, it's dedicated to WSSC for ownership and operation. This grew out of a situation back in the early 90s where WSSC found its level of indebtedness because it was not financing, but it was providing interim financing, if you will, for all these main extensions, regardless of whether it was a subdivision or an individual case like on South Overley. And, I mean, ultimately, property owners paid WSSC back, but WSSC was holding the bill on those extensions. And they decided and convinced the state legislature that they could no longer do that. And that's why we have the policies that we have today. And that's what puts them in a difficult situation because, especially in lower density areas, it's very costly to extend sewer lines because you're not picking up as many property owners along the way.
Okay, but that's only if they're allowed to have sewer, they can pay for it
Yes.
being built. But if they weren't allowed based on the law, they.
WSSC wouldn't even look at it.
Okay. So look, I suggest that why don't we keep going? You spoke, I appreciate it. We'll get to yours toward the second one that we should go ahead and vote because we cannot approve.
Can I just ask one more question? I'm a little bit concerned regarding the DEP study, okay? DEP study, and nobody talked about it. Is DEP here? And did they actually did a study that these areas, that's what she said, that there is a study was done.
Allow me to clarify.
Yes, please.
The study that was done back in 2012 to look at the entire Glen Hills neighborhood did not evaluate properties on a lot-by-lot basis. We looked at general trends. We looked at overall soil conditions. We looked at stream buffer restrictions, things like this that we could apply without going onto a property and actually studying it, without taking tests. The area that was shown in yellow here on the slides before are what we called the review areas, is to attempt not to upset everybody. The review areas were parts of the neighborhood where we had concerns that septic systems could not be replaced once they failed. There is no determination, except on a few lots, that there is no septic suitability. That is why we do these, that's why we deal with individual property owners as they come up, or try to do these surveys to look specifically at a group of properties and determine their septic suitability in the long term. When we looked at South Overley Drive, it was very clear. Many of the lots did not have long-term septic suitability. We recommended to the council that they be approved for sewer service. The council did that. Now, where these properties are in what we call the North Potomac Highlands Service Area, Study Area, we started under the old rules. And actually, I believe we met with the community once or twice to show them what we had discovered. That was while the water and sewer plan for 2018 was being updated. And the county executive recommended and the county council approved restriction for these surveys that at least one property owner that was asking for a survey had to have a septic system failure, an actual failure. It was not sufficient that we had a concern. They had to have an actual failure, and that failure could not be repaired by an on-site replacement. So the criteria really clamped down on what we could do from the standpoint of our septic surveys.
So that comes that, what is it that they call is a failure? I have a little bit concern hearing what they are saying, that there is a septic area that is close to be failed. And it takes time to do a sewer. That's a health hazard. If there is, what they're telling us is true, and then we deny them to have connection to public sewer, that is putting the public health at risk.
When the Department of Permitting Services, which I believe you're familiar with,
Yes.
when the Well and Septic Office in that department tells us that they have evaluated a property and that there is a septic system failure, and furthermore, that there is no possibility of an on-site replacement for that system, that's when we are able to go in. We can
I
ask
am familiar,
We can ask
yes.
WSSC to expedite service to the property. They don't have to wait for a category change. We can do that as we go along. But we have to have confirmation from DPS that there's a failure.
And they have
And
to pay for that?
If folks won't go to DPS and get that confirmation, there's not a lot we can do.
Have you done that?
Yes, well, I'm part of the lucky people in our neighborhood who live in the South Overley area. And that study was completed before the political opposition changed the rules. So but it's taken us 7 years to get 14 property owners willing to pay that kind of money to get a sewer line in. So this new rule is somebody has to have a failure before they'll do one of these studies to approve it. You can't do this individually. It would have cost me $600,000 as an individual person to put a sewer line in.
And Alan, can I, sorry, Alan, really quickly, so when we have a known failure, an applicant and property owner simply needs to coordinate with DPS so that they can verify that there is a failure, and then there's obviously the policies in place to then allow extensions so that we don't have somebody who's stuck with a truly failing system that's been documented and confirmed by the county, that they will have.
But who
septic
pays for
service.
that? They may not have the
se-
money to pay.
The owners pay for it, and that where the main is relatively close by, it's not usually too much of a problem. But in a situation like this, where where the neighborhood only has mains in sort of a scattershot distribution because of old policies, even before the 1980 master plan, it is very difficult. We have been working with WSSC in Prince George's County to try to identify a better financing system.
That is really dangerous.
But we have not been able to come to an agreement with those agencies on how that system would work.
So thank you for clarifying. So they must have a demonstrated failure, then they can go to WSSC and request, either and then WSSC will say if you can repair, you got to repair it. If not, then you can connect to the sewer, but you have to pay for it. Is that what I hear? And maybe maybe it's at the end, I think we need to keep going, but I think maybe there's something that WSSC or DP can, maybe if people have concerns, maybe they can do testing, and that will help trigger the and that we can recommend. But I think we just need to continue.
If a property owner does testing and determines that there is no reasonable on-site replacement that can be provided by permitting a system through DPS, and if the sewer lines are just too far away for an individual or a group of individuals to finance, the measure of last resort, other than they're simply trying to coax their systems along, and you don't have relatives over at Christmas or Thanksgiving and things like that. The measure of last resort is to put in what's called a holding tank. A holding tank is a larger tank that goes in the yard, replacing the septic tank. And the sewage goes into the holding tank. It's maybe 1,500, 2,000 gallons. And when it fills up, or when it's getting close to filling up, then you have a septic service come out and pump out the tank. And depending on your usage, that can happen every couple of weeks, every month or two, depending on, obviously a family of 6 is going to fill it up faster than a family of 2. That is the last resort. And using a holding tank will not allow property owners to renovate their properties substantially, to add bedrooms to their house under county and state regulations.
Okay, right. So maybe, as I said, we'll keep, but it's really sad what you have to go through, and maybe there's something recommendation we can give about, maybe there's some, some program to test all these homes, and then maybe through that, there's strength in numbers, and then maybe we can give us some recommendation on that way, but I think we need to continue.
I just want to add one thing, that I'm not able to vote unless I make sure that the public health is not at risk. And with what I'm hearing, it's just an if and what, and that makes it very difficult for me to deny, not knowing that if this deny would put the public health at risk, unless someone tell me that no, it's not. I can't tell right now with what I'm hearing, having a holding tank every 2 weeks to have a septic system to come and do that. So I don't know. So if someone can help us.
I'll just say that this particular area is an area that we've dealt with regularly, and I'd say that the process needs to be followed, and that the demonstration that the systems are failing, there's no other option, needs to be demonstrated to DPS, and we're just not there yet.
Can I make a quick question on the three, at least the 3 Carriage Court locations? I know that WSSC overlaps with the city of Rockville in some locations for water and sewer, and I know vice versa. Is there any reason that they could not connect to the city of Rockville? Is this a denial with the city of Rockville issue, or what? Because they seem to be fairly close to
In order to connect to the city's systems,
Mm-hmm.
which are really not much closer than the county systems in this case, along Carriage Court,
Mm-hmm.
The properties would need to be annexed into the city of Rockville.
Okay. Are the existing overlaps between Rockville's water and sewer?
They would have to, sorry, I'm just
Okay,
jumping in really
please.
quick. They'd have to expand, the city would have to expand their growth limits, and then they would have to file for an annexation.
Mhm.
They're not within the growth limit. For that.
Okay, I just know that there are existing overlaps with the
There
city of
are-
Rockville and WSSC.
There
that's
are areas
grandfathered.
that are within the city corporate limits that are served by WSSC, such as King Farm. Here, if you're looking at this map, the areas that are already within the city's planned service envelope are the ones shown in yellow.
Or the hash.
These properties to the south along Carriage Court are not right now in the city's planned envelope.
Yeah.
The city has proposed some changes to their maximum expansion limits. I'm not sure that those have been approved by the state yet. But still, if these properties are not in the city's planned service area and they're intended to be served by WSSC, what the city wants to do makes it questionable. Right now, if you are in the city's planned service envelope, but you are not incorporated, then the city's not going to serve you. And really, WSSC shouldn't serve you either, because that's outside of their sanitary district. I know this sounds like a lot of nitpicking, but these are things that have been established for us in state law. And if we want to change that, you're talking about substantial changes to state law.
Can I ask about one thing where we may have a little bit more leeway, but I'm curious what staff thinks about this. If we go back to number 2, which we were looking at, it seems like the reason that we're recommending denial in this case is because while adjacent to the envelope, it's not adjacent to, it would have to get an easement through properties to get to the main. But considering that this is simply a kind of class change and doesn't actually do much more than sort of allow a property owner to go to the next step, which would presumably mean they'd have to negotiate an easement with their neighbors at some point to actually move this along. Does this not seem like a reasonable case of at least kind of allow them to get the process started, that if they if they are motivated enough and if they can negotiate with the property owners and on and on and on, at least this class change allows them to do that, considering certainly other obstacles in place, but is there a reason why we shouldn't consider that in this
Make
case?
it conditional based on the approval of the easement. That's one of the things that we were saying. That was something that I was going to bring up as well.
I'll add something before anybody else says anything. There was another case just to the south of this one. Similar situation, adjacent to the envelope, needed an extension through intervening properties. And that was brought to the council last year, and they denied it on our recommendation. This is I guess, is a bit of finesse on the peripheral sewer service policy. This policy was developed to help fill in or straighten out irregular envelopes, boundaries in the Potomac subregion. This is not an irregular envelope boundary. It includes all the properties along the street adjacent to it. Adding these properties is not what the policy was intended for.
What is the harm? What is the harm?
If we need to do something like this, and it's not, if we're a septic system failure, we'd be looking at how do we serve this no matter what. But it's not a failure right now. And
I guess what I'm wondering is, where do we have the latitude as a board? Clearly, this doesn't meet the intent of the policy, and it's not a failure, right? But we do know that if it fails, that's a worse environmental outcome, theoretically, than if we do something now. And so I guess I'm more curious, like, where, do we have latitude here as a board to make a conditional, whether it's a conditional approval or just.
So again, I think up to this point, one, we have relied on this process so heavily because what we fear would be that others would then come forward with very convincing arguments. Trust me, my septic system's failing tomorrow, I need help. And then we would open up sort of a Pandora's box of where do you draw that line in a gray area all the time, rather than you have a demonstrated failure with DPS, the county.
I guess that
whose
leads to
job
another.
is to confirm this, and that we rely on them to give us that recommendation. And then absolutely, we're going to help respond as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I guess that leads to another question that I have, which is from a countywide perspective, from our perspective, in terms of how we plan this, and maybe this is also part of the analysis and master plans. Is our concern, is the concern of having a moderate approach to sort of approvals and limiting in certain ways, is the concern that the public systems lack capacity to handle kind of an enormous increase in connections, or are there other concerns? Is it public finance concerns, although it sounds like property owners kind of bear the brunt of the construction. But from our perspective, what's the concern? Like, say theoretically, kind of everyone in this neighborhood wants to hook up. What's our concern in sort of that actually happening?
Well, I think it would be, one, this neighborhood, but then any other neighborhood that may be anywhere near the periphery that would then have emergencies that they would need us to address. Again, without that demonstrated failure, that's the concern. It's not, we're not picking on 10 property owners or so. That periphery extends across the entire county.
But we could decide what is the failure. If it is in the gray area, I think it is safer to go on the safe side to prevent public hazard. What is failure? That's what the question is. And I think that when the property owner, they could bring some document that, yes, we are under restricted. It has been there for years. There is no other area. So we know that it's going to fail. It may not fail now, but it's going to fail in 2 or 3 years. So this is the gray area that I would rather to go on a safer side for the public safety.
So let me just say one thing. this is what what you've brought to us, this is a big issue, in general, and I think we should respond to the bigger issue. I think that, that we as a board should provide, I don't know, some letter, a statement of, like, this is a big issue, and we can bring it up to the county council in our letter. I think we should go ahead and approve these according to the, I personally feel it would be very hard for this landowner to get easements through other people's lands for their sewer, but we should have some process where talking to the county council about this is a big issue. They should have work with DBP or WSC to do this testing of these folks, the properties that they said they're having really problems with their sewer lines, or a system or something to make it, and so that we have a comprehensive way to potentially service their, go on to sewer. So
Can I just ask one more thing? What is your water? Are you on well or are you connected to public?
We're on well.
So does that make it even dangerous for the well water? Because the well water is right in the same
Having
atmosphere.
properties on wells makes it more difficult to locate a replacement septic
Okay,
system.
that's a big
Because you have to
issue.
have a 100-foot separation between the well and the septic
Yeah.
system.
Yeah, that makes it really difficult and dangerous.
Let me add just two things here. One is digging down into the weeds. On this particular request, DPS advised us that there is a new septic system installed with a reserve area as of 2012. There is no problem here right now. If they have reserve areas, that's 2 reserve areas beyond the initial system that they have now, which could carry them for 50 years or more.
So,
The other thing I'll mention is that when we completed the 2012 septic study of Glen Hills, one of the recommendations the council put forward was to do a limited master plan amendment to address the issue of sewer service in this neighborhood, not throughout the entire subregion, in this neighborhood. That has never gone forward.
So maybe in our letter, we could cite that again,
I would, yeah, because.
Okay, so I think I would recommend that we cite with staff on this one, and to deny because of the having to go through, get an easement from a adjoining property owner, and then let's go on to the next ones. That would be my recommendation. Do I have a motion?
I want to ask a question from Mr. Sukup. So for this specific property, did I hear you correctly that the current, according to DPS, you have a document that the existing septic system is good for another 50 years?
The septic permit is in DPS. It was approved in 2012 with a replacement system and 2 reserve areas. Now, reserve areas, it's difficult to say, their life span depends on usage, but they should at least last 20 years or more. So with an existing system that's 10 years, 13 years old, they should be good for another 40 to 50 years at least. And I will tell you that there are people out there in Glen Hills that will say, we've had a septic system a lot longer than that, and we don't need the intrusion of public service. Not everybody agrees with that. The neighborhood is very divided on the issue of sewer service. And we address their concerns within the confines of the regulations that we have to deal with.
Okay, so we have 9 more of these to go.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I'll go ahead and move for the approval of staff's recommendation of denial for WSSCR 22-TRV-15A.
Is there a second?
I will second, but after we get through this, I think we should, yeah.
Is any further discussion, or all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Bedouin?
I abstain. I really don't know how to vote on this one. I feel a little bit uncomfortable.
That's
Yeah.
okay.
And
That's
I
okay.
shall abstain with Mitra Pereira.
Okay, there's three to two. Okay, it moves forward. Let's go to the next one. Okay.
All right, so here we go again. This is Glen Hill's Special Study Area. This is the Nicodemus property at 13110 Foxden Drive, requesting public connection for a single-family house that exists today. RE1 zoned. It would require a 600-foot extension. As you can see, it would go down Foxden Drive and then connect to Overly Drive this way. Now, in initial comments that staff provided on this case when we were first sent the case, this property was not identified as being within the public sewer service envelope. And so we felt at the time that it did not meet the Potomac Peripheral Sewer Service Policy. DEP has since corrected the sewer service envelope to show that the adjoining property is indeed in the sewer envelope. Therefore, this property abuts a property within the sewer surface envelope and can be served by main extensions in the public right-of-way. So we are recommending approval on this one because it does meet the criteria of the Potomac Peripheral Sewer Service Policy. So I just wanted to show again on the sewer map where we are in the Glen Hills area.
Okay, great. If you can go back to that previous slide. Where is that property that you thought wasn't in, where does it connect to the sewer?
It does not connect today, I don't believe, but it is in the sewer envelope and eligible to connect. Is that correct, Mr. Sukup?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Does 13110 currently have sewer service? Is it connecting to the line at its current endpoint, or is it just within the envelope but does not have service?
13110 Foxden was the subject of a category change request in our last group. And because it did not, it only was adjacent to the envelope at a point, which is, I know, a technicality, but we determined that it did not satisfy the requirements of the peripheral service policy, and the council subsequently denied it. So if the council approves this property, it would be as under the peripheral service policy, it would not extend the envelope up to the next property to the north.
I'm not.
But the property here is the property to the north. This is the request is for this property. It's passing 13100. 13100 is within the envelope according to the corrected sewer service envelope. But does this property already connect to the sewer, or is it just eligible?
This property to the south?
Yes.
13100? It is connected to public sewer already. We need to do a correction
Okay.
to change it to category S1.
Okay, so this one does have sewer service. It probably connects at the end of the line that you see in red
all right.
here.
Okay, so do I have a, if there's no other further, do I have a motion for approval of the 22 TRV 17A?
Yeah.
Recommending staff's.
Okay. Move that we approve on WSCCR 22-TRV-17A that we approve staff's recommendation to change the category to S3.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. And let's go to the next one, please.
Case 4 is the Gerald property at, this is a pair of properties at 13409 and 13413 Ridge Drive. Same situation with the Potomac Master Plan and the Glen Hill Study Area. These would require a 7,500 or a 2,200-foot sewer extension, depending on which way the line ends up ultimately running within Glen Mill Road here. So they would have to travel up Ridge Drive and then either connect here, or there was a second option here. The problem here is that they do not abut the sewer service envelope. You can see there's actually a 20-foot wide property between the the applicant's property and the sewer envelope, so therefore it does not meet the criteria as a property, adjacent property, and therefore the Potomac peripheral sewer service policy does not apply, and neither do the other four conditions for the Glen Hills study area, so staff recommends denial.
But that 20-foot right away, isn't it like just for a gas utility? It's not another property.
That's correct, but it is keep this property from being adjacent, so, the policy that was set by the council.
They should have excluded
Right,
these.
and that's what I think that in 2002, when they were doing the Potomac Master Plan, they were recommended the special study because there were so many people with special exceptions that were getting sewer service. They were trying to make it more systematic. They did the study. They created the policy with these 5 conditions that can be met, and outside of that, the policy does not allow for it.
I know,
Even
but
if it's only 20 feet.
This looks like an oversight in the policy, really, isn't it? Because there is no other property that you talk about it. This is just a right-of-way. It could be a utility.
This is a fee simple property owned by a gas company. It's not just an easement on another property. It's fee simple. Now, if the board wants to recommend that DEP and the county executive and the council reevaluate the peripheral service policy and create an exception for situations like this, we'll happily work on it.
I think we should do that.
I recommend that highly once we get through these, and I think that most of them are looking through, again, going through with staff considerations, but I think we have to go to the county council, or at least recommend and transmit with our comments to allow some flexibility with approving of different designations for this, because a 20-foot, if it were a lot that was 20 foot longer, it would qualify if it didn't have to go over what appears to be it says former on here, but an unused piece of property, fee simple or not. I understand that there's differences there, but unless there's a gas line going through there right now that you can't dig through, I don't see any reason why, from a functional standpoint of what we're desiring the policy to achieve, that wouldn't be that wouldn't be something that we should.
For the sake of moving it forward,
Oh,
I'll
yes.
say I'm going to, we'll respect what the board wants to include in their letter. I don't think that this surprised anyone that did the analysis at the time that then came up with the criteria. I think they were aware of situations like this, but for the sake of moving forward, we can include whatever you would like to include in a letter.
But I'd also like to point out there's 2 properties here, so the line would be extended, not just 20 feet, but to the property to the south again, and then you'll see that this would make the sewer envelope even more irregular than it already is.
Is there an existing house there?
No, these applicants desire to build 2 houses.
Okay.
But to your point, though, if that 20-foot easement or right-of-way wasn't there, they would qualify.
One of the houses would, one of the lots would.
Well, but if one qualifies, the next time the other one.
It wouldn't extend the envelope, it would only give them an exception to have service.
If-
Okay.
And then there was something in the staff report from council about alternate means of handling their wastewater.
If the northern property qualified under the policy, and it was in common ownership with the property to the south at the time of the master plan, and the policy was created, then we would allow them to be considered together.
Okay, great. All right, so.
What we don't want is somebody finding, oh, here's a property, and then coming in 10, 15 years after the master plan and saying, I'm going to buy this one too, and now I can get both properties.
I completely agree with Commissioner Hedrick. I think for this one, there are no homes there currently. It to some extent, it simplifies our concerns. So if, I would move that we support staff's recommendation, transmit comments to the denial.
With the condition of adding that then they look at removal of these or create the flexibility that we talked about.
I think I agree. We should send
We
that.
should
I
add
think we
that one
should
to it.
kind of attach to. I don't know if this was Commissioner Hedrick what you had in mind, but what I have in mind is we should attach to this entire packet, maybe some sort of statement about our interest in reexamining a variety of these policies and issues.
Correct.
Including this one where there's a very tiny like utility property.
Great. So I agree with that. So let's move forward. Do I have a motion for?
No, Josh.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So that's 5-0. Let's go to the next one, please.
The next property is the Ajamole property in, also, this was the property that is within both the Glen Hills Special Study Area and within the Piney Branch watershed, which has its own set of restrictions. Access here would be along a 600-foot extension. You can see the edge of the sewer envelope here, so this property is not adjacent to the sewer envelope, and therefore the peripheral policy does not apply.
Okay, great.
And then it also does not apply, none of the 6 criteria necessary to get access within the Piney Branch watershed apply. You can see here, master plan sewer staging would have to recommend it. A trunk sewer right-of-way would have to be there. It would have to have a prior category approval before 1991, a public health problem, abutting sewer, or be part of a cluster development. So it doesn't meet the criteria of either of the special areas.
So just because this is an SPS, Special Protection Area, I know that it's a big concern when you have a sewer field, that it may be at the end of its capacity. We don't know why they're asking for this sewer. Is that they are at the end of their capacity or service life? I think it's very important that we define what is a failure. And I really like when we go about these changes or flexibilities, I would like not to wait until it fails. I would like to get a timeline that it could fail if it is not done within this certain time.
I forgot to point out that there is no house on this property. They would like to build one.
Okay,
Yeah.
good, because I got concerned,
That's no
especially
problem.
at SPS.
Yes, can we move, is there a motion to
Yeah.
accept staff's recommendation?
Yeah, move that we approve staff's recommendation on 23-TVR-04A.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. Let's go to the next one, please.
The next one is a little bit of a different case because it's not in the Glen Hills sewer service area. It is in the Potomac Subregion Master Plan area. In this case, there are 3 properties that are all in the RE2 zone. They have varying levels of current access to public water and sewer. This map on this page shows that this is for the requested water service. This parcel P709 currently does not have public water. The other 2 parcels involved in this application do have public water connections. The blue lines in the road show where the current water mains are. This is the sewer service map. The one that does not have water currently is within the sewer service envelope. The other 2 are also currently have sewer service, but they're restricted to 1 connection. The applicant, in this case, is proposing a 60 townhouse unit independent living facility for seniors that will require a conditional use application as well as a preliminary plan of subdivision. There are, as you could see from the prior maps, they can connect their water and sewer lines directly to lines that exist in Travilla Road. The master plan did conclude as the sewer, if you zoom in really far on the master plan's map, it created a sewer envelope for all the properties north and east of this line, but it did not include the properties south of this line, although the orange indicates that at the time that they did have sewer service, DEP has pointed out that parcel 709 also had sewer service at the time. It's not correctly shown in the master plan. So I created a map of what it perhaps should have looked like based on findings of DEP. I included this contour map here. I highlighted one of the contours to show that all of the property involved in this application, that will have the townhouses with a little bit of regrading involved here, is higher up than the road. So the gravity sewer service could be provided on here. The master plan had said that these properties, the Johnson property is the only one addressed in the master plan. It's actually two properties. It said in the master plan that it could not be served by sewer service in the right-of-way, but that seems to apply more to the larger Johnson property where everything is downhill this way. The smaller Johnson property could be served. And so because this is adjacent to the sewer service envelope and adjacent to mains in the public right-of-way, we believe that it meets the criteria for the Potomac Peripheral Sewer Service Policy, which applies here regardless of it not being in the Glen Hills area.
And we still, with the condition is that when it comes before the hearing examiner, we will examine it further with water and sewer to make sure that that's all
Right.
going to work for a 60 unit.
Yeah, the hearing examiner would have to decide if the use is appropriate and determine if the layout and lots and density are appropriate.
No.
But as far as meeting the criteria of the policy, we think it does.
Yeah.
Which is a slight difference from, this is the case where the county executive's recommendation was denial because they didn't think the policy was applicable. But we felt it did. And perhaps Mr. Sukup could explain more of why, but it would be the most dense
60 units,
unit ever, approved underneath that policy.
I'm cool with that.
Senior housing also, so isn't it one of the qualification?
Well, the senior, the actual use doesn't, the
It's not a
policy does
non-process
not ask whether it's, what type of use it's for.
The owner.
So that's a separate question. That's the zoning question.
So do you have
Sure.
any comments? If not, we can move forward.
Call us timid, call us cowardly, but we had a concern about the application of the peripheral service policy in this situation primarily because it's promoting much more density than we would normally see with this type of application. It's a subdivision, and the most subdivision we've done in these cases is maybe for 3 or 4 lots that meet the zoning requirements in the RE1 or RE2 zone. And so if the council wants to expand the use of peripheral service policy to a situation like this, they can tell us that that's what they want. And you can tell us that's what they want. I think that's what you've done. And I have no problem with conditions on the approval. I think they're entirely appropriate. They have to get a conditional use, which examines many more issues than we are involved in. And then they have to go through you to get a preliminary plan approval.
Great. I appreciate your comments. And it's,
And given the time considerations, I would like to make a few comments.
Okay, perfect.
I wouldn't call Mr. Sukup or the county executive timid or et cetera, but I would certainly suggest they're putting an exclusionary spin. I'm sorry. For the record, Scott Wallace with the law firm of Miles and Stockbridge on behalf of the applicant Community Housing Initiatives. So I wouldn't call them timid, but I would certainly say that they're putting an exclusionary spin on the water and sewer policy. This clearly meets all the criteria for application of the peripheral policy. One of the parcels is in the envelope. The other 2 parcels are adjacent to that. The extension can be made from an existing line in Treville with a gravity sewer line, and it can be done with no environmental impacts. And that actually the project encompasses environmental cleanup on the southern portion along the Stream Valley Buffer Park, so it actually improves the environmental conditions of the site. So the phrasing used by Mr. Sukup is a little bit difficult to accept because he's really talking about concerns about the applicability. It does apply. The peripheral policy does apply, as staff has correctly pointed out, and it's very thorough analysis. What they're concerned about is, again, should this many housing units be developed in Potomac? Very, very different story. That'll be decided by the conditional use application.
Great.
Happy to answer any questions.
No, I'm in favor of staff's recommendations. We're not voting on the conditional use. That'll come later, but staff did based on their analysis, I would recommend moving forward with staff's recommendation.
Yeah, I'll move that we move forward with staff's recommendation.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it.
Thank you.
Let's move on to the next one, please.
More homes equal good.
The next case is not anywhere close to Potomac, so you'll be happy to know. It's in the Upper Rock Creek Master Plan area. It's an RE2 zoned property at 5904 Montgomery Mill Road, and they're requesting public sewer for a 100-unit senior living facility. This would require a approximately 1,000-foot sewer main extension. You can see on the right, the applicant's proposed facility would be an apartment-style building with, I believe, peripheral parking and possibly parking underneath. The WSSC's analysis indicated that the sewer line would need to connect to a point up here. It's shown offset from the street for clarity, but it would be within the street. The map on the right is the sewer envelope for the Upper Rock Creek Master Plan. The subject property is in this little white strip here that is not recommended for public sewer. And unlike the Potomac area, there is no peripheral sewer service policy that applies in the Upper Rock Creek, and therefore this application does not qualify for sewer service under either the master plan or the water and sewer plan, and therefore staff recommends denial.
I would moving forward with staff's recommendation.
I will move to move forward with staff's recommendation, but I would say that with something with 100 potential housing units in a situation in which we're trying to get housing, I think that 1,000-foot sewer line is not too much to ask for 100 housing units. And in the grand scheme of things, this is a situation in which I would really like to see, honestly, an exception for something like this, or the flexibility for an exception with a property like this. I don't think 1,000 feet of public infrastructure is too much to ask for 100 housing units, particularly senior housing.
And I totally agree with that. I do not know. Again, this is where it comes that to get for some flexibility right now, we are pushing for, housing. And this is not, in my opinion, a good reason. I understand that it's a part of the policy, but the policy should be flexible that the planning board or, could make exception for cases like that. And I do not know how we can transmit this.
Well, I would point out that the master plan recommends maintaining low density character in this area. So the planning board's master plan recommended a density and character. 100-unit building would not be within that character. It would require the conditional use, in which case the hearing examiner might also decide that it doesn't.
How old is the master plan?
20 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's again comes that we are taking something that is now based on something that was 20 years ago, and we deny it while we know that if we had the master plan last year, it would have been different.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So I voted for denial only so I didn't look at the broader context, but I do feel that there are opportunities where the 100 units of senior can go. I mean, there and I don't want that. And then also we're also looking for this whole thing about community. I mean, in an area where there are services and other things like that. So I know you can make the argument both ways, and maybe we should, in our comments, look back through for maybe there should be in future policy, some things like that, but I voted to deny for those reasons. There was a big push for a low level of housing and services and infrastructure in this area.
Yeah, but I mean, to that point, though, we also have Thrive 2050, in which we've made policy decisions and determinations that we want different things than we did 20 years ago. I will vote to go with staff's recommendation. I moved forward anyway, but I mean, this is absolutely a situation in which we should, be allowing or be more flexible with our allowance for public infrastructure.
If I could add, I would concur with Commissioner Hedrick and Commissioner Pedaween with regards to there need to be an exception, especially when we're looking at meeting housing requirements and density requirements.
Okay, so is there a motion to? Oh, wait.
No, move to approve staff's recommendation on that.
Okay, is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, the ayes have it. Duly noted. Okay, so we're down to,
This is number 8. Numbers 9, 10, and 11 are all considered as a group, so there's really only 2 left. And you've already heard some of the testimony on the last 3 that are part of that group. So this one is a recommendation for an approval. It's in the only master plan. It's the Iglesia de Cristo Miel Maryland property at 17521 Old Baltimore Road. The only master plan area, they would like to build a 700-seat place of worship on this property, which is currently occupied by a single-family house. They do also request retaining a house on the property to use as a parsonage along with the church. On this slide, you will see the proposal. It's a little bit grainy, but this is to show you where the water extension would go in the right-of-way. The proposed sewer connection would connect actually to the neighboring property through an easement that WSSC indicates already exists for that purpose. But important to note here is there's 2 different watersheds. Everything on the left here drains to one watershed, and everything to the right drains to a completely different one. The Hollings River watershed is part of the Patuxent primary management area, and it's got a 10% cap on imperviousness because it needs to really protect the water quality in this area because it feeds the area's drinking water supply reservoirs on the Patuxent River. The northwest branch flows south to the Anacostia. It does not have an impervious cap. The applicants have submitted a preliminary plan for this. Let me get my facts straight. So on September 28th of last year, the planning board did approve an extension for the review of this pending the outcome of this case. It initially had been, you see that the case number starts with a 17. That kind of gives you an indication of the year in which this application was received by DEP. This one was deferred before, while the county, there was a change to the water and sewer plan that was going on with the 2018 water and sewer plan to clarify, sorry, I'm losing my way here, but in the policy was, Alan, do you remember the exact policy?
In the 2018 water and sewer plan, we adopted, or the council adopted, a policy that requires an applicant for a private institutional facility use like this, that they submit a concept plan to Park and Planning, to the DRC for review, before they even submit a category change application. Now, in this case, they already submitted the application. So we said, okay, go ahead and submit a concept plan that we can review, and we'll hold off on a decision on this. they went ahead and submitted a preliminary plan, which is fine. It's a lot more detailed than the concept plan needed to be. And so we're looking at this as their submittal of a plan that needs to be looked at by Park and Planning, by the Planning Board, and ultimately by the council.
Thank you, Alan. So this property was actually discussed in the only master plan. It was the analysis in the master plan included the 3 properties you see in the center here. It recommended public sewer service for the 2 smaller properties only if they developed in conjunction with the Northwest Investment property. However, the Northwest Investment property subsequently came in for subdivision and did not include the 2 smaller properties, so therefore the master plan did not recommend public sewer for this property. And therefore, we look, and the water and sewer plan has the public institutional facility or PIF option where nonprofits such as churches can apply for sewer service despite master plan recommendations against public service. You can see on the right the only sewer service envelope. Again, it looks like, proposed sewer service area. It does look like it's already within the envelope. However, the master plan did carve out special exceptions for some of the properties within the envelope to either recommend for or against the provision of public sewer, depending on if they developed with cluster options and things like that. So as shown on the prior slide, they have submitted their preliminary subdivision plan that's going to be used as this required concept plan. It's been deferred till May. But in this report, the county executive expressed concerns with the level of imperviousness. So I mentioned that Patuxent PMA has a 10% cap, and in that portion of the property, they are just under 10%. However, in the Northwest Branch watershed, the impervious level is about 47%, which would give an overall imperviousness on the site of 35%. The county executive provided prior PIF approval examples where the council did limit the imperviousness in the Northwest Branch to either 24 or 25% versus the 47 proposed here. And then another example where it was even lower in a different watershed at 20%. Planning staff is also very concerned about the excessive levels of imperviousness with any application. However, we do not feel that planning staff has the ability to establish a firm limit. So the county executive had recommended approval of this as long as the proposed water and sewer mains were, as shown in the draft plan, that the impervious area in the Hollings River watershed be no more than 10%, and in Northwest Branch at 25%. We only changed that to say that it does not exceed a limit of imperviousness area established by the county council within the Northwest Branch watershed, and leave it up to the county council to decide the appropriate level of imperviousness.
And if this is consistent with the county council? They want to make that decision?
The public hearing is March 5th, and we'll submit planning board's recommendations. So that'll be part of the public record when they are looking to make. They'll also look at the county executive's recommendations, which in this case was for a limit. So they'll look at, and I don't know if the applicant will apply or other people, but yes, so they'll look at everything and then make their decision.
Right, so I'll just say really quickly that in a SPA that does not have a strict impervious limit, that we deferred to the council who helped establish that SPA as the guidance. And so rather than right now choose a specific level of imperviousness, we're leaving that up to the regulatory process, and of course working with staff. We try to limit the imperviousness as much as possible, but rather than prematurely set an exact impervious limit now, we're recommending we don't do that.
Okay, great. I'm fine with that. How does the county council set their impervious? Do you have a sense of how they set it?
the
Right, we can do-
examples they
well-
provided.
Yeah, you provide, okay. But what criteria they use, do you know, like, how do they?
Well, there's a couple different ways that they can do it. So one would be through a master plan and establishing an actual
Okay.
SPA, and then we would do environmental analysis that would go along with that. In this particular case, they can use some of the case history to help determine if they feel that an impervious limit would be necessary in this case. We're just not seeing that. We think the regulatory controls in place today allow us both the flexibility and the tools we need to limit imperviousness. So rather than, again, decide today what that is, we think that if the council determines that there is a impervious limit that they're comfortable with, that they can decide rather than us telling them what that is.
Great. I'm okay with that precedent okay, great.
Yeah, I'll move that we approve the staff's recommendation for 17-OLN-02A.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. So does that, okay, so we have the last three.
Yeah, the final three cases are at 13201, 13205, and 13209 Carriage Court in Rockville, Potomac Subregion Master Plan, Glen Hill Special Study Area. These were previously deferred by County Council while the 2022 Water and Sewer Plan was being reviewed by the state to clarify whether these properties would qualify under the Potomac Peripheral Sewer Service envelope, service policy. The map on the right here shows in blue the part of the sewer envelope that's controlled by the Potomac Subregion Master Plan. And in yellow to the north and to the east is the Rockville Sewer Service area. So the 2022 plan clarified that you could only qualify under the Potomac Peripheral Sewer Service policy if you're adjacent to the Potomac Sewer Service envelope and not to the Rockville. So being adjacent to the Rockville sewer envelope does not qualify you to meet the criteria specified in the Potomac Peripheral Sewer Service policy. And so the two properties on the north are not adjacent to the Potomac Sewer Service envelope and therefore do not meet the criteria. And they would also have to make connections through a Stream Valley Park, which would require digging up the ground, removing trees, possibly. And then the master plan is worried about the long-term maintenance of sewer lines in the stream valleys for environmental reasons. The third property on the south, 13201, is actually adjacent to the Potomac Sewer Service envelope. However, the length of the line that would be required to serve it would be about 1,400 feet. And then it would go slightly outside of the right-of-way into the park area. And so therefore, it can't entirely be served by sewer extensions within the public right-of-way. And it is also just a long way away from where it would be able to make that connection, passing by other properties on the way, and then making them eligible possibly for abutting mains thing. And so because of the policies in place and the recommendations in the master plan, staff recommends denial of this case.
So where would it connect? Could you go back to your previous, where would it connect? It goes from the bottom, where?
The bottom property would connect to this line,
Uh-huh.
and then it would have to connect into the Rockville system. And these two properties, WSSC had submitted a drawing that showed that this would be the logical connections for the two intervening properties.
And I will tell you that the two connections running into the Watts Branch trunk sewer is not something that we would consider under any circumstances.
Right. Yeah. So, but
If service is to be provided here, it would have to be by way of an extension in the right-of-way of Carriage Court and up to Scott Drive.
Come back that way. So what is the condition of existing septic systems on these properties?
DPS gave us For example, the existing septic system on 13201 was constructed in 64, and there is no modern septic reserve area. These properties were part of the North Potomac Hills, or North Potomac Highlands study area. We were moving forward with that, and again, we were required to stop work on that survey because of what was adopted in the 2018 master plan.
It was
We-
built
we-
when? 1964?
1964. That's fairly typical for septic systems in this neighborhood.
So they are very much close to their end of their, probably they have passed their service life, huh?
Yeah, so what, and what about the adjacent ones, like the not asking for it, but this is one of the things about the letter we could write. I mean, so that one, 13201, you said is they have no additional capacity, correct? You're saying? You said it was 1961, has no additional capacity, or?
It was 1964, and there is no subsequent permit for improvement.
What does that mean? They didn't apply for it?
They could apply and have testing done. Whether or not they could find a sufficient area on the property to get a replacement system is something that would have to be determined through testing.
And what about the 13208 or 13?
The other two properties, the septic systems were constructed in the late 1950s. On 13205, which I believe is the middle property, they had to replace their septic tank because it was leaking. Again, another relatively common situation with septic tanks of that era. They were built not as a single unit that you drop into the ground as they are today. They were built using block and mortar. And over time, the mortar starts to break down and the septic tanks leak.
And then their septic field, that important thing is the septic field.
Well, what you have is a septic tank acting as the distribution point for the sewage. And if the ground under the tank is not of the same good quality as the septic tank, as the ground under the septic fields or under the seepage pits, you're not getting the kind of treatment that you should.
And do they have well in this land?
Yes, they are on wells.
My question was also the ones that aren't in this application, but still adjacent, like the 13200, 13208. I mean, but the point was, can we, there's some recommendation that they all get their systems tested, and then maybe as a group, them that if they're quote unquote failing, maybe there'd be an opportunity as a group to.
If one of these properties is determined to have a failure and it can't be resolved with an on-site replacement, we could move in and do a survey. In fact, that would allow us to do the entire North Potomac Highland survey.
So could we check on that? Because something that is that old and we don't know I don't know why these people have put this request and they're not here to tell us that what is the condition, okay? I feel uncomfortable just deny it, knowing that that could be a public health at risk. I just can't.
Could I add one comment?
If the applicant isn't here, it is at the applicant's own peril.
Yeah. So I would recommend that I'm sorry, someone talking? I'm sorry.
I just wanted to answer your question. If you look at the first slide in my presentation, you'll see a map done by DEP that shows these are in the yellow areas that they judged were unsuitable for septic system use. This is in the public record. And so my question is, how can it be denied when the DEP itself has said this is not appropriate use.
Mary, again,
Yeah.
that study did not determine what is suitable or not suitable for septic system use. It identified areas that you saw in yellow on the map as areas of concern. You can't determine what will fail and what will not fail or what can be replaced by the kind of analysis that was done for the 2012 study.
So maybe we need to ask them to do, these people, they have put this application in. I do not know if they had a professional staff or they just did it. I don't know. But the point of the matter is that it seems like that these areas may have a risk issue. And that's why that it has put in there. And we don't know. Maybe we should get back to them and say that we need to know what is the health of your septic system, current septic
When the
system.
council decided that we could not go forward with the North Potomac Highlands survey, we went back to each applicant for that survey and asked them if they could determine with DPS that they had a failed system. Nobody wanted to do that. And I can understand why.
Yeah,
As Mary said,
Well,
our purpose is not to kick people out of their homes. That was a concern many years ago.
And it could be
Of a failure.
because if they
But
do
it's-
the
it's-
survey.
It's to resolve and mitigate the problem.
Well, how much does it cost to do this test to see if you have a fails? How much is it, just out of curiosity, how much does it cost to test for a failed service?
Doing the testing for all of it, there are 2 tests that are required, is probably in the range of several $1,000s.
Okay. So moving forward, I think I would recommend that, as I said before, that we write a letter. I recommend that the staff has recommended that they maintain, these 3, maintain denial for the technical reasons, but that we, as a board, I would recommend that we ask, this is going to, what is it, DP or DP, what is the council? The council that they strongly work with the community to do this Potomac Highlands survey and work with them to, because we feel that, the community feels that they have unsafe systems. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine that there's more environmental risk from, connecting to sewer to than having a 75-year-old septic system. I mean, I will move to go ahead and approve the staff's recommendation, but I think that, there really needs to be a study for that, because if we're talking 75-year-old plus septic systems that haven't seemed to at any point gone in for a repair and stuff like that, I can't imagine that is a good system to have next to the Watts branch. So I think strongly suggest that we take a look at these. Yeah.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion, final discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. So we've, you're no, okay, this is 4-1. But I don't know who's taking notes, but we need our recommendations to include a letter to the council about our issues. You've got it, Jamie?
Yeah, I'm sure I'll have to watch again to pick up the nuances, but yes.
Yeah. So we appreciate you coming today. We understand your concerns, and we're going to write a letter saying that Okay, thank you so much. All right, and we're going to take a break for lunch. Okay. Yeah. We'll come back at 2:10.
Yeah, it's a
We'll come back at 2:10. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Excuse me, good afternoon. We're on item number 14, State Legislative Update. Our General Counsel, Deborah Borton, will be updating the board this morning on a few legislative items. Good afternoon, Deborah.
Hello, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. For the record, Deborah Borden, General Counsel for the Commission. I do have 4 bills, but I'm only going to ask for a vote on one bill. And our recommendation on that bill is going to be support with amendments. So the bill that we would like you to vote on is HB 1511, Forest Conservation Act modifications. You may know, or you may not actually, because I don't think you, this board was here at the time that a couple of sessions ago, the state did a major update of the State Forest Conservation Act. And the way this works is that the state sort of sets the bar for how forest conservation and forest mitigation has to be done in the state. And then the local governments have to conform their local programs to match, to make sure that they are meeting those minimum standards. And so we had a major update a couple of years ago. We were very involved, we meaning the Park and Planning Commission, were very involved in those discussions to get that legislation in the final form in which it was enacted. And one of the major points of discussion was the way that existing forest mitigation banking is done in the state. So you have two forms of forest mitigation banking. You have the form where you're preserving existing forest, and you have the form where you're planting new forest. And so there was a lot of discussion, a lot of back and forth with a number of the environmental groups as well as the lawmakers about the way that program is functioning and whether we're actually getting the kind of preservation of forests that we need. And so a number of changes were made to both how an existing forest mitigation bank can be approved. So additional requirements were put onto the hosts of those banks. And then additional requirements also were put onto the use of the forest mitigation banking credits. So in the meantime, Montgomery and Prince George's had been running out of forest mitigation banking credits because they were under the old rules and we were using them up, and Montgomery is completely out of all of those mitigation credits. Prince George's is almost out. And so this is it's one tool in the toolbox of mitigating forest impacts. When you cut trees and you've got to, and in order to build your project, that impact then has to be mitigated. There are a number of things. This is one of those things that developers can use in order to mitigate their forest or their tree loss. And it's basically formula driven. There's a formula, and that tells you how much mitigation each project owes, and then they can actually meet those mitigation requirements through planting trees on site, planting trees off site, purchasing mitigation bank credits, and also paying a fee in lieu. So there's a number of things that they can do, but this is an important aspect of the tools in the toolbox, and we really want to get that aspect back up and running in both counties as soon as possible. So the current legislation says that the new forest mitigation banking program sort of restarts as of July 2024. This bill, 1511, HB 1511, would give the counties additional time to adopt and implement the rest of the Forest Conservation Act amendments that were passed. And we just want to make sure that by giving an extension on the rest of it, we're not also extending this July date for the mitigation banking. We need to be able to implement that as soon as possible. And so that's the nature of our support with amendments. We have no problem with giving the counties additional time. As it happens, Montgomery doesn't need that additional time because Montgomery had already adopted changes to its forest conservation policies, sort of at the same time, really, sort of commensurate with this discussion at the state. The county had already moved forward with doing what was basically a no net loss forest conservation update to its local laws. So Montgomery doesn't have to worry about that, but we do have to worry about the mitigation banking, and we want to make sure that we get that program back up and running as soon as possible. So I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. As you can tell, we were very steeped in this. I feel like, I've become the tree person at the commission because we talked about this so much, and our planners were particularly passionate about this program.
So just so I understand properly, can you define again what is mitigation banking? If someone said, what is mitigation banking? Could you?
Sure. So again, it's one tool on the list of tools that people can use. So when you have a project and you want to build something and there are trees in the way, you may have to cut down trees. Well, if you have to do that, you have to present a what's called in Prince George's a TCP, a tree conservation plan, and you have to completely determine, which trees are staying, which trees are being cut. If there are trees that are over a certain caliper, you have to justify why you can't build around that, larger tree, or if there's a heritage tree, something that's literally so old that it's historic. You have to go through the entire site and identify which trees you're keeping and which trees are going. And then if you have over a certain number of trees that you are proposing to cut down, or a certain acreage of trees, then you must comply with the requirements to mitigate that tree loss. And that's, again, it's formula driven. The formula is kind of complicated, but if you have a certain number of acres of trees that you're losing, that then results in a certain number of acreage that you must replace. You can either replace it on site by planting the trees someplace else, someplace other than where you're building your building. If you can't do that because you run out of room on your site to do that, you can try to build or to plant trees off-site. And all of these are mitigation. You're mitigating the tree loss associated with building your project.
Right. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so I have no other comments or questions. Okay, so can I make a motion? Can someone make a motion to approve?
Yeah, I'll move that we approve supporting HB 1511 with amendments.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. That's 5-0. You can move on
Wonderful.
to the next.
Thank you. Yes, so the next ones, the other three are all informational items, and I can talk about each one if you like, or I can just say if you have any questions about any of them. I know you are pressed for time, so I will leave that to you to give me some direction.
It's up to the board. Could you just take 1 minute and talk about each one, just big picture,
Okay, absolutely. Okay, I'll start with I'll start with the easy one. So this one is HB 1413, and this one only applies in Prince George's County. So, I don't necessarily think you need to know about that. It's a bill that would require, sorry about this, certain areas to be.
Yeah, if it's in Prince George's, even though we love Prince George's
It's just
County,
Prince George's.
but we can
Yeah,
talk about
No
You can go
problem.
for Montgomery County, yeah.
Okay, so let me go on to the next one is HB 1284, Wetlands and Waterways Program. Now, I think that there is there someone from Parks, Matt?
Yeah.
Well, in any event, I will just give you a quick, so,
Yeah, they're in the room, yeah, so,
okay, so Matt may be able to give you, Matt Harper
yeah.
could give you some detail about this, but the basic upshot is that this bill would put a lot more process on getting a permit to do stream restoration projects.
Yeah, so
and
Matt's
it
here,
also,
Matt's here, what, right,
Okay.
okay, so you're handing it off to him now, he's
I am.
he's got the baton in his hand.
Okay.
For the record, Matt Harper, Natural Resources Manager for Montgomery Parks. Aaron McCardle, Environmental Engineer, is also with me today to answer questions that you guys might have. But we wanted to provide some information on a bill that's being presented for review that adds a number of levels of additional work and plans and outreach and monitoring, biological monitoring associated with stream restoration projects that need to be permitted in the state of Maryland. So I think our take on this, we've reviewed bills similar in previous years. This is a newer version that has some improvements, but still has a number of elements that have not been fully thought through and are really not implementable. So we've provided a bit of a fact sheet that we'd like to provide to the bill sponsors and those that will be voting on it. And we're happy to sort of go into details, but it's really sort of taking aim at the permitting process that MDE holds, requiring more fees, more project justifications, more robust monitoring, both before and after a project, more survey of tree resources at a finer scale, additional plans that sort of support the project that is being implemented, significant increases in the amount of outreach and engagement required for any project being permitted, and potential reductions in credits that would be awarded for any of these projects. So largely this is a tool that the Parks Department needs in their toolbox to manage stormwater and manage our Stream Valley Park systems. And so this would just not only make our process more expensive, but it would limit the amount of work that we could do.
So essentially what you're saying, you have a process that you feel is working well, but this what they're recommending in this bill is just over and above, and you think that it's not necessary. Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
That we have a process that touches on all of these elements already and is something that's already being considered.
Mhm.
So these requirements are cumbersome and ultimately not actually benefiting the science or the advancement of these programs.
Okay, thank you. That's great. Thank you. I don't have any comments, other questions. We can go on to the next bill.
So what are we gonna do with that? Are we gonna send something to Annapolis telling them that, what, we don't like it, remove it, concerning, what is that we're gonna tell them?
We're going to submit the information fact sheet that you have with you, and we're going to monitor the committee hearing. As Matt mentioned, this bill or a version of it has been introduced a couple of times, and it didn't get any traction. So we've put feelers out, and we're not sensing that this is going to get any traction either, but we want to be well placed to engage if it becomes necessary.
So do we have to vote?
That's why.
No.
So we don't have to vote to
It's
say
just a
that we
briefing and-
disagree?
You don't have to vote. But if it does start to move, you may have to vote. Okay?
Great, thank you. And the last one you had?
Yes, and the last one is actually it's sort of more of an HR issue. It's SB 1061, cross-filed as HB 1084, and it is rather an interesting bill. So this bill would require employers to allow an employee to work on site. I'm sorry, to work off site, to telework, if the employee has an autoimmune disorder or other qualifying illness. So the issue that we have with this bill is that it seems to cover the same ground as the ADA and other federal disability laws that already apply. And it's not at all clear why you would need to call out specifically autoimmune disorders, which, would seem to be already covered by the ADA. And so we just want to provide this information. We did get a fiscal note request for this bill, and so that's kind of what brought it to our attention. Usually we don't weigh in on sort of general employment related bills because so many other people, other agencies, other associations are going to weigh in on these things. But because we had this very recent experience with the pandemic and we went through this, we know that we have certain positions that are just not conducive to telework because of the nature of the position. One is police officer. Another is park maintenance worker. And as it happens, both of these positions are covered by collective bargaining agreements. And so it gets very complicated for the state to step in with ADA and all of the other laws that we have to comply with on top of our collective bargaining agreements and then try to dictate. So we thought, we'd put together a fact sheet on this. Again, we're not getting the sense that this bill is moving. But in case it does start to move, we want to be well placed to engage and be part of that conversation.
Sounds great. If there are no other comments or questions, we're happy. All of this is in your great hands, Ms. Borden, and we'll look forward to our next discussion. Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, and so okay, so we'll just take a 1-minute break and we'll start with our next session, item 8, Germantown Multimodal Study Alternative Analysis. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 8, Germantown Multimodal Study Alternative Analysis. Here we have from Planning, Eli Glazier. Welcome, and we look forward to your presentation.
Actually, this is David Ansbach for the record. I'm going to just kick this off a little bit.
Okay.
So planning staff has brought many transportation projects to the board over the past few months, including master plans that have recommended transportation projects. the capital budget, mandatory referrals. So I just wanted to take a brief moment to sort of walk you through how all this fits together. I'm going to give you a very generalized process. Commissioner Pedoim, if I get something wrong, please, feel free to bring it up, of course. So there's lots of caveats here, but I just wanted to give you a sense as to how this all works together. So the basis for a transportation project, especially new projects or upgrades to existing projects, oftentimes, but not always, originates in a master plan. Master plans, of course, offer a variety of recommendations for transportation improvements, from new roads, road widenings, transitways, bikeways, bus rapid transit, sidewalks, among other things. So these projects are, of course, developed by planning staff, they're reviewed by the planning board, and ultimately they're approved by the county council. Once a master plan is approved, it's the job of the transportation agencies, Montgomery County DOT and State Highway Administration, to implement these projects through the capital budget. For many capital projects, especially the larger ones, the project is initially included in the capital budget as a facility planning project. And I'll tell you what that's all about. The planning board, in its annual review of the capital budget, of course, has the ability to make recommendations to the council about including additional projects in facility planning. Once a project is approved by the council for facility planning, MCDOT or SHA conduct an alternatives analysis to identify different ways to implement the project. So there could be a bikeway, it could be on the right side of the road, it could be on the left side of the road, or it could be different designs of the bikeway. The planning board, of course, also has the opportunity to review these projects and recommend a preferred alternative. So for county projects, the council's Transportation and Environmental Committee then typically makes the call about what the preferred project is to advance. But as with the project Eli's about to present to you, you can make a recommendation to both MCDOT and to the council. After the preferred design is selected, MCDOT and SHA then advance the project to 35% design. That is the point when design plans are really solidified and they've reached a point where cost estimation is a lot more accurate. The planning board doesn't really have a role in this review, but planning staff does, and we continue to participate in the development of the 35% plans. After that, MCDOT and SHA then submit to the project to the department to undergo mandatory referral. This is, of course, the formal process by which the planning board reviews and comments on projects. And at least for transportation projects, MCDOT and SHA strongly consider the recommendations that you all make. And then final design and construction. At some point, and this can vary, but the council will, if they decide to advance the project, will put funds in the budget to complete final design and construction. If the council does decide to fully fund a project, then it advances through final design and construction. The planning board doesn't typically have a role in final design or construction. Those planning staff sometimes comments on more advanced designs. So with that, I just wanted to turn it back over to Eli.
Thank you, Mr. Ansbacher. For the record, Eli Glazier, Acting Transportation Planning Countywide Supervisor. Today, I'm here to share some comments and information on MCDOT's Germantown Multimodal Improvement Study, Alternatives Analysis. The presentation largely follows the staff report, gets into corridor descriptions, a review of the alternatives, consistency with master plans, the recommendation, and then discussion. So as Mr. Ansbacher said, at this point in the sort of planning and design process for this, we're at a juncture where the planning board has an opportunity to recommend a preferred alternative or alternatives to the county council. I think it's important to note at this point that because this project is pre-mandatory referral, the purpose of the review at this stage is to identify the preferred concept in general and not necessarily dive into the minutia of design decisions that may or may not have been made as part of it, because we'll get another chance to do that once the project advances more fully. So this project is being advanced by Montgomery County DOT. It, in general, is pedestrian and bicycle improvements between Germantown Road and Great Seneca Highway, along 0.6 miles of Wisteria Drive and 0.4 miles of Middlebrook Road. At this stage, the design plans are conceptual, and I think on the design the project has not been currently funded for additional design or construction. So at this point, what would happen next is the Transportation and Environment Committee would weigh in on a preferred alternative, and if it would be within their purview to determine if money should be allocated to advance the design beyond this conceptual stage to flesh out more fully what that preferred alternative would be. The project is located here on this map of the county, sort of this red circle up county, just I would say southeast of the more immediate Germantown Town Center. It's adjacent to commercial and residential land uses. The two roads in question shown here really connect, act as a strong east-west spine in the Germantown area, connecting the Germantown MARC Station, number 1. Seneca Valley High School is bounded by both of these roadways. Germantown Town Center, the Black Rock Center for the Arts, and then to the south of these two corridors are the Gunners Lake Trail network, which is a built-out trail network that connects a lot of residential communities to the southeast to Germantown Town Center. This project and these specific corridors, so this project really advances pedestrian and bike safety on these roads that have a history of severe and fatal crashes. Middlebrook Road is in the county's high injury network as part of the Vision Zero analysis as a location where there is a history of severe and fatal crashes, sort of disproportionate to the rest of the county. And then Wisteria Drive has had 2 fatal crashes involving school-age children over the past 10 to 15 years, most recently in 2023. So the impetus for this project is it's manifold, but addressing bicycle and pedestrian safety on these corridors is important. The existing conditions for Wisteria Drive, largely a 2-lane undivided roadway. You can see in the image here. This is a typical section for part of the road. There are exceedingly wide travel lanes and a center turn lane. In other parts of the roadway, there's on-street parking to sort of narrow those side lanes. In the Complete Streets Design Guide, this road is a town center boulevard with a target speed of 25 miles per hour and a posted speed of 30 miles per hour. There are sidewalks on both sides. On Middlebrook Road, it's currently a 5-lane divided roadway that's also a town center boulevard with a target and posted speed of 35 miles per hour, sidewalks on both sides. And you can see in the image, there is an existing 2-way separated bike lane on the south side. The bikeways that are being considered as part of this project are 3 main types of bikeways. The first is a 2-way separated bike lane with a painted buffer and flex posts, which is shown on the left, which is what exists on Middlebrook Road today. A 2-way separated bike lane with a concrete median buffer, which you see in the middle of the slide here. This image is in downtown Bethesda. And then a side path, so a shared bicycle and pedestrian facility, which is on the far right image. So first, this is called an alternatives analysis with the alternatives that are identified on the screen, but the way this project has really been envisioned and the way staff recommends viewing this project is more about a phasing of these alternatives, where alternative 1 in both instances represents a short-term way with minimal investment to provide 2-way separated bike lanes along these roads on the north side of both of these roads using a painted buffer within the existing roadway space. In the medium term on Wisteria Drive, choosing between 2 alternatives to either provide a 2-way separated bike lane with a raised median or a side path to replace the existing sidewalk on the north side. And then on Middlebrook Road, the medium term would just be to upgrade the alternative 1 painted buffer to a concrete buffer. And then the only long-term recommendation is on Wisteria Drive, which would be a major investment to provide 2-way separated bike lanes with a painted buffer for the entire length of that street by widening the roadway. So again, short-term for Wisteria is alternative 1, medium term is 2A or 2B, long term is alternative 3, and then Middlebrook is really alternative 1, then alternative 2, short term and medium term. So the real decision to be made here is whether to pursue alternative 2A or 2B as part of the Wisteria Drive phasing approach. So the alternatives, I'll just try, this is in your packet as well, but alternative 1 on Wisteria Drive provides an 8-foot two-way separated bike lane along the north side of the road between Walter Johnson and Great Seneca Highway. The stripe buffer and occasional on-street parking separate the bikeway from the motor vehicle lanes. Space for the separated bike lane comes from reclaiming roadway pavement, either removing an existing second lane on some blocks or narrowing an existing wide lane on other blocks. This alternative maintains the existing curb line and, like all other alternatives for Wisteria Drive, provides an 8-foot side path along the south side as well. So that's consistent across all alternatives. I think one quirk about this alternative, which is just a function of the need to maintain a certain level of service for motor vehicles at the Germantown Road intersection, is that this alternative ends at Walter Johnson Road as a separated bike lane, and then users would transition to a side path along the north side of Wisteria Drive to continue to Germantown Road and to points west and north along in that direction. So that's how this transitions to the intersection. I think that will be a recurring theme in a lot of these comments, is how we get to the intersection at Germantown Road to allow us and bicyclists to continue to the town center and ultimately support the build out of the master plan facilities in the rest of the area. Alternative 2A, this is the alternative with the 6-foot concrete median. This alternative provides a 12-foot wide two-way separated bike lane on the north side between the CVS driveway entrance, which is 300 feet east of Germantown Road, and Great Seneca Highway. The raised median separates the bikeway from the motor vehicle lanes, and this space comes from reclaiming existing pavement. So you can see between Crystal Rock and Great Seneca, so this segment here, I'm showing with the laser pointer on the screen, you have a very well-sized separated bike lane with a 6-foot buffer, 11-foot travel lane, 10-foot travel lane, 10-foot turn lane, 11-foot through right lane, a 3-foot buffer, and an 8-foot side path, and then between the CVS driveway just short of Germantown Road and Crystal Rock Drive, there's one fewer lane, there's a wider landscape buffer on the south side, and the same 8-foot side path that appears in all of the alternatives. This is the concept design at this point for how, as a bicyclist, you get to or from the bikeway terminus to Germantown Road. Essentially, you're crossing a commercial driveway to get from the bikeway, which is here, onto or off of the side path, which is here, to get to Germantown Road, to continue to the town center and the library and all these things. Alternative 2B provides a 14-foot side path along the north side of Wisteria Drive between Germantown Road and Great Seneca Highway. This alternative leaves unchanged the existing vehicular lanes, and it's constructed entirely outside of the roadway. It includes a minimum 3-foot grass buffer between the side path and the vehicle lanes, and it provides the same 8-foot side path on the south side. And then alternative 3 on Wisteria, this alternative provides 8-foot two-way separated bike lanes with a 2-foot buffer for the entire corridor from Great Seneca to Germantown Road, and it's able to do this without reducing or removing travel lanes or turn lanes because it includes significant roadway widening. So think about that. Middlebrook Road alternatives, pretty straightforward. This bikeway on the right here exists today. The alternative proposed essentially mimics the existing separated bike lane on this side by removing a travel lane on the north side of Middlebrook Road between Great Seneca Highway and the Bank of America driveway, just south or just east of Germantown Road. So this is a travel lane that is proposed to be turned into separated bike lanes with a 3 or 4 foot painted buffer. And then alternative 2 is the exact same thing, except instead of a painted buffer, you can see it turns into a concrete buffer. So, painted concrete. Just at this point, these are concepts, but there's a general idea of costs, I would say. So property impacts for the wisteria alternatives become greater as you transition from improvements largely inside the roadway, so alternatives 1 and 2A, to alternative 2B, which you recall is the side path outside the roadway, so there's larger property impacts. And then alternative 3 involves roadway widening, and there's going to be impacts there. The estimated construction cost for the wisteria improvements increases as you get more from the short-term improvement to the long-term improvement. And then Middlebrook, because it's entirely within the road, there's no widening, it's a little bit more cost-effective. In terms of the master plan, the 2018 Bicycle Master Plan identifies these bikeways as Tier 2 priorities, which is, I'd say, a higher tier. It's a higher priority than the vast majority of bikeways that are recommended in the Bicycle Master Plan. We're not talking about, it's not as high a priority as building out the complete bikeway networks of some of our central business districts, but this is an area that we anticipate fairly significant pedestrian and bicycle activity, so these bikeways are a priority. On Wisteria Drive, the bikeway recommendation is for a 2-way separated bike lane on the north side, which is achieved by alternative 1, 2A, and 3, and a side path on the south side, which all the alternatives achieve. On Middlebrook Road, the recommendation is for 2-way separated bike lanes on both sides, which both alternatives also achieve. From a width perspective, the bike plan identifies 10 feet as the default width for separated bike lanes, 2-way separated bike lanes, and 8 feet for interim. Alternatives 1, 2A, 2B, and 3 1, 2A, and 3 achieve this on Wisteria, and then on Middlebrook, both alternatives achieve this. And then for side paths, the Wisteria Drive alternative 2B with its 14-foot side path also achieves it. In terms of buffer space, separated bike lanes are recommended to have 6 feet of buffer, 3 feet if they're adjacent to on-street parking. The only alternative that would achieve this is Wisteria Drive alternative 2A. All of the other separated bike lane alternatives have narrower buffers than 6 feet or 3 feet next to parking. And then side paths, the minimum recommended buffer width is 5 feet, which no alternatives meet fully. But the south side path on Wisteria Drive, which appears in alternatives 1, 2A, and 2B, is generally 7 feet, but there are locations where it's narrower than that. The other master plan in this area is the 2019 Mark Rell Community Sector Plan, which has a number of transportation-related recommendations that affect these two areas. The ones that are in bold here to improve bike ped access to the transit station, to support Vision Zero efforts, to transform the station area into an interconnected street network that's comfortable for multimodal users, and to provide special design considerations in the vicinity of Seneca Valley to ensure safety and access for students are all addressed by the concepts that have been provided as part of this analysis. The two unbolded recommendations here to provide a double row of trees and to evaluate relocating existing overhead utilities are something that could be considered and staff would definitely bring up as this design were to advance into mandatory referral. What's shown goes a long way towards helping to achieve the Mark Rell Community Sector Plan recommendations. In terms of public engagement, MCDOT held a public meeting about this project in November of last year. Staff presented design materials and received feedback from attendees, which was generally supportive. 17 people attended this event. Now I'm going to get into some of the alternatives analysis. Wisteria Drive, just again, short-term alternative is a painted buffer within the road. Medium-term alternative is a raised median within the road, uses a lane diet and lane removal. Alternative 2B is the side path alternative outside of the road, and the longer-term alternative is widening the road and providing a painted separated bike lane on the north side. Middlebrook Road, both of these end 300 feet east of Germantown Road, is painted, separated bike lanes with a painted buffer in the short term, and then separated bike lanes with a raised median in the second alternative. In the short term, staff recommends advancing Wisteria Drive Alternative 1 and Middlebrook Road Alternative 1. We believe these are relatively quick build projects with minimal negative effects and a negligible traffic impact. But we do believe that for these designs to be successful, design as it advances should address staff's recommendations for Middlebrook Road Alternative 1, which I'll get into. In the medium term, we're choosing again between Alternative 2A and Alternative 2B, the separated bike lanes or the side path, and Alternative 2A is the master plan facility that was envisioned in the bicycle master plan. Separated bike lanes are the default bikeways in downtowns and town centers, which Germantown is, because modal separation is really beneficial when there's going to be more pedestrians and bicyclists. This project's location in the Germantown Town Center area and adjacent to Seneca Valley High School is likely to generate significant walking and biking activity. So the extent to which we can separate those users using separate facilities is going to make both of them more comfortable and safer as well. Alternative 2B is a side path, and this is not master planned and would likely lead to these conflicts. Alternative 2A ends at the CVS driveway, as shown here and as discussed earlier, while Alternative 2B continues to the Germantown Road intersection, which is a benefit, undeniably, about that alternative. But with the benefits and drawbacks in mind, staff recommends pursuing Alternative 2A with proposed modifications that I'll be discussing shortly. We believe that the challenges that are currently in the Alternative 2A design can be mitigated, but if we were to build a side path here, it would be substandard with inherent conflicts that would be difficult to fix in the years to come. For Middlebrook Road, Alternative 2 is the only medium-term alternative identified and should be pursued with proposed modifications. It has the same design as Alternative 1, but with concrete medians instead of a painted buffer and flex posts. And then long-term, Wisteria Drive's Alternative 3 is the only long-term concept. It widens the roadway to fit in existing travel lanes while providing a striped buffer separated bike lane. We recommend not advancing this alternative at all. Instead, advancing Alternative 2A as modified as the permanent design because it best provides a high-quality pedestrian and bicycle experience without creating roadway conditions that would encourage unsafe driving behaviors. Now, I have a few comments about these as they move forward. So phasing for Wisteria Drive, Alternative 1, and then Alternative 2A, as I said. The proposed modifications here are that instead of terminating at that CVS driveway, the project should transition the on-road separated bike lanes to off-road separated bike lanes just east of that driveway and continue the off-road bike lanes to Germantown Road. Currently, the design does not have a safe direct connection for people to get to Germantown Road or from Germantown Road. And because the bike network in this area continues across Germantown Road, at some point as the network of bikeways in this area gets built out, we're going to need to get the bikes to Germantown Road and across Germantown Road, so we need to figure that out. So this is what's shown today. As I've shown before, the bikeways here, there'd be a side path here. bicyclists would have to transition across a commercial driveway with conflicts in pretty much every direction. And what we're proposing, MCDOT staff and the consultant team look at, is doing something like this, which was created by our intern, Nathan Kaufman, who has done a great job with us, but essentially showing that after traveling through Walter Johnson Road, the bikeway essentially goes to where the sidewalk is today, and then crosses with a parallel sidewalk across the driveway, the commercial driveway at the sidewalk level, to encourage appropriate yielding behavior for drivers looking to cross the bike lanes and the sidewalk. And then it gets to Germantown Road without further reducing travel lanes at Wisteria at Germantown Road. I think staff is definitely sensitive to the potential motor vehicle ramifications for removing that right turn lane that exists today. Here, essentially, if we were to make a recommendation to just continue the bikeway here, it would require a fairly significant reconfiguration of this intersection, which would have a significant increase in vehicular delay and congestion and the safety problems that are resulting from that. So I think we feel pretty strongly that the proposed modification here would have a lot of benefits for bicyclists and pedestrians and remove some of the concerns about continuing the bikeway to the intersection that we might see if we did it in the roadway. On Middlebrook Road, we recommend advancing alternative 1 and then over time advancing to alternative 2 with modifications to extend the separated bike lanes from that Bank of America driveway, if you're sensing a theme here, to Germantown Road. This is an essential connection if we're going to build out the bikeway network in Germantown. So today, as proposed, the bikeway kind of just ends here at this driveway. It doesn't continue to Germantown Road. And I think looking at the traffic analysis, we did see that if this bikeway were extended, there would be significant increases in sort of that westbound peak hour delay. But we still believe that as design progresses, these lanes should be extended in some form to Germantown Road to allow bicyclists to continue their safe travels through the area. So we think that if extending the bikeway to the intersection within the existing roadway is infeasible, shifting the bikeway behind the curb west of the Bank of America driveway should be explored, even if there are steep slopes, utility impacts for other issues. And then as a last resort, it may make sense to instead transition the on-street separated bike lane onto a rebuilt wider side path that connects to the Germantown Road intersection starting at Crystal Rock Drive, which is right here, which is a bit further east of the Bank of America driveway. At the end of the day, we want people to be able to safely get to the Germantown Road intersection and cross commercial driveways with as few conflicts as possible. So if that can be done as closer to the intersection, that's great. If it has to be further back here, that's fine as well. We're just trying to get people to the intersection. And then the last modification proposed is the existing bike lanes on Middlebrook today are this flex post concrete parking stop painted material. We would just recommend that as alternative 2 proceeds on the other side of the road, this bike lane that exists today would also be upgraded to a concrete median treatment to provide similar protection on that side. And then future considerations, we will, when this hopefully gets funded for additional design and construction, we will dive in heartily to the 35% plans when they get there, but just making sure that those plans provide protected intersections to the extent possible. This is, I think, the third time I brought something to you recently, and we're just harping on this because it's very important to us. So the recommendation is to transmit staff comments as amended by the board to MCDOT and the county's Transportation and Environment Committee about the preferred alternatives and comments for future design moving forward. So with that, happy to take any questions. We do have the consultant team here in MCDOT if there's any specific questions and that they can answer.
Great, thank you for this presentation. I'll ask the board, do they have any questions or comments or preferences?
I just have one. Oh, go ahead.
No, thank you for another great presentation, and thank you for your great recommendations.
It's a great project, and I'm really happy to see that we have different phases, and it's really good that the phase 1 is the simplest with the lowest cost. So it sort of looks like a low-hanging fruit to at least put something in and gradually add to it. And I really don't know that when we go to the funding, how we're going to ask. Some of the comments that you made are really good, but especially the last section that you talk about the bike path to go all the way to the intersection, that may increase the cost. And sometimes if you want to put all of those as the first phase, it may not let the project to move on. So I do not know how we're going to do the funding, but maybe we could put some kind of funding that gradually we start with the low-hanging fruit, with the easier one, and then each year or each cycle of the capital improvement, if we get more money, we could gradually implement the other part of the project. Sometimes it could be that some of the work could put on under some kind of umbrella project, like for intersection improvements or for additional bikeways or additional median that we could put. It could be funded under other project that could be done in pieces that you could get at least something that people can bike, and gradually we bring it up to where we hope to have. So I do not know right now. You're just trying to get the facility planning funding. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay.
Other question, Mr. Linden, your transportation person. I know you have some thoughts on here.
I mean, since you put me on the spot. No, I think that I appreciate the thoughtful comments and recommendations. I agree with them. One thing I will note is I especially agree with the recommendation not to move forward with alternative 3 for Wisteria. I think that, for the reasons you mentioned, it doesn't make sense to expand the paved right-of-way. It doesn't make sense to expand the number of lanes, particularly given our goals in that area, and for lots of other reasons too, including safety, even though it would also include protection. More lanes equals less safe conditions a lot of the time. So yeah, thanks, and I hope that MCDOT is amenable to some of these recommendations, and I also hope that we have success extending to all the way to the intersection, as you suggested, whether it means sort of jutting to the sidewalk earlier or in some form. So yeah, thanks, and hopefully this can get funded through the CIP or some other means pretty soon.
Yeah, thanks for presenting this. Just a couple questions. One is, what is the current usage of the Middlebrook Road bike lanes? I mean, what kind of feedback or what any learnings from, how long has that been there, and that was our test.
One moment.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Rebecca Park, MCDOT Transportation Unit Manager.
Angel Chang, MCDOT Transportation Engineering. I'm the project manager for this project. So with your question in terms of usage for the Middlebrook Road cycle track, it was installed as a interim implementation, I believe, back in 2021, 22 time period. There are definitely usage in terms of there are cyclists present there. We conduct bike counts annually at a lot of our facilities. So there are definitely usage in there. We don't have specific number on top of my head, but we can get this number over to you.
Right. Well, I was just, I mean, has that usage or that preliminary design help form, sort of some things that we're contemplating doing? That was one thing. And then also, when you talk about the cost there, that's the, just out of curiosity, I know that's the one-time cost, but how is that the maintenance cost of the painted versus the actual raised? And then also, I know you guys talk a lot about, what do you call it, comfort level? Is that what's there today? What kind of comfort level would you call that compared to some of the things you're trying, the phase 2 and phase 3, sort of like? I don't know if does that make sense? What I'm,
We haven't really conducted the study about the comfort level and stuff. We can certainly do the post-construction study. I mean, pre and post-construction study, and then compare.
I think in general, a painted buffer with flex posts is definitely not as comfortable as a 6-foot wide raised concrete buffer. And so there's definitely merits into implementing something that is more permanent. And in terms of like maintenance, I think flex posts are relatively cheap, but that also mean that it get hit over time quite frequently if there's a high volume of cars that drive by that, or even in especially in the area where parking is proposed, which in this case on Wisteria there isn't really an area that is needed for parking, and so we don't really anticipate it to be a high cost in terms of maintenance when it comes to those proposed flex posts. I don't know if Eli wants to add anything in terms of comfort level.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's not, if it's not separated bike lane. It's not, if it's not off-road bike facility. The stress level is probably high, and we can explore options other than flex posts, because the flex posts give a false sense of security.
Right.
They get knocked down easily by snow truck removal and then things like that. So we can look into explore options that would be really safe for pedestrians and cyclists, and that could be sturdier than a flex post.
Yeah. One thing I just wanted to mention, because you brought up the flex posts and maintenance, one of the concerns that I think cyclists and pedestrians often have with flex posts, in addition to what you mentioned, which is it's sort of a false sense of security, because they're easily hit by vehicles and can sort of over time look more and more damaged, and sometimes they're completely sort of blown off their holdings on the road. In those instances, people see them and they can feel less safe, because they'll see that, oh, vehicles are actually impacting these areas, and obviously these things aren't intended to stop anything. So I think that, among other reasons, although they have low maintenance costs, it's just another reason why, if we want to encourage more people to come out and actually use these facilities, I think having concrete, kind of a more durable but also more kind of permanent separation is a really useful tool.
So if I can just chime in for a quick moment. So we would evaluate the existing bikeway as comfortable for most adults, for the reasons that were just articulated. I'll also note that this project was done, it's a cheaper project, it's an interim project. Part of it was part of a traffic calming project, to reduce the number of lanes on the road in the hope of reducing the speed of the road. I don't know to what extent that has been successful or not, but that was part of the intent. And as part of Eli's recommendations, we are recommending to upgrade from the flex post to the median, because it does provide a much greater benefit and sense of safety and comfort for the user.
Yeah. So no, I'm happy you're moving forward with this. I'm happy with your recommendations, and I just wanted to, I bike from time to time, and one of the last things that whatever we do, this is wide enough, but there's places where over time, it's not wide enough to get some equipment in there to keep it clean, so that the leaves and debris get in there, and so however we make these, this one seems wide enough that we have where they can keep them clean, and that would be also inviting for bikelists, cyclists, and
I'm just curious, does MCDOT or does anyone in the county, do we own kind of a bike lane sized street sweeper? Is that something that the county?
I think we use smaller size Bobcat currently to clear like cycle track, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, because I mean, like existing, we have cycle track on Middlebrook and in some other places in the county too. So
I'm sure
those are-
they're going to start buying that because when we were at the park department, we started plowing some of these paths. So the first thing we had to do was to invest money to buy a plow machine that you could take them to Capitol
Take a
Crescent
side path.
Trail and do it. So the more that we have these bike path and sidewalks, I'm sure that the highway maintenance department, the first thing they do is that they get the machinery that is appropriate for that kind of facility. It could be the vacuuming and cleaning or blowing the leaves, and if we decide to do snow removal, the snow removal, all specific to the site that they have to clean. So that would be the first investment they do.
Okay, great. So, great, thank you. So what would you like from us?
I guess it would be helpful if you all could vote to transmit the comments, and then we can write a letter that would be signed by the chair to transmit.
Great.
Sort of conveying what's in the staff report and what was shared today.
Perfect. Do I have a recommendation?
I will move to transmit the comments. Like they were really good. This was great.
I second.
Yeah, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So the
Thank you
ayes
very
have
much.
it. 5-0. Thank you so much. We'll just take a quick 2-minute break and we'll start with our next item. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 9, Clarksburg Town Center, where staff is recommending with the approval with conditions amending the project plan number 9199404E, preliminary plan number 1199504-2E, site plan number 8200702221, and the final forest conservation plan number F20230380. This afternoon, we have Philip Estes from the Planning Department presenting this item. Good afternoon, Philip.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Philip Estes with the Up County Division. I am here today with a review team for the Clarksburg Town Center amendments. These applications are amendments to complete the commercial core of the Clarksburg Town Center project. This is the last remaining component of a decades-long effort. After many years, the applicant, Elm Street, has secured a major grocery store anchor, which has enabled the applicant to attract additional commercial tenants and new residents to Clarksburg. These changes are proposed primarily to remove the previously approved office buildings and replace those with residential and mixed-use buildings, while still providing a much-desired grocery store and opportunities for new retail and restaurants. The applicant proposes to complete the project in one phase. The applicant has met all the noticing and sign posting requirements, and although not required, not required for an amendment application, the applicant did hold 2 community meetings, one on December 19th, 2022, and a second meeting on January 25th, 2024. Hearing notices were mailed by staff, which consisted of 1,150 postcards to residents, organizations, and other interested parties. Staff has received a number of comments as summarized here on the slide, and we'll review these later on in the presentation. So just a word about some of the prior approvals. If this looks like there are a lot of prior approvals, well, that's because there are. We are currently on the I site plan amendment, which is the 9th amendment. So this is pretty indicative of the long time frame for this project and its scale. The Clarksburg Town Center project began in 1995. We just want to highlight some of the important milestones. So the Clarksburg Town Center was initially approved in 1995, and it was conceived as a neo-traditional community with 1,300 homes, 100,000 square feet of office space, and 150,000 square feet of retail space. And subsequently, over a few years, various homes and infrastructure were built. And then in 2006, residents alleged violations of the approved development, and that included things like building height, setbacks, and even road design. To resolve the matter, the previous developer and residents entered into mediation, and that mediation resulted in an agreement between the developer and residents to address the discrepancies. This was largely captured in a 2006 Planning Board resolution, which is known as the Compliance Program. The Compliance Program set forth 3 stages. Stages 1 and 2 were completed, and Stage 3 required a new site plan for the entire community. That also included the commercial core. This was approved in 2008. So therefore, subsequently, over the years, a number of smaller amendments were approved. And then the next major amendment that was approved was in 2015. And this revised the commercial core layout, included office buildings and retail space. It also included conditions for major projects, including Kings Local Park, Piedmont Woods Local Park, road improvements, and numerous community amenities. That site plan also confirmed that the 2015 amendment as being in conformance with the compliance program. To date, a vast majority of the program elements have been completed except for the commercial core. And as such, the focus of this amendment is on amending that 2015 amendment, which is the final element, the commercial core. So for this application package, there are two geographies. The overall property, which is shown here in the purple boundary, that's the Clarksburg Town Center community, and that would include the project and preliminary plan amendments. The subject property shown in the white dashed line, that is only in the commercial core, and that involves the site plan amendment. As you can see here, the orange shading is a CRT zone, predominantly most of the community. And then in the northern portion, there is the AR zone, which is now Piedmont Woods Local Park. However, for this application, the applicant has requested to review the applications pursuant to the legacy provisions under the prior zoning, which was RMX2 and the RTD zones. The overall property shown in red, the Clarksburg Town Center, is approximately 270 acres. There are currently 1,106 dwelling units. You can see some of the major institutions in the community include Little Bennett Elementary School, Kings Local Park, Piedmont Woods Local Park. There's a greenway that goes down the middle of the community following the stream valley, and as I mentioned, numerous community amenities. The commercial core, the subject property, is approximately 26 acres and is currently vacant land. Zooming in a little closer to the subject property, as you can see here, it is improved with St. Clair Road, which is currently built. St. Clair Road will serve as the main street for the commercial core, and access to the site is via Stringtown Road on the south, and then Clarksburg Square Road on the northwest portion. The amendments in this application package include reducing the commercial density from 129,545 to 106,920 square feet, replacing the unbuilt office buildings with 189 multifamily units in 2 separate buildings. The applicant will also provide the plaza and splash fountain, reconfigure layout and parking, complete the St. Clair Road public realm to include sidewalks, streets, and benches. They'll also be adjusting the parcel line configuration. As I mentioned, this will be completed in one phase. So this, a little bit about the rendering itself. So this shows the proposed layout with Clarksburg Square Road here at the top, which intersects with St. Clair Road, and that winds down here to Stringtown Road. On the top is building number 1, which is an all-residential building, and in front of that is a splash, would be the plaza and splash fountain in front. Directly across the street is building number 9, and this is the mixed-use building, commercial and residential, with ground floor commercial uses along St. Clair Road and ground floor residential units with access onto Clarksburg Square Road. Both levels, both ground level uses, commercial and residential units with access to the street, will certainly help activate the public realm here, fostering a pleasant pedestrian environment and making it comfortable for walking and socializing. It's worth noting that while mixed-use buildings like this are desirable and encouraged in our town center locations, it's really unusual to see this type of new construction in this area of the county. Building number 9 has gone through a number of revisions, so staff would like to commend the applicant for working diligently with us to achieve this mixed-use building at this scale and at this location. And we'll go more into that a little bit when we see the architectural renderings. Moving a little farther south on St. Clair, building number 4 is the grocery store anchor, and the remainder buildings are commercial buildings. And they are intended for retail services and restaurants, and also in the CRT zone, of course, they could also be used for permitted uses, including professional or medical offices. Note that all of the parking is located behind buildings, and for building number 9, there is also structured parking located beneath the building. We'd also like to highlight that the arrangement of the buildings close to the sidewalk and the public realm really embrace a human scale design and will offer seating areas, inviting public spaces, streetscape amenities, and street trees that will enhance the overall experience. This slide, we really want to show you and compare the existing D amendment with the current proposed amendment. As you can see, on the left is the current approved D amendment, and on the right is a proposed amendment, and the outlined boundaries. What's important to see here is the white dashed boundary on the left and the right. And on the left are the previously approved office buildings, which then on the right are replaced with the one residential building and building number 9, the mixed-use building. Otherwise, the layout of the proposed amendment is substantially similar to the existing D amendment. These tables show the residential and commercial density for both the housing type and the non-residential uses. So in the top chart, you can see the housing types listed with what the master plan recommended mix of that particular housing type is, the approved 2015 D site plan amendment, and then the proposed amendment. So here I want to highlight the multifamily, which for the master plan recommends 25 to 45%. The approved site plan has that landing at 18.1%. The proposed amendment would increase that to 30%, which brings that very close to the midpoint to what the master plan recommended for multifamily. And again, for the townhome is 30 to 50%, approved is 60%. The proposed amendment brings that down a little more closer to the recommended mix. And the same with single family, although the numbers are smaller, 10 to 20%, currently at 19.6. The amendment brings it down a little bit to 17%. The total units increased slightly from 11,106 to 1295. And a note about the non-residential uses, as you can see here, the retail, general office, and medical offices that are currently approved with the D amendment. The retail goes down from about 129,000 square feet to about 106,000 square feet. The general office goes from about 31,000 to 0. Medical office about 45,000 down to 0. And then the total non-residential square footage currently approved at 206,185 down to 106,920. So the next several slides are going to show you some of the proposed architecture. Just note that for the residential buildings, these are preliminary drawings, and these will be refined per staff's comments, final comments, and E-plans. This is building number 1, which is the all-residential building. As you can see, building number 1, 89 units for this building with residential uses on the ground floor and ground-level residential units with direct access to the abutting streets. In addition to the units with access, the plaza and splash fountain will activate this location and really provide a focal point at the intersection of St. Clair and Clarksburg Square Road. You can see when we go to the next diagram, well, this is a view actually from Clarksburg Square Road looking south on south towards St. Clair Road. You can see in the next building, which mirrors it, the tower at the corner mirrors it, so it provides a nice gateway focal point entrance to the retail core. This is building number 9, as I mentioned, and it is directly across the street from number 1. And this is the mixed-use building with commercial uses on the ground floor and ground floor residential units with direct access onto Clarksburg Square Road. Here, the ground level uses will help activate the public realm, fostering a pleasant pedestrian environment and making it comfortable for walking and socializing. This building is proposed to have 100 dwelling units. Moving south in St. Clair is building number 3. This is a liner building which is located between the larger footprint grocery store building number 4 and St. Clair's Road, and this will directly activate St. Clair Road. Building number 4, this is the front facade architecture facing the internal parking area. The intended tenant for this is a full-service grocery store, which includes a pharmacy and drive-through service. Buildings 5 and 6. Note that building number 6 has a patio area, which is an opportunity for outdoor dining here. Finally, across the street are buildings 7 and 8. Additional commercial uses proposed here. Although not shown on the elevation, between buildings 7 and 8 is another opportunity for outdoor dining, and building 7 also includes a drive-through window, which is located to the rear of the building. A note about the adequate public facilities determination. The applicant has requested and staff recommends extending the validity period until March 26, 2029. As such, the proposal does not increase density beyond what was already analyzed and approved with the original preliminary plan, and no additional improvements are necessary beyond what was already required. A new traffic study is not required because the reduction in density and change of use from office to residential generates a net decrease in trips. Therefore, as conditioned, the public facilities remain adequate to support the development, and staff supports the extension request. Forest Conservation Plan amendment has been reviewed for conformance with Chapters 19, Stormwater Management, and Chapter 22A, Forest Conservation. The amendments continue to meet the water quality plan requirements, protect environmental buffers, and do not modify the approved impervious surface limits. The amendments also do not modify the existing conservation easements or any previously approved reforestation requirements. Staff concludes the proposal meets all the findings necessary to approve a project and preliminary plan, including being in substantial conformance with the master plan, subdivision regulations, zoning ordinance, the conformance program, and all applicable county codes. The site plan findings, staff concludes the proposal meets all the necessary findings to approve a site plan, including conformance with the master plan, applicable county codes, and the necessary findings to approve a site plan. As previously mentioned, the planning board adopted by resolution the compliance program, which established a path forward for completing the Clarksburg Town Center residential and commercial areas. It's important to note that the resolution stipulated that the compliance program was conceptual in nature and subject to modifications. As such, the compliance program is respected and treated as a regulatory approval that is reviewed carefully in the context of applications and amendments. And as such, over the years, the planning board has amended it through subsequent preliminary and site plan amendments. Concerning the compliance program, as you mentioned, the key elements of the program have been completed, including roads, a land bridge, relocation of the Wilson House, Clark Memorial, land and parking lot for the Civic Building, the amphitheater, 2 local parks, greenway, a connection to the church, landscaping, sidewalk, residence club, community building, tot lots, significant landscaping improvements, and more as detailed in Attachment E of the staff report. The amendment continues to serve the public interest by completing the unbuilt commercial core, bringing much-needed grocery store, retail, and services to the community, and also provide a splash fountain and plaza amenity. All of this while responding to a notably changed retail sector and post-pandemic office market. Therefore, the amendments remain in substantial conformance with the compliance program as amended. The next couple of slides, we're going to talk about some of the community comments we received. As I mentioned, the applicant did conduct two outreach meetings with the community. The notice of public hearing was mailed to 1,150 persons or households. And since that mailing, we received additional comment letters and comments. 9 of those in support, 7 of those opposed or concerned. So I'm just going to highlight some of those comments, and I think these are also detailed in the staff report. Clarksburg HOA was concerned about the library location, and as for the record, the public library project is outside of the scope of this application. There's a comment about traffic, congestion, and parking. As I noted, the application will reduce vehicle trips because the proposed uses will have a lesser impact than the existing approval, and the project meets all the minimum parking requirements. There's a comment about building heights. So currently approved building heights along Clarksburg Square Road range from 40 to 70 feet. The proposed maximum height is 65 feet, so that's actually within the existing approval and lower than the maximum that was previously approved. So the height, and also the height is reasonable given the buildings are located in the commercial core. There's also opposition to siting the splash fountain next to the residential building because it's not conducive to a public use. As conditioned, staff's response is that it's, as conditioned, the proposed splash fountain will be available for public use. A land covenant will be recorded as such, and there are commercial uses adjacent and directly across the street, or will be. There's also opposition to eliminating office buildings from the plan and that there's not enough retail. So despite the master plan's vision for office development, the master plan dated in 1994, none has been developed. There's a lower demand for office space due to demand, technology, and the pandemic are all factors, particularly the pandemic. And it's safe. The office building occupancy rates are really unlikely to return to pandemic levels. The applicant has analyzed the market and asserts that the proposed amount of retail is expected to be successful but cannot support any more at this time. Comment that the number of multifamily buildings should be reduced, and general opposition to apartments. So it's no secret that the county has a significant shortage of housing. In fact, our website says the county needs 60,000 new housing units by 2040 just to keep up with growth. Staff believes locating multifamily units within a commercial core is an ideal location because the additional residents will help support those commercial uses, facilitating a synergistic mixed-use center, which is really what the vision of the master plan has for this area. Comments that the proposed amendments are not in conformance with the compliance program. So as you mentioned in detail, the key elements are completed as noted in attachment E. The amendment will serve the public interest because the compliance program is in substantial conformance as amended, and this proposal will complete the unbuilt commercial core, which is in the public interest. Another comment that the compliance program cannot be modified. So the planning board approved the compliance program, and it said at the time subject to further reviews. So the compliance program is respected as a regulatory approval, and it's reviewed in the context of applications and any future amendments. In the resolution, the planning board expressly reserved the right to consider, approve, or disapprove any future application based upon the law and the merits presented at the time. So as such, in approving amendments, the planning board resolves that the amendments are in conformance with the compliance program. And since there were a number of comments about the library and the civic building, we do want to note that the applicant has fulfilled that prior condition, which was in Amendment D. As you can see here, it's noted on the rendering, highlighted, the pad site has been graded and prepared for a future civic building. Parking lot is completed, and the land has been fully conveyed to the county. So that condition has been fulfilled. Couple of revisions we have. The data table revision, we need to revise the parking data based upon a revision of the mix of bedroom units in the multifamily buildings because the parking is based upon bedroom units. So as you can see here, these are the revisions for the parking data. 2 revisions to the preliminary plan conditions. Number 4 would update the date of DDOT's letter for from February 16th to February 28th, because DDOT has revised their requirements or recommendation for a traffic warrant. And condition 12 corrects the right-of-way for Clarksbury Square Road from 70 feet to 60 feet. And in summary, with that, staff recommends approval of the project plan amendment, preliminary plan amendment, the site plan amendment, and the final forest conservation plan amendment. And this concludes our presentation. We're available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Estes. We have one person to provide public testimony this afternoon, and it's Amy Presley. Please come up. Thank you for coming today.
There we go. Someone's going to have to give me the 1-minute warning. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Amy Presley. I was a commissioner for 8 years, but my capacity here today is as a co-chair of CTCAC, a member of the Clarksburg Town Center community for 22 years. So I've been waiting, seen a lot of things come and go, but I need to, unfortunately, make some corrections to what staff has presented to you. So the first thing that I think is important that many of the residents are unaware of in the community because they've come and gone is that this compliance program is actually remediation, lawful remediation for violations that were found. Those violations were not just setbacks that were wrong and buildings too high. There were streets that were too narrow for emergency vehicles to get past. Those things had to be reconciled. There were buildings in places where they weren't supposed to be. We showed that to the board at the time with site plan overlays using GPS software and other things. The point is that there were so many violations, in excess of 500, that the board had found by the time we went into mediation, $2.3+ million that was going to be required of the development. There was a stop work order issued by the county council, if any of you remember that was of great concern for many developers, but that was because so many errors were found in regulatory reviews and approval and oversight that that's all they knew to do. So in many places, staff reports have referred to the CTCAC and community members as having decided to go into mediation and that we somehow had this agreement with the developers. In actuality, it was the county council and the planning board at the time who structured that mediation. They ushered us into that and urged us to do it because they didn't have what it took, literally, the means to do these kinds of hearings. So we did that. I was a part of that process for more than a year to come to a settlement agreement that was the lawful underpinning of the compliance program. It had very specific elements that were presented to the board in 2006. Rose Krasnow at the time, together with Mr. Cronenberg, incorporated those into the compliance program. The compliance program, as accepted by the board, was considered to be the lawful remediation for violations, predicated upon all elements being delivered. The plan was submitted in 3 stages that were to be fulfilled. And to Mr. Flanagan's credit and Third Try, many of those elements from phase 1 and 2 were indeed fulfilled. They did not match fully what the compliance program required, but the elements themselves were provided. Things were moved around, a couple things were sacrificed, materials changed, but nothing to the degree of what's going on now. I want to state that today's hearing is presented to you even from an entirely wrong perspective. It's not a site plan amendment. It's not a project plan amendment. This is supposed to be an enforcement hearing in accordance with all the other enforcement hearings when it came to a compliance program. The staff uses a table to compare to you what was in the master plan and then what was approved in the 2015 plan. What's missing is all of the elements that were in the program that the 2015 was compared against. And I want to read to you a couple of statements that were made in the most egregious time period in 2008 and 2009, when this very issue came up again. It was Newland at the time trying to reduce square footage of the retail, trying to change retail plans, and not being in compliance with the program. This is from the staff report, and you have this correspondence from me, but I want to read it into the record. So this will also speak as to the nature of the conceptual versus actual. The plan consisted of 3 stages. Stage 1 and 2 allowed the construction of small portions of the development, yada, yada. Stage 3 called for amendments to the project and preliminary plans and a new site plan for the entire Clarksburg Town Center project, including changes to the previously approved Phase 1 and 2 that would incorporate all the specific elements set forth in the compliance program. Now, this is the staff and led by Rose Krasnow getting a little frustrated because what was being presented was not fulfilling these requirements, legal requirements. When the compliance program was approved, it was understood that while it was conceptual in nature, it was conceptual only to the degree that plans still had to be reviewed by all the appropriate agencies, not to change them, to ensure compliance with applicable laws and regulations. It wasn't to have arbitrary or capricious moving around of the pieces, reduction of pieces. It was to be a lawful and regulatory review to fulfill the compliance program. That's how these things used to be presented to the board, but so much time has elapsed, I guess people think that with a little bit of amnesia, things can change wholesale, and they can't. When staff reviewed plans in 2008 and 2009, said staff recognized that the new plans had to be evaluated not only for compliance with the code, but also for conformance to previously approved compliance program, which was particularly important since that program had been offered to resolve the many violations. That's not what's going on today. What I'm telling you today is that if you do this and allow a 50% reduction in retail compared to what was in the compliance program, not compared to what was in the master plan, I and my compatriots sat with developers at the time to review what could we do in exchange, how could they have more residential, not apartments. How could they have more residential, and what could we allow them so that they could provide the right amount of retail? Those things wound up in a compliance program that the board approved. And that's the only thing that a community really can rely on, that a board is willing to enforce what it approved. If these things go away, the only recourse for me as still a standing party of that agreement is a motion to enforce through the courts. I'm willing to do that. I don't want to do that because this job should be done by the board and by the staff. I understand that the county, I was 8 years on the board, we were always talking about we need more affordable housing. But you don't get to just arbitrarily exchange the county's need in one area for its obligation in another. There are a lot of things that the community has been robbed of to date, including connections, everything that was in the master plan. You want to talk about master plan? M83, rungs and ladders. You've got an area that was ag reserve that was allowed to become R200, predicated upon delivery of these elements to a community. These things still aren't there. This is the last chance to get it right and to have it be a true town center. Once apartment buildings go up, not only will I claim that you're still in violation, the project's in violation, but no one's going to tear down apartments in the future to create a true town center. It's not going to happen. As I said earlier, look, I'm not against Mr. Flanagan. I mean, I'm not against any Flanagans. My mother's maiden name is Flanagan. And I believe they tried to do the right thing for the project. But I'm sorry, he can't argue that this isn't his responsibility. He bought the project, as I sat at the meeting when he told everyone, he bought it for $1 from Newland. He bought it for $1 because he knew what was required to deliver it. And that was that this project still had things owed to a community and in legal fulfillment of a stage. It was in violation at the time. He knew what he was doing. You can't come in now and say, well, now I want apartments. I understand there's the notion that for some reason, no grocer wants to be there. And everybody projects that that's what the community wants as a grocer. The community who sits in meetings and is told that they can't have anything, they're largely ignorant of what the underpinning of the program is and what they're due. They don't know what they're lawfully due. I have not been a vocal person like I was when I was an accidental activist. I don't want to become that again. But I will, because these things are critical to have a successful town center. I spoke with Rose Krasnow last night. She said I could invoke her name. She confirmed everything I said to you. She even confirmed that she'd be willing to come to town and testify should I have to go to the point of putting in an order for enforcement.
I appreciate your, could you take another minute and
Okay?
okay, thank
To
you.
summarize, there are still things to be done. You can still do something. You can require more retail instead of additional apartments. Apartments are taking up space that were otherwise meant for the retail core. I would appreciate that consideration and trying to send the applicant back one more time with the staff doing what they have done in the past, which is to hold them accountable for elements that still need to be provided in the compliance program. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Presley, I appreciate your passion. I appreciate, your effort in putting together your presentation. Thank you so much. So I'd like the applicant to have the opportunity to come up and provide testimony, either to discuss some of the things Ms. Presley presented and talk about your project. Thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Bob Harris, a Fleur Shirley brewer representing the applicant. Along with me is Kate Cubitt from Elm Street Development. I'll try to be really brief. This should be really a simple case. There is a lot of public support for this. Yes, I recognize that Ms. Presley, has, objected to it, but her objection is primarily because she believes that the plan of compliance is a straitjacket that precludes any change on this property, basically in perpetuity. And that's just not going to produce the kind of place that the town center needs. They need retail, and they need, vitality that this will do. The planning board has addressed this before and found that the plan of compliance is not a binding straitjacket, that you folks have the discretion to approve what is in the public interest. And you've done that multiple times over the years because there have been multiple amendments to this. And as I quoted in my letter that I sent to you, there is express language in the planning board resolution of the plan of compliance saying that you have that discretion, and staff has correctly pointed that out to you, so I don't need to repeat that. Your role is, I believe, to find that it's consistent with the master plan, the zoning ordinance, and the subdivision regulations, and staff has done that. And your 2015 approval is really just another example of that authority that you have and the fact that you're not restricted entirely by the plan of compliance. The violations she mentioned, they have been corrected. There were no violations with respect to the retail because it hadn't even been built. We're trying to build it now and address that missing piece. And as you well know, times have changed tremendously in the 30 years since the master plan was adopted, and even the 20 years since the plan of compliance. Office market is dead and gone. No one is building office. They're tearing down office buildings and putting up residential buildings because the demand has changed and it's not coming back. The retail market has changed totally. Just this week, Macy's closing 150 stores. Nobody would have thought of that in 1995. Everything's getting delivered by UPS and mail. It's very tough to make retail work. This applicant is willing to spend millions of dollars to bring retail to the town center, finally, and insisting that they build 20,000 square feet more isn't going to make it happen. The bottom line, and I'll let Kate speak because she's got the vested interest in this. You have the discretion to approve this. You have support for it, and your staff has done an excellent job explaining why you should support it. Kate? I'm sorry, excuse me.
I have something to share, yeah. Does this go to the? I did not.
Uh-oh, my bad.
I have a thumb drive. No. It's just a general overview to talk about the progress that we've made to date and how we anticipate finishing the community. February 29th? Yes. Terrific. Thank you. In the future, I will do that. Thank you. Oh, okay. Before I leave, I can make sure you guys get that. Thank you. All right, for the record, my name's Kate Cubitt, and I'm with Elm Street Development. I wanted to talk to you briefly today about what we acquired from the previous developer back in 2011, how we made a lot of changes and updates to fix some of the things that had not been built previously, and how we plan to finish the project in the future. In December of 2011, Third Try LC did purchase the property in green for $1. All of the property shown in this particular slide in white had already been developed and built, and at the time there was more than 800 homeowners that lived in the community. Between 2012 and 2015, we worked very closely with the community and stakeholders as well as the government agencies to create a plan and vision for Clarksburg Town Center that worked. The previous plan that was approved in 2008 was not financially viable and had been rejected by grocers and retailers for years before we got started. As a result, the community remained stagnant for many years, with roads not topped, sediment control facilities not converted to stormwater management, and people that lived on one side of the community that didn't realize that they could use the pool on the other side of the community. We worked to rectify that. In 2015, the planning board did approve an amended preliminary project and site plan for the project, and we worked very hard since that time, spending millions of dollars to correct some of the things in the community, not only to finish the community, but also to finish amenities and infrastructure that had not been finished by the previous developers. Things such as 3 master plan roads, Stringtown Road, Clarksburg Road, Clarksburg Square Road. We've collaborated with MCDOT and adjacent property owners to make sure that all of those are either finished today or in the process of getting finished today. We also designed, built, and dedicated or gave the county 2 beautiful county parks that people are now using today. In addition, we built we built the Clark Memorial that memorialized the family that founded Clarksburg. We built a connection to the church, the Clarksburg United Methodist Church that was required in the master plan. We worked with the Clarksburg HOA Pool and Rec Committee to build an addition to the clubhouse that was more than $1 million to help create a more versatile space for the community to use. And last but not least, we worked to develop the retail core, and today we're here to ask you to help us finish the retail core for the community. Since 2015, all of the red X's on this particular slide are things that hadn't been finished in terms of infrastructure and amenities. Today, everything that has a green smiley face shows all of these things that have been finished. So all 3 master plan roads have been done. The land bridge has been installed per the plans. 2 parks have been built and given to the county. We finished the residence club or the community center addition. We also finished developing the civic parcel, and that we gave that to the county as well, and built an amphitheater to give for the community. Originally, we were going to keep that. The HOA had used it quite often. They liked it, and we asked them if they wanted it. They said they did, so we gave that to them. The only thing that is unfinished is the yellow X on this particular slide, and that is the retail core area, and that is what we're here today to remedy. So just some quick photos of the progress to date. This is the first master plan road. This is Stringtown Road. This was done in collaboration with MCDOT. Before we updated the road, it was a 2-lane, curvy, windy, dangerous road. There was a bus that got in an accident in it once, a school bus. And we worked with MCDOT. We managed the project. They did the plans. We commingled funds. We contributed $4 million, and at the end, we have a 4-lane divided roadway that provides multimodal transportation to the community. The second master plan road that we were involved in was the extension of Clarksburg Square Road. It, previously to our involvement, it dead-ended in the community. It is a master plan connection as it connects Clarksburg Town Center to the historic district. In order to fulfill this particular obligation, we worked very closely not only with MCDOT, but also the adjacent property owner to move a historic house, to remove large gas tanks that had been in the ground previously that were of questionable structurally soundness, And we built a new gas station, and then we're able to connect the road. We did all of the plan work for this particular project. It's the most plans I think I've ever had to get approved for a particular project, even one of this size, and MCDOT ended up building it. Last but not least, the third master plan road we did is Clarksburg, that we helped, where we contributed to, is Clarksburg Road. This is another master plan road. It was another old windy country road. This is a MCDOT project that we are contributing $3 million to. In addition to the master plan roads, we have completed 2 parks. The first park is Kings Local Park. It's in the master plan. It's adjacent to Little Bennett Elementary School and the Greenway. This particular park has a fishing pier in the pond area, as you can see. There is a multi-age play area. There's some picnic shelters. It connects not only to the Greenway, the Clarksburg Greenway and the Greenway Trail, but it also connects to the elementary school. And our engineers worked very hard on this, making sure all the ADA access was correct and everything connected together, and was able to provide a nice amenity in the middle of the community. The second park we built is, I think, with the Parks Department, one of their favorite parks that, as of now at least, and this is the Kings Local Park. It's a 66-acre park. It's got a couple hard surface courts. It's also got a dog park. It's 66 acres. There's also trails that traverse various, the forest and some grassy areas and things like that. This is a beautiful park, and we're very pleased by this park as well. In addition to that, those master plan items, we also worked very closely with the HOA's Pool and Recreation Committee. They had a beautiful residence club, but they didn't have a very versatile space that they could use for things such as exercise classes and meeting rooms. We worked with them on this particular residence club addition and created also programming to include parking for when they have swim meets and update Seneca Square, which was part of previous plan approvals. We also built an amphitheater, an outdoor amphitheater that is adjacent to the library parcel or the civic parcel that we gave to the county in case they would like to use it in the future. This particular amenity gets used a lot by the HOA for concerts and things like that in the summertime. And last but not least, one of our proud accomplishments is the development of the civic parcel. It was developed in conjunction with cooperation from the county. It's got about 50-plus parking spaces, and there's other, the utility connections are stubbed and things of that nature in the event that this is used for a civic building in the future. The only thing that we do not have finished of all of the things we set out to do in 2015 is the construction of the retail core. Your staff was very smart in requiring the development of this particular area. So 14 acres have been developed. St. Clair Road has been extended from Stringtown Road, which you see in the southern part of your screen, up to connect to the community. And there are pads that are on grade waiting for a retailer. Since we started this project in 2012, we've been talking with grocery stores. We've been looking for grocers, and we were trying to find somebody that is full-size that could be a great anchor to the Clarksburg Town Center retail core. As of this year, we signed an agreement with Weiss, and they will be building a full-size grocery store in this community to provide the anchor that we need. And this grocer is not looking in the long term. They are looking in the shorter term in terms of getting a building permit to build and open a grocery store, and we plan to go right along with them. So if we get approval today, our goal is to finish the rest of the Clarksburg Town Center retail core in conjunction with the grocery store as they develop their piece as well. The reason why we are here today is because there have been significant market changes since 2015. Mr. Harris touched on them. Your staff has also touched on them. The demand for brick and mortar stores, even in 2015 when the last plan had gotten approved, they were in a downward trajectory for both retail and an office. This is due to the dominance of Amazon. It also has to do with just kind of people starting to work from home at that point in time. The pandemic did nothing but exacerbate these trends, and I know you guys get regular updates from your staff about retail and office markets, so I won't go into detail on that, but the pandemic has just exacerbated these shifts. We have, as we've gone through and we've talked to grocers in the last 10 years, grocers are very anxious. Amazon is entering the marketplace. They're anxious about that. They're also anxious about how they change their operating model to better serve people in an online or an app-based fashion. The impact to this on Clarksburg Town Center retail core is the office market is dead. There will never be office here. There will never be office built. The office market is really problematic. There is also limited demand for retail, which is unfortunate, but it's the truth. People are online shopping, they prefer to shop online. They are looking more for, when they go out to retail areas, for more experiential retail. So with that, it's restaurants, it's other types of experiences and services that you could have there. So to ensure the success of the retail core, we have proposed some changes with this plan. The street alignment is already in, it's already built, so that's not going to change, and the streetscape is not going to change. The only thing that is changing is we are changing the office and some of the retail to residential to help support the retail that we are proposing. So this is our updated amendment. Again, not many changes. And just to reiterate, here are some of the multifamily buildings. We have one multifamily, which is mixed use, where you've got retail at the bottom. And then you also, across the street, in order to enliven the streetscape as well, we have the Splash Fountain Plaza area, again, to try to enliven and create congregation spaces for people to meet and gather. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Any questions we'll be
Yeah,
happy to answer.
yeah, thank you, Ms. Kubit.
Thank you for your patience.
Yeah,
It's
my
important for
pleasure.
us.
Before I take it to the board, I'd just like to ask staff one question. So from what I hear from the applicant and what I believe I heard from you is that the applicant has completed all the compliance obligations to date on this project. Is that true?
For the record, Robert Cronenberg. No, sir. There were, and I think what's been presented is that they've completed a number of the items that are for the entire development.
Yeah.
The commercial core still was part of that compliance program.
Yeah, right.
So as condition, there would be, and as modified, then they would complete those portions of that.
Other than the commercial core.
Yes, I believe so. I mean, and I think some of those are in progress, even like the road improvements on Clarksburg Road are still, they're underway right now.
Okay.
So there's, I want to say yes to the majority of those that are outside of the core.
Okay, so just what is, of the outside the commercial, what is left to be done? Could you just, other than some road improvement, if you can, yes.
Yes, that is correct. So we have completed all of our obligations. We have one monetary contribution that's approximately $3 million that we need to make for Clarksburg Road. But the county, the way that the county is managing that project, we just make a monetary contribution to that.
Okay, and when is that to be made? I don't know. Is there a certain staging for that?
Yeah, that gets paid at the first UNO for the project.
For the commercial project?
Yes.
Okay, great. My board members, do you questions, comments before I make some more? Okay.
Go for it.
Mrs. Priestley, I have a lot of respect for you and for your opinion. I just want to make sure that if we approve this, we are within the compliance program. So that means that legally the planning board has the right to amend and approve these new retail changes, and that is in conformance with the compliance plan. Is that correct? Or maybe I should ask Emily, I don't know.
Yes, with this action, you would be making that determination, yes.
Okay. And the applicant justification, it's really strong. The plan originally was, maybe 10, 15, 20 years ago. And a lot of things since then has changed. If I was living in Clarksburg Town Center, frankly, if there is a new development, office building or whatever that it comes, we want to be successful. We want to be activated. And we want to see that it brings people and it brings life and community there. And I do believe that what the applicant is proposing is going along that line and eventually put all of these, construction and plan and activity to the end. Hopefully, by the time that this piece is completed, is going to end, something that took a long time, something that the community has been waiting for such a longest time to come. It's a beautiful community, but really lacks this center, retail center. And what you're bringing, the applicant is bringing, is more housing. That's what we need. It's bringing the commercial and retail as is needed now, based on the time now. And, you know, I understand that, you know, when the original Clark's master plan came, it was other things, but time has gone, things has changed. And we need to continue along with these changes and make the best out of it. And I believe that from where I'm sitting here, I believe that that would be better for the community.
Other comments, questions?
Yeah, I have comments. Thank you, Mr. Estes, for your outstanding presentation. I think you preempted many of the questions that I would have normally had, and your foresight, knowledge, and skill in delivering that information is to be commended. Thank you, Ms. Presley, for your fierce advocacy of your interest and your colleagues' interest. I appreciate that. And then Ms. Kubit, I also appreciate your presentation. I particularly appreciate you showing what elements have been met and the extraordinary efforts that your clients have gone through to meet the compliance agreement. I do have questions. Other than the R200 exchange, I was trying to determine what harm is the result of moving towards residential, a blend of residential and commercial rather than just commercial. And then, because of the downturn in the market, is it feasible to require more commercial if it's not economically viable? And so when I look at the compliance agreement, and then I look at the harm, and then I look at economic feasibility, the only thing that I'm concerned about is that if there was an exchange for R200, what was done to make up for that exchange for the R200 zone and change. And so that's my primary interest. Thanks.
Great. Mr. Linden or Mr. Hedrick? Or someone? Or is that a question? Do you want an answer to your question?
Yeah, I'd like to answer to that question.
So, Commissioner, I might need a little help on the R200 exchange piece of it, because I'm not quite understanding
So
that.
I thought in Ms. Presley's presentation, there was some threshold with regards to R200 and some type of exchange that was supposed to be given. Ms. Presley, would you clarify that for me if I'm misunderstanding things?
Thank you.
I don't think I specifically referenced R200, said initially the development was approved at that. The only thing that's happening, as I understand, is they're trying to revert back to an RMX2, which was an underlying zone during the time of the master plan, not at the time of the compliance program. And that's my understanding from the staff report, is RMX2 is what allows them to do the residential.
Okay, thank you.
So just to kind of follow up on that, the original zoning on this was R200. That changed when the town center came through, and it was RMX2 and RDT, because there was a portion that was more ag positioned. That has changed with the zoning ordinance rewrite to become CRT and an AR zone. Under the RMX2 zone, they're allowed to continue under that zone as a legacy provision to be able to continue with the work that was previously approved. So it's their choice as to how they want to proceed with it. Do they want to go under the new code or go under the code that they were originally approved for? The residential the zone does permit them to do the multifamily in this case. And there was multifamily already approved and built. I think they were called the Manor Homes, I believe, by maybe Bizzuto at the time. Not as many of them in the town center. But I would also like to address your comment about the kind of the change from office to residential. Clearly, we've seen a change that from a market standpoint of office. In 2015, we had discussions with this applicant as well about pushing for more office and pushing for more retail. And I think at the time, what was envisioned was more medical office because that was what was being discussed, I think, in a broader sense in 2015. That, again, has changed to multifamily. And to Mr. Estes's point, what had been submitted and presented to us originally was just a multifamily building with less activating ground floor uses. We worked with them to create a little bit more character within that area for a main street, for a more downtown center area. Philip, if you could go back to the site plan itself. One thing I would also point out, and I can't say this would ever happen, but one of the thoughts that we had with the applicant as well during this review was we know that there is, if the market conditions allow for more retail, there is an opportunity to do that infill here. You have retail that could be developed both on the grocery store site or where that is between number 4, 5, and 6, but also in the backs of 8 and 9. Again, that would have to come back in as an amendment if that were ever the case. So one of the reasons that we were supportive of this is because long-term that could be a potential to increase that retail. But in the end, one of the things that we really analyzed with them was, what could be supported out here. And we don't have the crystal ball, and I don't think they do either, but they have a better sense of kind of what can be supported from a retail standpoint. So hopefully that answers your question.
Commissioner Bartley, may I briefly add to that just because of your question? I want to make sure the record is clear here, and something that Ms. Presley said. The zoning on this property was RMX2 basically from the beginning, okay, where we're talking about. We're not changing that zoning at all. We're continuing to operate under that zone, and that is what the code provides for, okay? So there's no change there. The only other thing I would add in terms of your question about residential in the town center, as I was thinking about this for the hearing today, I searched in my memory banks the town center type developments we have in Montgomery County, going back to Montgomery Village, maybe the first one, if you will, in the 1960s. The town center, the retail area, guess what? Residential, multifamily residential right there. The same is true for Kentlands. The same is true for Falls Grove. That multifamily residential is an important component of a town center, and that's why we feel very strongly that it's the right use there. Thank you.
Mr. Ewing?
Oh, I'm just going to move for approval.
Okay, all right, well, let me just quickly, go
Yeah,
ahead.
I don't want to delay us too long. I just wanted to first thank you for finding a way to move this forward. Thank you for doing your best to meet elements of the compliance plan. And as I look through this, I really do feel like this is such a net positive for the community as a whole. To your point, multifamily residential apartments, in many areas, they are a fundamental part of getting the sort of activated spaces and retail that has some success, long-term success, and bringing just more people to a space where people are required for the kind of amenities and activated spaces that the town has wanted from the beginning. And I think there's a lesson, we don't have to go back through history, but I think if there is a lesson to be learned here a little bit is that, in order to accomplish some of the goals that we have, we really do need people. And it comes back to our housing shortage. It comes back to a lot of the challenges that we have around affordability. But more people in these kind of center spaces is fundamental. And I think that it helps to achieve the vision that the original plan laid out. I think it's going to lead to the kind of amenities and community benefits that folks have been looking for a long time. So I wholeheartedly support this, and just wanted to thank you for your perseverance getting through it.
Yeah, let me end by saying yes. We all want, this project has been, this site has been vacant, dormant since the resolution in 2006 was completed. We've heard from the residents that they want something to happen to here. We always believe in our thrive is in complete communities. We really feel that this would activate and create more of a community space. I like the way that you developed the retail to activate. I like that on Clarksburg Square, the residential fronting there will activate, by what I understand, will have some entrances off of, as I hear, is that true, that that building off of Clarksburg Square will activate the street there, which that's a great feel for a town center. And the grocer will be built, the site will be built all at once, not in piecemeal. So I really love what you've done here. As Mr. Linden said, I love your perseverance. You are a strong developer. The board, based on what my read of what the resolution in 2006, the board has the right to make these slight changes, and I feel that this is substantially in conformance with the master plan. So I'm also in wholeheartedly support of this plan to build what you have provided. So if there are no other questions or comments, do I have a motion to approve we have 4 approvals here. And can you go back to your slide with the recommended approvals, please?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Would someone like to
Yeah. Our council informs us we should go one by one. So I will move that we approve project plan amendment number 9, 1994-004E.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'll go ahead and move that we approve preliminary plan amendment number 1, 1995-042E.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
With the amendments, of course, as with the amendments and conditions proposed by staff. Also move that we approve site plan amendment number 8, 2007-022I with the conditions by staff.
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. And last?
I'm going to go for the hat trick. Move that we approve Final Forest Conservation Plan number F, 2023-0380 with conditions
Second.
by staff. There you go.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Eventually.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And we're going to just take a 2-minute break, and we'll start with our next item, item number 10, conditional use number CU 202-410, 6410 Damascus Road, landscape, American Lawn and Landscaping, where staff is recommending approval with conditions to transmit comments to the hearing examiner. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 10, conditional use number CU 202410, 6412 Damascus Road Landscape, American Lawn and Landscaping, where staff is, where there's a conditional request for conditional use number CU 202410, and staff is recommending approval with conditions to transmit comments to the hearing examiner. And this afternoon, we have Mark Beal from the Planning Department presenting. Welcome, Mark.
Good afternoon. For the record, Mark Beal, zoning planner for Up County Planning Division. Today, I bring to you the conditional use for landscape contractor at 6412 Damascus Road. The conditional use number is CU 202410. Staff is recommending approval with conditions to operate a landscape contractor. Excuse me. The subject property is in the middle of the red circle. It's about halfway between Damascus and the Rachel Carson Conservation Park, and it's on the south side of Damascus Road. The neighborhood, as outlined in yellow, is for the CU, and it is primarily, it's all zoned AR. It's made up of single-family detached houses and agricultural uses. Staff did not find any existing conditional uses or special exceptions in the area. Subject property outlined in the red dashed line is 4.62 acres and is zoned AR. You can see in the picture here, we have an existing house, existing gravel area with 2 existing buildings, and there are no wetlands, floodplains, or stream valley buffers located on the property. As you can see here in the submitted drawing, we have an existing house that will remain a residence. The landscape contractor employees will have access to the house for bathroom purposes. We have an existing mulch storage area that will be relocated into the center of the property. The 2 existing garages and plenty of parking area for the vehicles for the operations as well as the employees. And the applicant is going to be utilizing 12 work trucks, work vehicles, including 1 is a van, and up to 24 employees. As of today, we've had had a phone call with 1 person with some follow-up emails. They had some concerns with some water runoff and some noise and environmental issues. Subject property is located in the 2005 Alny Master Plan. There are no specific recommendations for the subject property, and the property is right here where the red star is. At this time, I'll turn it over to Brett Brown, our transportation planner.
Thank you, Mr. Beal. For the record, Brett Brown, Up County Transportation. So this project is actually fairly unique as the applicant was able to submit a TES, but they submitted a TES based on their maximum number of workers that they'll have on site, as well as trip generation rates based on the Institute of Transportation Engineers, ITE manual. In any case, while trip generation rates well below the 50 peak hour person trip for a full multimodal LATR study. Because this property is not being subdivided, there are any frontage improvements that are being recommended, and there will be no disparate impact to the existing roadway network. Although the property is within the AR zone, Damascus Road is a country connector, not a rustic road, so there really won't be any impacts to the road. And the existing driveway will be retained, so again, nothing will be changing to the current configuration of the property. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Mr. Beal. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett. The application meets the requirements of Chapter 22A and actually has an approved forest conservation exemption. The applicant is requesting some variances. Variances are typically heard by the Board of Appeals. However, the Board of Appeals has deferred the variance hearings to the hearing examiner for the hearing, as is typical with a conditional use application. And you can see the variances that are being requested, and they are in more detail in the staff report. The applicant is asking for a change in conditions on number 5. They close and finish up at 5 o'clock. However, extenuating circumstances, traffic, weather, whatever, they're wondering if they can move that to 6 o'clock. They have a buffer there, but their day typically ends at 5 o'clock. And then as a correction on page 18, staff referenced attachment D. It's actually attachment C. Findings, we find that it meets the general requirements of the special or conditional use application in the zoning ordinance, as well as the specific requirements for a landscape contractor in the zoning ordinance. And it's consistent with the recommendations of the Albany Master Plan, as well as fits in with the character of the neighborhood and will not cause harm or adverse impacts on the surrounding neighborhoods. With that, staff is recommending approval with conditions be transmitted to the hearing examiner with the associated variance request for a conditional use for a landscape contractor. Thank you for your time, and the applicant's here if you have any questions, as well as us, staff.
Thank you, Mr. Beal. We have two people to provide testimony this afternoon. The first is Tracy Horn. And the next is Oscar Lyle. So, Oscar, you can come up too, please. Just pass the mic around. Could you state your name first, and then you have 3 minutes to give your presentation. Yes, it'll turn red. Everything green.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Tracy Horn. I am the live-in girlfriend of Oscar Lyles for 29 years. Oscar and his family have lived in the 6340 Damascus Road since the 70s, along with his aunt living next door since the 1960s, both neighboring the property of 6412 Damascus Road. Oscar and I are here to oppose the conditional use permit for 6412 Damascus Road. The applicant's commercial use for 6412 is causing undue harm as a result to inherited and non-inherited effects on the use of peaceful enjoyment and the value of the property, in addition to increased traffic noise, dust, odor, and health and safety concerns. This is a quiet country residential area. Prior to the applicant's illegal commercial use of buildings and large parking lot he built on 6412 Damascus Road, the areas behind Oscar's property was the area behind Oscar's house, which is 6412, were sod fields with old growth trees. The families are not able to use the property in full extent to have cookouts, barbecues, and good weather. We have also not, they have also not experienced flooding or water intrusion during that time. The peaceful environment has been impacted by the applicant's illegal running of his corporation landscaping business, large parking lot, and commercial buildings, along with his 20 to 30 employees. One of the most severe harms to the property has been the water damage, as mentioned. This is historically has been a dry and has not experienced standing water or flooding. The applicant created 2 concrete swells on the property, which diverts the water to the adjacent properties, including Oscar Lyles, 6340. There is 1 large concrete swell in the front of the commercial building and 1 on the back that is magnified by the drains that he is dumping into the swells. I have submitted photos and videos showing the swells and have, videos showing the swells that have created standing and rushing water onto Oscar Lyles' property and the neighboring property, his aunt's property, As you see from the photos and videos, the water from the applicant's property pools on 6404 Damascus Road. This has caused the old growth trees to experience root rot and fall, in addition to forming an extreme mosquito pools. The mosquito population has significantly increased, and we are no longer able to use the outdoor properties, as this is affecting all neighbors within the vicinity. In fact, the bugs issue is so severe and extreme and out of control that Oscar is we are unable to fully live on the property. Additionally, the water has intruded on the flooded, Thank you. Additionally, the water has intruded on and flooded the Oscar's basement several times. The water has also flooded his aunt's drain field on her property and backed up her sewage in her house. She's in her 80s, so she's an elderly lady. Just wanted to make that clear. She's had to remain in unsanitary conditions without bathrooms for water for several days until the water abated. In 2011, we got insurance, Oscar's father had gotten insurance, flood information, gosh, I'm so sorry, flood insurance because of the constant flooding and damage to the family home. The flooding never occurred until the applicant built the large parking lot swells, constructions, and extremely large commercial buildings on 6412 Damascus Road. Additionally, Oscar has been experiencing negative effects from the increased traffic noise from the applicant's property. He has multiple trucks going in and out all day, beginning from very early morning. He lets the trucks run when they're not being used, which causes noise and the smell of diesel permeating the properties. The chemicals on the trucks are being washed off and leached into the ground as well. Oscar has witnessed 20 to 30 people on the property at one time, disgustingly, while they were having to use the porta potty, has witnessed them peeing outside in the lawn throughout the day, and has even called the police and put in a complaint that he has witnessed his employee urinating visibly behind the porta potty. The applicant's neighbor on the west side has also contacted the applicant directly, very upset because his children were being exposed to the lewd and unsanitary conditions, because this happens often. Oscar has well water. Unsanitary conditions from the chemical high water that sits 25 feet from his well has prevented him from being able to use the water in the home. We are not, and I'd also like to address some of the concerns
Excuse me.
made in this. I'm sorry.
You also submitted that as didn't you submit that? Was
This,
it- Yeah.
yes, I did.
Okay, great. You've extended, I gave you more time than normal, but we have your testimony, but I appreciate you presenting, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you. And I guess Oscar
Yes.
said a bit, so I
Yes.
guess you could take his time if you want, or unless you want to speak, sir.
Yeah, no, I want to speak.
Okay, great.
You want me,
Yes.
can she read the rest of it on my time?
Pardon me?
Can she read the rest of that on my time, then I
Yes.
talk, please?
No, but you only, together
It's
you
only
have
just
6
you.
minutes.
Okay, yeah, no
But
problem.
I gave her extra time, so.
Yeah, no
you-
problem.
okay.
Nah, I just want to say that my dad bought the place in 73. We never had a problem with like the water, nothing, okay? Since, Jeff then moved in 97, I think. Over a while, he started building stuff on the property. We didn't realize he was building everything without permits. My dad lived in the house. He was an elderly man, and disability, he retired, and he worked for the county, so he was on a fixed income. So he wasn't, he was a neighborly, nice person, wasn't so much on Jeff, so Jeff started building stuff on the property. He assumed, I guess, that Jeff had permits for the buildings he was building. I think right now they say he got over 11,000 square foot parking lot. So the water comes off his property, and he built 2 swells on the backside of his property on the side. Well, both of the swells come off the property, discharges water to our thing. We sent the video in. It looked like a river coming off there. So I came home. I got tired of coming home to my dad. He calling me up about the basement flooding. He coming home, like when the floods, a storm, electric go out up there, water flows into the basement. So I had to pump water out of the basement. So I put up a berm because I talked to Jeff, and come on, Jeff, man, this is crazy. So I put a berm up because I made a choice between the water going in my dad's house and saturate my elderly aunt drain field. She couldn't use the bath and all that. So I made a choice to put a berm up, to stop the water from going into the house. So as time went on, I'm telling Jeff, my daddy went in 2011. It was so bad, he got flood insurance for his house. So it got so bad until, I'm talking to Jeff. I wanted to be neighborly and this and that. So, it just got to the point where the stuff he's doing on his property is just damaging and making it unlivable, putting an impact on our home. My dad passed away 2 years ago, and I can be living in a home for 2 years now, but I can't live in it because the mosquitoes up there so bad because I always got my grandkids. And the water lays 25 feet from the well. the well water is awful in the house now. And so, I mean, I talked to Jeff and I said, Jeff, we got to do something. And Jeff, he knew what was going on because he said, Oscar, we can't go to the county and complain about this stuff because the county going to shut us down. Well, I have an occupant license. I have a little business that, I don't hurt nobody. If it's a problem, I'll fix it. But Jeff was deliberately dumping all his water on my dad's property, saturating his home. We can't even live in the house. Right now, we can't live in the house. At the meantime, I'm losing out on $3,200, $3,500 a month for a home that's paid for I can't live in because I have a home in Germantown that I'm paying a mortgage on. But at the same time, Jeff knowing his property not made for this, so he's saving $6,000 or $7,000 a month because he don't want to take his business elsewhere and run it and let us have our home back. So it's sad how we live, and we got to abandon home right now. If something don't happen between that, our home is useless. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you for your presentation. So now we have the applicant here to respond to comments and as well as present your case.
Just note the address of your property. What is your address?
6340
6340
Damascus Road.
Damascus. Okay.
Which, can you point out his?
Yeah, I'm on the south side.
Okay. What about her? She's the same place?
No, they live, they're,
So this is this one? Okay.
yeah, with the arrow.
No, there's nothing on there yet. No.
We have something here.
There we go.
Okay, can you point, is that your home?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay, great.
Thank you. That's what I didn't know where you were.
Great. Hi, good afternoon. Chris Rulin with the law firm of Lord Shirley and Brewer. I'm here today on behalf of the applicant, in this case, American Lawn and Landscape Incorporated. I have the applicant with me on my right, Mr. Jeff Janot, and our civil engineer, Jim Whitmer with J&M Engineering is also here. We want to thank the staff for the review of the application, and we appreciate the analysis, and we agree with it and with the recommended conditions, subject to the request that we made to revise Condition 5 pertaining to the time of day that operations would end. We'd like to change that to 6 o'clock, and again, as Mr. Beal explained, that's really to account for unexpected delays and trucks coming back to the site from job sites. Just to speak to the context and how we got here, Mr. Janot bought this property in the mid-'90s, I think in 1996, and has been operating this landscape contractor business on the site inadvertently without the conditional use since then. It was actually in operation in a background condition when the 2005 only master plan was put in place. It was analyzed as part of the conditions that are existing then. The improvements that are out there, actually, there was some comments about permitting, but the improvements actually, there's a residence, there are 2 accessory structures. One of them actually does have a permit. They actually both have permits now. But in response to some complaints that came in the last year, Mr. Janot worked with DPS to address an outstanding permitting issue for the second building. That's been resolved, so that building is fully permitted now. DPS has also been working to address some of the issues that we have been hearing about with respect to water runoff. They have determined that there is no stormwater management or sediment erosion control measures required for the site now. There are no proposed improvements with the proposed conditional use. The variance seeks to utilize, to the extent that the buildings are within the conditional use setback, the variance is asking for, should those improvements be utilized for the conditional use, they would need to have a variance, otherwise you have to have the setback. But they're not proposing to construct anything additional that's not already there. It's improvements that have been long in existence and are really part of the settled background, if you will, of the property. The water issues and the ponding are something that we have heard as a concern, and we are investigating it. Our preliminary analysis at this point is really showing that there are topographical conditions that are contributing primarily to this runoff, as well as the berm and the way that it's kind of holding the water. And we're happy to kind of share some of that topography with the board if it would be helpful. We've got an exhibit that would go nicely with the image that's on the screen to just show how the land is sort of falling back there. As we move through the conditional use process, we'll continue studying that and try to, figure out more formally what's happening there, but we'd be happy to show that exhibit if it would be helpful. Yeah, and with that, I'll let Jim describe it.
Well, while you're describing the exhibit, could you please provide for us some information that if you could remedy the situation for them, what it takes to remedy, if at all?
Yeah, we can.
Sure. I guess for the record, I'm Jim with J&M Engineering. We've done a survey of the property, the majority of the property. We've kind of done a preliminary analysis of the drainage area. And if you can see up here on the screen, essentially where the neighbor's lot is located, it's getting water from three sides. So it's almost in a bowl, so to speak, to where you have drainage from Jeff's property right here that comes down through here. But then more so, there's a lot of off-site area that's running down this direction. And right here, there was a berm constructed, and like they had mentioned, the berm was constructed, and it's creating a problem where it's ponding water up back behind the property. But in my opinion, I don't necessarily think that's the problem. I think the problem is you have this mass of water coming all different directions. So in all, you probably have 10 to 15 acres of drainage that comes to this one property. And you can see right here, this is a swale, a natural swale that continues down through the properties. And when you get to the bottom of the hill on the neighboring property, we notice that it's somewhat flat. So a lot of any drainage coming from any direction is going to slow through there, and it's going to drain slowly. Honestly, you would ask if there would be any type of what could be done with the property to make it drain a little better or fix the problem. We can look into that further, but in my estimation, it would just be there would have to be drainage improvements to the properties throughout this swale. I believe a lot of what this is, it's an existing condition. In terms of just you have a large drainage area and everything drains to the bottom of the hill. And, that's, like I said, that's something we can look at, but, there is the berm there that's there right now. I believe that's contributing to some of the problems. They mentioned mosquitoes and stuff like that. I think that standing water's causing some issues. So we'll continue to look at it with Jeff. And, we'll provide whatever feedback.
I could see that you have this drainage coming. I don't know that where eventually it could go. Is there somewhere that eventually could go that if you could provide some kind of ditches or some kind of a storm drain in place, maybe, they could do some kind of French well with some, that's not a possibility. I don't know how much of water we are talking about. I see DPS staff are in here. And you are working with them, they have expertise to help you. That what it could be done. I do not know if you have had this drainage issue since they built the second building, or the drainage issue is new, or it has been there since the beginning. I don't know.
Well, we looked back through some of the older records, the old aerial photos through the county, and a lot of this was the parking area and the gravel drive. That was built right around 1998. So by following, so it's been there quite a while, over 20 years. Okay. So, and then also in addition to, with the storm frequencies increasing and everything else, just natural from climate change, that's also affecting as well. So.
Yeah. So good questions. Yes, it looks like there's a natural tendency to drain there, but it appears that Mr. Lyles said that there's some change maybe that the applicant made that created more of a ponding on, and I'm not, I mean, and also I'm sure what they're putting, it's an asphalt surface or it's a gravel surface?
Concrete.
And that's
Well,
been,
He put a concrete swell to direct the water straight to our land. That's
Right.
what he done, 15 feet from our land. You
Yeah,
know the truth.
Yeah, but I'm talking about also the parking lot. Is the parking gravel or?
Gravel.
Yeah, the parking area is gravel, yes.
And so I'm not sure if that costs, well, some impervious, but on our part, so that's that one thing. And the other is noise and, I mean, that is something that a DPS permits. I mean, is there something about noise and other stuff that you,
So noise and odors and that sort of stuff falls under DEP, and I know DEP has been out there. Unfortunately, I could not get them here today they were out of town in a conference. I could not get them there today. It's my understanding in talking with Mr. Lyles that I think they told you that there's no issues now, or they were taken care of, or they were addressed. I mean,
There was a settlement violation on him, and then when two guys came out, put a settlement violation on him, Tom Whedon is sitting at his desk, he's gonna dismiss the case without coming out looking at it. 11,000 square feet of ground, of parking lot. that
yeah,
dumps
but
into
didn't
land.
you tell me on the phone DEP had been out there,
Yeah,
environmental
yeah.
protection?
Yeah, she came out there and said she was gonna cite him because he had all drums and everything all over the ground coming to the property. But then once she went back and talked to him and his lawyer, she said that she didn't visually see nothing. When we have her on tape saying that she seen this and she was gonna put a violation for him. But every time they talk to his lawyer, they come back with a different answer on me. All I want to do is live in my home. That's all I want, and I can't.
so, I don't know, as a part of a board, can we say because it's going to go to a hearing examiner, right? Or okay.
Wrong button. Sorry, that is correct.
Can we approve subject to, addressing concerns, or or we present the concerns to the hearing examiner, like the drainage? I mean, apparently the applicant did something on the land that exacerbated the drainage. I don't know if there's, and when the hearing examiner looks at it, there's a stormwater management plan that they look at, or what do they do at the hearing examiner?
They're not going to look at a stormwater management plan. Because everything is existing and has been for a while, there's not a stormwater management plan. There's not one that's required by DPS at this point. We could probably talk about trying to do some stipulations with the noise and the odor, like trucks can't idle. I just mentioned washing, maybe no washing of the trucks on the site, something like that.
Right. And removing any.
Well-
So the thing with the fuel tank is, you have to have a permit through DPS, but you can't get that. They're not going to be able to get that until they hopefully, if they can get their conditional use approval, because DPS is not going to issue a permit if they don't have approval to do something.
What about the building that they didn't have a permit and they got a permit? The building was built, one of the building was built when? Recently? Did they look into the stormwater management or storm drainage impact of the construction of that building to their house?
I don't think they did because it had been built so long ago.
So the second building that didn't have permit was built, but they had to get the permit recently, so they should have looked into the storm drainage when you get a new building.
Yeah, I'm sorry. A lot of what was built was, like I said, it was built around 1998, and that predates any stormwater management requirements through the state. And
I know, but the permit was not issued. The permit was got recently, correct?
Correct.
If the permit
For
was received recently, they would look into, I am assuming that they would look into the storm drainage and storm water management of the building. That's what I'm assuming that they would do.
So,
Isn't
Commissioner, we
DPS
do have representatives
Yeah.
from DPS here, if they want to come up and maybe address your questions, because I don't think we
Right.
can't answer those questions
Yeah,
for you.
I don't know either.
And I think as part of the application, just to, this is a little different because we're typically dealing with the use, and, not necessarily any other issues that might be revolving around that are more sediment control or otherwise. But it does factor into the inherent, non-inherent aspect of what we're reviewing.
Tom Whedon with Montgomery County DPS. My inspection staff initially investigated the complaint. The complaint considered it was about standing water, runoff, and possible flooding downstream. The inspection staff went out there and wrote a citation and notice of violation. Subsequent to that, I had conversations with the staff. There were no recent activity or active disturbance at that point in time. The need for a sediment control permit, or the requirement for a sediment control permit, has a need to address possible stormwater management runoff. I didn't feel that because there was no recent active, remember, this is a drainage issue that had been going on for 9 years. The berm was built 9 years ago, the parking lot was built 9 years ago, so there was no recent activity to associate the need for a sediment control permit. These were drainage issues, which we consider civil matters, not through stormwater management runoff through permitting.
So Tom, 9 years ago that they built the building and they did build the driveway, did they do anything for, drainage?
No.
Stormwater management? Because probably if the road was built 9 years ago and the new building was built 9 years ago, it had some impact in stormwater, storm drainage. This is down the hill and water comes down the hill. Not that they can stop all the water. This is act of God. Water likes to go downhill, but they have to do as much as they can to make sure that by adding additional impervious area, they don't increase the runoff to the downstream property.
Right, but there was not a requirement for sediment control when we investigated the site. So there was no need, because we're not requiring a sediment control permit, there was no requirement to address stormwater management runoff because these had been existing conditions. So we looked at it as an existing condition that had been there for a long time. And it is a runoff, private, civil matter between drainage issues, right? I mean, so the drainage runoff is a civil matter.
Can I ask a clarifying question? The construction of the parking lot was approximately 9 years ago, is that right?
No.
Okay,
No.
this is where I'm getting
Yeah, but
confused.
if I
The
may,
parking lot and the berm were constructed in the 1990s, is that?
Yes, the
that's-
timeline that has been jumbled a little bit here in terms of the sequence. The first building and the gravel driveway and the parking area actually went in, I think, approximately 98.
Okay.
And it was, with respect to that second building, I think 2008 to 2012.
Okay,
One of those
and then,
improvements.
but in 1998, when it was built, it also was not permitted correctly, is that accurate?
No, that's not correct. There was a permit for the building.
Okay.
And I don't believe the permit was required for the gravel.
No, it wasn't no permit. There was no permit for that.
And then the two.
There
just a
actually
moment.
is it.
And then the 2000s, the most recent, the second one was permitted appropriately at the time, is that right?
The second, was that correct?
The second building was not permitted.
Okay.
Got
The
it.
first building in 98, we did have a permit.
Okay.
But not the add-ons to it.
I am Jeff Juneau.
Mhm.
In 1998, I built the building in the back, and it was permitted. We went through the permitting process. You'll note that in the records. And the driveway around the building was also installed at that time.
All right.
Okay.
We built the second building in 2008, and then added on in 2012.
How big is the building?
Can you point out the second building on the plan there? Can you?
The first
Yeah.
building,
Yeah, you're sure, yeah, there.
The mouse is on it.
That's the
second building.
2008 building,
Yes.
which you got a permit for to build.
Did not, but we worked through
not
the
perfectly
permitting
permitted.
process and now.
It has a
obtained-
permit now.
Oh, but, and did you disturb more than 5,000 square feet when you just built the building?
I didn't have to do any grading.
Yeah, so it was under the 5,000 square feet.
Okay. all
It's
right.
two buildings, there are two garages there. Is both of them under the same thing or one? Because it shows two buildings there. It
That-
says garages.
That's right. The first built, where the mouse is now, is the first accessory building that went in with a permit in 98.
Oh, okay.
The other that's further in is the one that was constructed in 2008 and expanded onto, that did not have a permit at the time, but now does have a permit because of the, in response to DPS's investigation.
What about all the parking up there and the driveway? Those are built when?
They first went in 98 as well, right?
Yes, I had stuff along through there.
Okay, so,
Can I just, say- so in 98, he just had a driveway that would come down and it did a little circle and came back out. It was not a full-fledged 11,000 square foot parking lot. He has incrementally built that throughout the years to the point where in 2011, this water that's coming off this parking lot has been diverted over to 6404. And then that's when we had to build this berm. So it started out as a small looping driveway, and if you were to look at the Google Maps, you will see it was just a little driveway with this little circle. And through the years, he has incrementally built to the point where this water just rushes. And we submitted a video of showing this river of water that comes off of this property where it hits this man-made swell, and it diverts onto 6404. And that's the reason why the berm was built, was because of the redesigning. And he's the only person in the entire area that has redesigned his area that is now causing this excessive water. They've lived there since the 70s, have never had a berm there, have never had anything. And it wasn't until he redesigned and this excessive water is rushing off the buildings, the garage, the hard surface, the buildings. He has the downspout coming to the swell in the front of his garage that within 16 feet of 6404 is rushing this water. And we have a video, there's a couple of them
Yeah.
that we showed this rushing
Yeah,
water.
I see.
It's a river coming from his property. And if we didn't have that,
The water
we
ends
would
up in the
not have a
house.
problem.
The water be in the house if I had the berm.
yeah, so this is what I recommend. This.
I have a comment.
Okay.
I have a comment for our council is, DPS said that they believe this is a civil matter. And one of my concerns, if we make a determination here today with regards to this approval, I know there was another situation where there were violations and citations that could have matured into a civil matter between adjacent neighbors. I'm concerned if we make a decision here today, we thwart Mr. Lyle's ability to have this matter properly redressed in a civil context. Additionally, during the applicant's presentation, it seems as though they've given no regard to the flooding and haven't denied that there has been flooding to Mr. Lyles' property, and that lack of disregard concerns me. Additionally, as an attorney, I think there are some facts here that seem to be irrefutable from Mr. Lyles that the applicant has not refuted, and a proper evidentiary hearing would need to take place. And I don't want to be in a position where where the board negates a proper evidentiary hearing.
May I respond? Or,
I'll go and staff chime in. I think the first question was, are you doing anything here if you were to approve this that would prevent the civil case? And no. In fact, you're really not making a decision at all. You are only making a recommendation that will go to the hearing examiner, who will then decide to grant or not grant the conditional use. And in addition, the hearing examiner will hold the evidentiary hearing. Our hearing is an administrative hearing. The rules of evidence are much less strict, as you see and as you know. So we accept all kind of testimony here. So there will be an additional hearing. And with regard to the flooding happening or not happening and how that's handled, I mean, again, a factual issue that the applicant can address, but certainly I think as Robert or maybe Patrick was alluding to, or maybe it was Mark, that could be considered as part of a non-inherent aspect potentially of this use in consideration of the conditional use if there were, facts and evidence to to discuss that, that could be considered. But generally, what DPS is saying is DPS handles, what I think, DPS handles the issuance of stormwater management permits if in fact one is required. When it's not required, and which happens in a lot of single-family neighborhoods, is people build things where they don't have to do that, and then water starts to flow. And it's not under DPS jurisdiction to then say, well, you must put something in if it's not covered under the regulations and they weren't required to do it. And at that point, the property owners are left to go to civil action against one another to determine whether there is runoff that's not permitted. And generally, that's where they have to go with it. And I think actually DPS has a portion on their page actually that tells homeowners this, and if they're having trouble with a neighbor with runoff, they advise them that that's how it has to be handled if they're not required to install stormwater management facilities in the first place.
Can I ask you a quick question on that, Emily? So in that kind of situation where a permit wasn't required, but then some construction happens and then there's kind of a negative effect after the fact, what process is in place either through the county? So you mentioned obviously there's a civil option, but like is there a county process either through DPS or some other agency where, okay, it wasn't originally required, something happens, is there a process to retroactively address that and require a new permit or require some sort of plan after the fact?
I don't have the code with me, but we spoke to our attorney, and there's a statute of limitations on how far back you go. And again, this project has not considerably changed in 9 years from the photographic evidence that I saw. So that's why the decision was made not to go back and require a permit. One other thing I want to address is when we talk about stormwater management runoff, it's for environmental treatment. It's really not the flooding control and everything. And that's why when it gets into flooding and damages and stuff like that, it's a civil matter between the applicants because we're permit issuers and inspections. We don't adjudicate damages where there may have been damages done.
Thanks. Can I just
So
one more quick question? I guess to the applicant, I'm curious, why apply for this conditional use now? And I'm sorry if this was mentioned before, kind of why this came now. You've been operating the business since, or around the time you moved in the late 90s, it sounds like. So yeah, why come to us now? What sort of triggered this application? When did you become aware for the need for this conditional use?
That's a great question, and happy to answer that. We are here in part because of the process working. There is a civil citation that has been issued by DPS for not having the conditional use, which we are trying to address.
And is that when the applicant became aware for the need
is.
for the conditional use?
It is. So the applicant only recently learned of that in response to this. There were also civil citations that have been alluded to for initially sediment and erosion control requirements, which DPS investigated and then determined that there wasn't a there on that. That citation was dismissed. We're in the process now to get the conditional use, just as we were with the permitting process to get the permit in place for the building. So we are working through the county processes to analyze this and to address it and, make it right. And we're hoping to do that as soon as possible so that we can clear this up.
So I just have one more question from our lawyer, our legal. Can we, as part of this conditional approval, make it conditional that the applicant try? I understand and I agree that water comes down here, and we could do as much as we can, possibly. As part of this conditional approval, we ask the applicant to work with the, the neighbors to see that how we, as much as they can remedy this. I don't know where the berm is, if the berm has added more or less to the problem, but maybe there are some solutions, engineering solutions, that could help. Make it, maybe not eliminating the whole, but make it better, because this business has added a lot of impervious area and has added to the drainage to downstream. And now we are working to make this business legal. So as part of that, we ask the applicant to work with the neighbor to see how they can remedy as much as they can. Maybe not 100% eliminate, but as much as they can.
Or is it just, well, yeah, it's a recommendation, and, or as we send it to the hearing examiner, that they look into this? I don't know, yeah, I mean. how
That would probably be more appropriate, is that they look into the runoff
Right. Yeah.
issue, and, yeah.
Okay, so.
Yeah,
is-
I think, and this is a new one for us too, to address kind of inherent, non-inherent uses for, pre-existing issues, on an application where it's not proposing any kind of new structure. And I think the discussion we've been having here is, the only thing we could tie that to would be some kind of evaluation that goes to the hearing examiner regarding a non-inherent use that's tied to the flooding issue. And again, without really pointing fingers one way or the other, I think it's something that still
fine.
needs to be evaluated.
Yes, so how would you word that, Mr. Cronenberg?
I mean, give us a second.
Right in a second.
Okay.
But just to clarify that point, we have a business that's been operating without the appropriate conditional use. The inherent, non-inherent use doesn't seem to kick in until you have the appropriate conditional use. Right, otherwise, it's something that you can start doing the use without the appropriate requirements and then have it be, post-dated. I mean, honestly, I'm curious about whether inherent or non-inherent use kicks in until the conditional use is approved, which it has not been at this point. And so if, you want to continue the conditional use and the hearing examiner is going to examine the facts of that case, I think the very least of which we can put in there is that check and make sure you're not draining all your water onto somebody else's property. And if that's a condition, I'm perfectly happy to put that as a condition to recommend to the hearing examiner that that be adjudicated prior to the acceptance or approval of the conditional use.
Well, I believe I agree with that, in that, though, some of the, you just say they didn't do anything different, some of the water, just because of the drain, some water may go into another person's.
And I understand that that's topographical, but I mean.
Yeah, but if they did something that created.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we've spent enough time on this one, but we all agree on the concept, and so, yeah, I'm sorry that this has happened to your property, and I know it's important that we get you get a conditional use permit, so we just want to make sure.
I'd be happy to suggest, and again, back to our comments, we're learning about this issue and this concern, and we have started to investigate it, but our intention is to continue investigating it as we go through the process. And so if there is to be a recommendation, to me, something like the applicant will continue to study water flows related to the property and share its findings with the neighboring property owner would be a way to make sure that this gets investigated as the process moves forward.
I would disagree. I
What-
disagree with that.
What do
You want a
think?
solution, not just an investigation.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think what you're saying is you want a condition that would say that because this is a non-inherent aspect of a landscape business, every landscape business, an inherent thing would be trucks coming or doing what they're doing. This is non-inherent because it's specific to this property. So this would be to say that to prevent an adverse non-inherent impact on the neighbors, they need to determine if there's unreasonable or unacceptable runoff. And that, it
What
doesn't.
Emily said.
So that would be what we would propose as a condition, that the hearing examiner can then decide how to handle it.
Right.
And how it gets addressed,
I'm-
but that
I'm-
would be the condition.
I'm
I think.
concerned that someone who has a dwelling place cannot use it because of someone running a commercial business and the non-inherent issues with it. And so I want something where this would be cured and the homeowner would be allowed to use his property
Yeah.
without flooding. And so.
But I
we
think
have to have
we're,
something.
but I think we're also indicating that there's a potential for the fact that the nature of the water has changed, like the nature of the, if it's just because it's downhill, that's one thing, but if it's because, if part of it, or at least any portion of it is because of the conditional use that has not currently been approved, then mitigating that, I think, has got to be a requirement of doing the conditional use.
Absolutely.
But there's also, we're having 100-year floods every 10 years. There's difference between that and between an inherent aspect of it and the fact that this is a landscaping business, which I don't think.
Right.
But to the point where that needs to be addressed, I think is key.
But I think if we use Emily's language, I think it generally gets there because there could be a situation, like in all homes, I'm just throwing it out there, over time, there's just more water drainage, and they have to put in sump pumps or something just in general, because there's just more water in general, even though no one's generally done anything. So in order to move on, I'm personally happy with.
Can I clarify? Sorry, this is more for, I think, my own understanding. I just want to clarify the process from here. So this is the last time that we would see this, right? We put our recommendation to the hearing examiner, then they make the final decision. So this is our opportunity to kind of really add some strong conditions with teeth to try to redress the situation.
A recommendation, yeah. So again, going to repeat what legal said. We're in concurrence that the planning board is finding that there is a non-inherent impact based on the proposed use, which also happens to be existing, and the fact that there is believed to be stormwater runoff impacting now an adjoining neighbor, and that you're recommending the hearing examiner, one, agree with that assessment, and two, to require stormwater management to compensate for that development that has occurred up to this point, which has now resulted in that non-inherent impact.
I think it should be a storm drainage, not a stormwater management. That's the difference between those two. Stormwater management
Stormwater
manage the
runoff,
water,
yeah,
but you
right.
need to have a storm drainage to take care of the drainage to the land, not the stormwater management.
I think they're saying one and the same, isn't it? Say there's storm drain in the right-of-way for a road, but there's stormwater management, which is
Well, without
without
putting a label on it, you know, the existing condition is impact via flooding and water reaching the neighbor. And so however we sort of
Yeah,
characterize
or
that.
just to,
Minimize
prevent unreasonable runoff, because that's the legal standard, is you can't have unreasonable runoff directed onto your neighbor's property.
Yeah.
So that would be, I would propose.
Okay, so can you read that again?
Can you read that again? No, I guess I mean, essentially, we're just proposing a condition to avoid a non-inherent adverse impact to the neighbor, that the applicant assure that there is not unreasonable runoff to the neighbor's property.
Great.
So whatever they have to do to make that happen, that's what needs to happen.
Prior to the conditional use being approved.
Right, it will be a condition of the conditional use, yes, being approved, that they must assure that.
Before we move on, also, 6 o'clock is fine with everybody? I think that was an adjustment to the condition from way back when.
Yeah.
No,
That
okay.
was fine with us, as long as it was
Yeah.
It's fine with, I just want to make
Yeah.
sure that before we get the
I
question
thought you were
about 10
wrapping up the
seconds.
meeting at
Yeah.
6 o'clock.
We're good with that, 6 o'clock is cool?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, good. All right, we're good.
So do I have a motion to approve the conditional use with the amendments presented by Ms. Vyas and including the allowing them to be in operation until 6 p.m.?
I'll move that we approve with the conditions and transmit comments to the hearing examiner based on what we've discussed here, that I believe we've got a decent handle on. And then-
I second it.
Yeah. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. Well, thank you so much. Thank you for bringing your concerns, and thank you for being here, and hopefully you get, oh, yeah, he voted aye. We have 5-0. All right, thank you. So we have our last item.
No, we don't have last, one before last.
Oh, second last?
We have a lot to go.
Okay, yes, our item number 11 is special exception, major modifications, number S847 Chang property, Burtonsville, Wawa, public hearing, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 11, special exception, major modification number S847B, Ching Property, Burtonsville, Wawa, public hearing, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. There's both a special exception number S847B and a preliminary forest conservation plan number F20240210, where Mr. Mark Beal of the planning staff is presenting. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mark Beal, zoning planner of County Planning Division. Today, it's my pleasure to bring to you the Chang property, which is also known as Burtonsville Wawa. It's a special exception, major modification, and the number is S847B with a preliminary forest conservation plan of F20240210. So the subject property is outlined here in red, is located at 15585 and 15595 Old Columbia Pike. The staff recognized a neighborhood as outlined in yellow. The properties to the north are zoned CRT, are made up of commercial uses such as retail and restaurants. The property to the west is zoned CRN, and again, we have restaurants and retail uses. And then the property to the west is zoned EOF, which is a retail, I believe, a hardware store. And then the two properties to the south are zoned R200, and we have one vacant property and one improved with a single-family detached house. Staff recognized 3 conditional uses or special exceptions in the neighborhood. The first one up here is a Starbucks drive-through. The next one down is a Roy Rogers drive-through, and the one right next door is a McDonald's drive-through. The subject property actually consists of 2 individual platted parcels. It makes up 3.37 acres. We have an existing automobile filling station with a 7-Eleven convenience store and a retail building known as the Mattress Barn. We currently have one ingress-egress here and another access point here that is currently a right-in and right-out only. A little zoning history. I'll make it quick. I don't want to go back to 1967. That's too long to go back to, but we have a quick zoning approval initially from 1967 for the initial 2 island pumps, and the service station for minor repairs. 82, we went to another modification, which actually went up to 6 pumps, added the convenience store and additional site lighting and landscaping. And then 1995, they reduced it down to 4 pumps, and there were various site changes as well as some EPA changes that were required. In 2012, the Burtonsville Crossroads Neighborhood Plan rezoned the property CRN, and then the applicant in 2019 did a local map amendment, LMA, to rezone to CRTF, or floating zone. So here we have the proposed site plan. We're looking at new canopy and pumps in this location with the new convenience store retail area here. As you can see, the existing Mattress Barn is no longer here. In place of it, we have a series of EV charging stations. There will be new lighting and landscaping throughout the entire plan. We have a new proposed 11-foot front side path along with a 16-foot wide breezeway path down the side here on the Route 29 southbound ramp. Here's some elevations of what the Wawa is going to look like when they're done. As of today, we've received 1 correspondence from one citizen who just had some questions about paths and sidewalks, and staff contacted the individual and answered their questions, so nothing beyond that. Property falls within the 2012 Burtonsville Crossroads Neighborhood Plan. The neighborhood plan actually calls out that special exceptions should remain and continue in their use, as well as there should be expanded bikeways along Route 198, which, as I mentioned, they're doing a side path along 198. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Brett Brown, who is our transportation planner.
Thank you, Mr. Beal. For the record, Brett Brown, Up County Transportation. So to get us started today, the applicant has submitted a full multimodal traffic study because they are over the 50 peak hour person trips that would trigger a full study. Through their additional analysis with that traffic study, they did find some existing deficiencies in the pedestrian and bicycle network. There are no sidewalks along the property frontage on MD 198/029, although I will add a revision to the second bullet point about no bicycle facilities along any of the property frontages. There is actually an existing breedway on the eastern boundary of the property frontage along US 29 along the southbound lane. So I just wanted to revise that. Next slide, please. As far as bicycle plan master plan recommendations, there is a side path along the property's frontage with as a condition the applicant will be building. There is also separated bike lanes, which were envisioned in the bicycle master plan. During some consultation with MCDOT as well as the State Highway Association, it was determined that separated bike lanes would not be feasible at this location, given some impending construction along this section of Old Columbia Pike. So we reverted back to having the applicant build out the master plan side path along their frontage, as well as expanding the current US 29 corridor breezeway along their eastern property frontage to 16 feet. Next slide, please. So this picture better illustrates some of the frontage improvements that the applicant is enacting. So of course, outlined in green along their northern property frontage along Old 29 will be an 11-foot side path. Along the eastern property boundary along the southbound lanes of Columbia Pike, the applicant will be expanding the existing breezeway to 16 feet. Additionally, there would be a 5-foot internal pedestrian path, which is outlined in, I guess, sandy brown or tan, that will provide some pedestrian connections both within the site and outside the site to US 29. And with that, I will turn it back over to Mr. Beal. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett. So for forest conservation, the site contains 0.38 acres of forest, and they will be removing 0.28 acres. They will be they will be putting in 2 new Category 1 forest conservation easements down here. There are 2 variance trees. One is for removal at this location, and one is impacted here. And these smaller green circles are the mitigation trees. Staff finds that the major modifications for the automobile filling station are consistent with the master plan, as well as the approved LMA. Is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood and will not cause harm or impacts on the surrounding neighborhood. This application also meets the specific requirements for an automobile filling station, as well as the general requirements for a special exception in the 2004 code. Staff recommends transmittal to the hearing examiner a recommendation of approval with conditions for the major modification for an automobile filling station, as well as staff recommends the board approve the preliminary forest conservation plan. That's all we have today, and staff's here if you have any questions, as well as the applicant. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you. I believe this looks like a great project. I'm glad you're also adding the 9 EV stations. And then I just had one question. What is the definition of a breezeway? It's just be interesting.
Mr. Brett Brown, would you mind answering that question, please?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. For the record, again, Brett Brown, Up County Transportation. So it's basically just an expanded pedestrian and bicycle bikeway. That's okay. Basically it.
Is it built up to the curb line, or is there a buffer, or it's just a wide area, 16 feet, right? So it's just
yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it'll just be expanded to 16 feet, just up to their southern property line. So it currently exists and runs along the southbound lanes of 29, but they'll be expanding it just along their frontage.
Okay.
And great. There is a green panel between the path and the road.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, there is an existing buffer as well.
Yep. Yep. So I'll let the board comment. I mean, unless I haven't, it looks like a great project. If the board has any comments, I don't think the applicant needs to come up unless there's some.
No, I just have a question from Mark. What's the difference, Mark? Why we have conditional use and this one is a special exception? I thought that we got rid of a special exception and we called everything conditional use.
Yes and no. Anything that comes in new as a new application goes through the conditional use process. Anything that's existed prior to the 2014 zoning ordinance adoption of the rewrite is still considered a special exception, and you're modifying that special exception. Oh. So 59.7.1.b says any use that's been in existence and continues, and anytime you modify it, you use the old processes, and that's what they're using. So that's why you're modifying the existing special exception.
So you can see the title slide here.
Yeah.
special exception, major modification.
And I did forget two
It's a
important
major
things.
modification to the previous special exception. Yeah.
Okay. got
Two
it.
real quick things I did forget because I was kind of going fast. Number one, the applicant is putting in a signalized entrance at this location. So there will be a new signalized entrance that's not there now. So it makes it safer for both this applicant as well as the shopping center to the north across the street. And the other thing is the old eastern access that was right in and right out is only a right out now. So just wanted to put that out there. I forgot. Thank you.
So I have comments and I have questions. Community is really excited for this Wawa to go in. It's a highly desirable franchise and a convenient place to shop. I do have a concern as to why there wouldn't be an entrance on the eastern Columbia South thoroughfare or connector that connects on the main Columbia Pike. My primary concern here is that I'm very familiar with this area. I used to live in the area. I drive by it often. And there is a major traffic issue at the intersection of Columbia Pike, the old one, and 198. Yes, that area, we're circling there. And then there's major traffic issue where that new stoplight is going in. And so, if there was an entrance, on the eastern side, it probably would lessen the traffic jam because there's going to be a ton of people wanting to swing left into there. But the traffic light's going to hopefully alleviate it. But that short distance between the two traffic lights, I can envision major traffic jams there because there's already traffic jams when you're trying to turn left off of 198 into the giant shopping center where Roy Rogers, Jersey Mike's, Green Turtle, and all those other establishments are. But it is exciting that it's going there. I just think that the traffic that's going to result because of this great establishment going in is going to be exacerbated, and I would have liked to seen an entrance on the eastern side as well.
Can you see my cursor? You're talking
Yes.
about like right here?
Yeah.
There is about a 15-foot grade difference between Route
Yeah,
29
because the
ramp.
barn is up on the hill.
Yeah. So there's a major grade difference that to put an entrance down there, it would take major grading, retaining walls. I don't know that, I'm not a transportation expert. I'm not sure about site distance and that sort of stuff. I personally don't think that can happen. I understand what you're saying, and I get where you're coming from. I just, with that grade difference, it's 15 feet plus in a very short area. So, I mean,
Yeah.
it's like when you look at
It's not
when you look at the grass, you're looking at a wall of grass right now.
Right.
So I don't think it would be feasible to really do.
And then another comment is I'm surprised that there's no, although they are rivals and competitors, I could see an issue where people make a mistake in turning into 7-Eleven when they thought they were actually going into Wawa. And I'm wondering, there's a shopping center that's going in Burtonsville that has like dueling strips, and because of that, there was a connection between the two lots because there's going to be that confusion and or traffic between them. And although they're commercial competitors, for the ease of ingress and egress, I find it interesting that they're not connected beyond the surface street.
You're talking about the McDonald's and the Wawa?
So isn't the 7-Eleven right proximate?
The
next to it?
7-Eleven is being demolished.
This
Oh,
is
it's
the
being-
property.
This is the property.
7-Eleven property,
Oh,
which
yeah.
is going to
This-
I
become
didn't hear
Wawa.
that. Okay,
Yeah.
so it's going to be fine then.
Yeah.
I don't think they'll be
Thank you.
confused any longer.
I don't think,
Yeah.
yeah, then
Yeah.
it's going to be fine. Thanks.
Any other questions? And there are no other questions or comments unless the owner wants to say, we're good. So do I have a motion to approve the conditional, the special exception, and then should we do the preliminary reports conservation plan separate? Okay.
Yeah. I'll move to approve the special exception number S847-B with, and transmit the comments to hearing examiner.
And I second it. By the way, I just received that The first Wawa was opened in Gaithersburg. Are you going to be the second one in Montgomery County?
Second one, all right.
Yeah, is it all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. Do I have a motion for approval of the preliminary forest conservation?
Yeah, I'll move to approve preliminary forest conservation plan number F 2024-0210.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. Congratulations, and we look forward to coming to the ribbon cutting, huh? Thank you, and we're going to, just 30 seconds, and then we're going to go into our last item, which is item number 12, request to approve a sectional map amendment for the Fairland Briggs Cheney Master Plan. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on our last item of the evening, item 12, request to approve a sectional map amendment to the Fairland and Briggs Cheney Master Plan, where staff is recommending approve transmittal and adoption of the section map amendment SMA application H-150 to the Montgomery County Council to implement the zoning recommendations of the Fairlands Briggs Cheney Master Plan. And we have Clark Larson of the Planning Department to present this. Thank you so much, Clark.
Yes, good to be here. Thanks for introducing me. I guess my name's already on the record. So this sectional map amendment is to implement, as you say, the zoning recommendations of the approved and adopted Fairland Master Plan that the County Council and coming back to the Planning Board here and the full commission of the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission approved on January 17th. So we are before you now to ask you to approve the request to file to the County Council, and they will ultimately approve of this sectional map amendment later this year. So as a summary of what the zoning changes are, the master plan recommended zoning changes for about 837 acres. Those areas on the map here shown in blue and yellow, two different districts, and reconfirm the existing zoning on the remaining 963 acres of the plan area. This is a map of the plan as it was approved by the County Council and ultimately the Commission. You can see there's a number of identifying numbers that call out the specific FARs and density levels for different zones. So this map is in the plan, and I also wanted to explain what changes have occurred since you last approved it and sent it on to the County Council. So the County Council's approved and adopted version changed this area in blue in the northern area from a CRN to a CRT zone, kept the FARs and density allowances the same, but it allows a different set of uses, mix of uses there. The areas outlined in green were changed from a CRN, or Commercial Residential Neighborhood Zone, to a Commercial Residential Town Zone, and increased slightly several of the total FARs, residential FARs, mostly from about 1.0 to 1.25, and some other small tweaks there, but just to allow optional method to be more of a reasonable approach from future development interests. And the area outlined in orange or red here, the county council chose to change from CRT to CRN. So that's slightly limiting the uses that are allowed in that zone, and also reduced the commercial FAR from, I believe you originally approved it at a 1.0, maybe it was lower than that, but it became down to a 0.0 FAR, essentially not allowing commercial within this CRN zone. So that's the one area where they really dropped any ability to develop commercial in this area. So with that, unless there's any questions.
So
yes.
that property was, just so for the boards, that was at Advent, wasn't it the Seventh-day Adventist secondary property, right? It's not, that wasn't the ones.
Right, so that was the property that was originally subject to it filed an application for an LMA, a local map amendment, the rezoning application at the intersection there that was considered previously. The applicant withdrew that application before it went on to, I believe, the hearings examiner and council for consideration, and instead opted to allow the master plan process to move forward, and chose to engage with the community and with staff, and showing plans for the development of that property eventually through the master plan process. There was a lot of opposition to that, to the adjoining church property to the west. And eventually, the council heard testimony from those residents. The board heard testimony from those residents, or excuse me, no, I think one or two, but there were many more at the council session, which led to a lot of discussion, a lot of back and forth with the council between the committee work session and the full council. And as Clark has said, the council ultimately passed this zoning recommendation, CRN 1.0, with no commercial allowed, and then residential 1.0 and the height of 75. So they did so in response to the community concerns.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your presentation. We're so excited about this. This is the first master plan approved since Thrive. It went through the whole process, and then this is the first sectional map amendment approved since Thrive was developed. So we're really excited about that. So if there are no further questions or comments, do I have a motion to approve the request to file for and recommend approval of sectional map amendment H-150 to the Montgomery County Council to implement the zoning recommendations of the 2024 Fralin and Briggs Cheney Master Plan?
I will so move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 4-0. Thank you so much. And this concludes our planning board meeting.
Next 4 years, won't happen again.